Shadow88 here, signing on, and we're playing Minecraft again. I know I haven't done an intro in a bit, and that's because, well, usually I'm with a lot of people. Right now, I am with Chewy in Discord. The only way you're going to catch a glimpse of his voice is if he's on Xbox and decides kind of multitask it to where I'm streaming or recording from the computer, and then the computer will be able to pick up everyone's audio. I'm sure there's a bunch of settings to mess with on that, but it'll be fine. So we're chilling out in Dr. Daddy's Minecraft server, okay? I shit you not, that's what the name on it is. And honestly, I think it's really funny. What the fuck? Where'd the fish go? Okay, but so today, I'm gonna be real with you. I have no idea what I'm gonna end up doing, but for now, I'm just going to fish, have a nice relaxing little stream for a little while. I say little, like it might not be like fucking hours long, but I might end up switching games anyways, so you never know. I like to stop my streams whenever I switch, so that if somebody's looking for something specific over on YouTube, they don't have to guess which videos will have which games that play in it. So I just like to keep it separate. And then after that, oh fuck, after that I'm not sure. Really, I considered going back to sleep, but no. You bastard, you took the bobber. I fucking pulled the string. What do you mean? And Gary Minecraft noises. Okay, anyways, I might not talk to like a crazy amount during this stream. We'll see. But for right now, I'm gonna be quiet till Chewy comes back. That's fucking funny as shit. Come back, no!
I can't swim.
You can't.
Hold on, let me get disconnect that from the internet. The internet's too slow.
What?
I can't swim.
Oh.
6.
Josis Ligai 4231 join the realm.
I can't swim.
Let me learn. Everybody should swim. back towards you. Not too bad. What I learned.
I did it, Emeraldo! I did it!
Good.
Well, how do we get back?
Swim.
No, it's my girl.
Well, you go
Well, I can't swim.
That's funny as shit. Some of that, yes, sir. Somebody just text me, or is my phone about to die? Oh, never mind, we're good. Ba 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 ba. Oh, fuck. Good job, mate. Hmm. Wild.
Reaper's Shadow. It's Squibby says me. Reaper's Shadow 88. It's Squibby says like 10. It's Squibby says.
For anyone curious about what I might be listening to in the background, that would be Mr. Creeps. It does not appear to be picking it up much, but that's what I'm listening to. What just happened?
Reaper's Shadow 88 says, do you have a repair bench or anvil? It's Squibby says they're one in the potion room. Reaper's Shadow.
Okay. Anvil. I wonder why she left. Hopefully I won't get in trouble for this because... Oh, hey. Whose house did I just walk into and fucking stare at? I genuinely just zoned out and fucking went and did some shit. Okay. This. Hmm. I wonder if I could. Hmm. So this story is actually written by Black Volumes. Check him out on YouTube, just like Mr. Creep says when he reads it. I'm wondering if I can get a partnership with Black Volumes to help me with something, because I need some fucking... Yeah. Shout out to the narrators. That's crazy. That is a Mr. Dot at YouTube.com. Oh. Okay, maybe second. Oh no, your narrator. Shout out to your narrator, by the way. It's 3 different channels. Check them out. So I'm gonna be sitting here fishing for a while. Probably should have clarified this sooner, but I'm gonna be listening to stories. So that I can absolutely do while I pass the time and fish. Stream. I'm multitasking, guys. Multitasking. So what we're gonna do, what I'm gonna do, is I'm going to shout out every channel that pops up that I end up on. And odds are it's gonna be a channel I actually really like. Like the one I'm about to click on, really like. It's called The Dark Somnium. Dude does a bunch of scary stories and shit. Does all the sound effects, he makes the music for it, everything, right? As a side note, if I could, I would totally ask him to help me do some sound design. You know, I should later on, just to see. Anyways. Love this guy. I'm gonna click on this video because he just did it 2 hours ago. I hope I don't get in trouble for this. If I do, well, fuck. If anything, it'll just cut out the part that I get in trouble for. Hopefully. Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
We are looking for gamers who
Ah!
are video game testers, designers, or programmers. If any of these interest you, then
The fact it was running at all was a miracle for our underfunded university. It was just after my 8:45 class on early horror films. No better way to start your morning than with a dissection of the infernal cauldron, I suppose. She sat on the edge of the courtyard fountain with her head buried in a textbook.
Jesus.
A fresh brewed coffee from the
It's
commissary
too loud.
by her head.
It's too loud.
Her hair draped to her collarbone and swayed. Major by the art on the front of her textbook and the fact that she was always trapped in their pages. I assumed she had a keen mind, top of her class, even by the way she was constantly scribbling on her notepaper. I assumed she had a boyfriend waiting for her back home. But I was tired of assuming. Perhaps it was the way the sun peeked over the clouds, or the whatever it was, on that morning of May 27th, the frame was absolute perfection. So I took the shot. I sat next to her and made some comment about the book she was reading that I couldn't possibly remember. She laughed at it though. Out of nervousness or pity, she would never tell. But the laugh offered all the confidence I needed. We left that morning with a date planned, and then that date with another, and another, and another. She said yes 6 years later to the day. We took a trip to the largest resort in our state. We made sure the sky was clear, the crowds were minimal, and the flowers had bloomed. I got off my knees to embrace her. She was elated. Her smile, her embrace, her scent. Every detail was just as I imagined. I managed to discover another frame as flawless as the day I met her. From there, we made a beautiful film of our life together. She was a nurse at the leading hospital in the area. The hours were grueling, but she felt rewarded by the lives she touched. I Then, 2 years after our wedding day, I opened her present to me on our anniversary. In the box was a stick with 2 bold red lines, and the film of our life was made entirely of perfect frames. Then, the baby was born. The harsh life in the hospital room nearly melted the creases of my wife's face away. Her breath was rapid, having just expelled the baby from within her. Beyond gasps, we waited with pride. The buzz of fluorescent light bulbs overhead rattled the room. The indistinguishable scent of sterilization masked with the scent of birth like fish mint. The cry was not as expected. It was merely a hint, a gasp, a choking. I caught a glimpse of the baby when the nurses rushed him out of the room. His spine bent as the strain gave the back of his head to his heels. His torso was a stone compared to the skin organs attached, and the eyes, bulging from his skull, they clung to their sockets like organs laid in a roll of duct tape. The doctor said they'd never seen a disorder like this before. The months of ultrasounds and blood work showing a healthy boy, and this to be the result. It was as if he was mutilated during labor. Elaine and I were not the same. We talked less and less as every breath now needed to be spent on keeping it alive a little longer. The baby continued to breathe and feed, although through a tube. She loved the baby. She devoted everything she had to it, and I was in disbelief. Still on the way. Elaine didn't return to the hospital for work, even after the maternity leave expired. I stopped taking contracts for video work for a year. The offers completely dried up in that time. That was until I received an email with the to-the-point header documentary request. Documentary work had always been an interest of mine. Since weddings and advertisements are mostly shot at the mercy of the client, I was more than interested in being the driver for a project.
We are an independent church based an hour from Pleasant View, West Virginia. Our festival is coming in a few days, and as this is a once-in-a-lifetime event, we would love to preserve it. All we ask for is 3 nights of your time, and we will make you feel right at home. If you're interested, we can discuss prices and directions. Money is no issue. We believe our faith will be of particular interest to you, Mr. Dowie. May you have faith. Pastor Madison.
I was turned away after reading the email. Why would it be of particular interest to me? Beyond the odd ending to the email, I was never partial to religion. Given recent events, my partiality grew far worse than ever. The longer I sat with the email, the more disgusted I would be with myself if I accepted such an offer. Weeks passed since the initial email from Pastor Madison. I applied to over 50 jobs in that week for consistent income. Of the near 50 job postings I applied to, I only heard back from 4, all with essentially the same apologetic rejection. Elaine's time was wholly dedicated to the baby. She was at its beck and whim. With each gasp or choke, she was there to refill the baby's feeding tube or change the diaper. She was monopolized while I could hardly look at it. I was disgusted with myself for feeling this way. It was a constant stab of guilt within me. Funds ran completely dry. We began putting every expense on credit cards. In doing so, we dug a hole $3,000 deep in only a couple of months. We feared losing the home. We feared losing the baby. We feared everything, and still rejection after rejection came from job listings with my name in the letterhead. I delivered food after a period of time, but every check was like filling a canyon with a bucket of sand. Then another email came. Not to me this time, but to Elaine. She showed me the message that read as follows.
I hope I find you well. I wanted to follow up regarding a previous email. We are willing to pay you $8,000 for your services. We are very intrigued by your previous work and hope you will consider working with us for a few days. Our offer is negotiable. If you are interested, I can send you the directions to our church. The
Fucking
festival is quickly
stupid
approaching.
Phantom.
We would love to hear from you soon. May you have faith. Pastor Madison.
I felt my integrity deteriorate as I read through the email. $8,000 for 3 days sounded too good to be an actual offer. Options were slim at the time, however, and 3 days away would be a much-needed break from life, even if it was spent hearing this pastor proselytize. Perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime festival could even be fun. I told Elaine that I would take the offer. It was the first time I had seen her with an authentic smile since the baby was born. I decided her smiles were worth selling out for a church for the next couple of days. I opened my laptop and emailed Pastor Madison back for the directions. 3 days until the festival. Pleasant View was only a 2-hour drive from my home. As instructed by Pastor Madison, I pulled onto a black road that devolved from pavement to gravel and then dirt. The dirt ended in an encircling tree line only 10 minutes from the main road. The remaining 50-minute journey needed to be completed on foot. Not a simple hike with all the film gear I was lugging. I took my phone from my pocket and sent a text to Elaine, notifying her of my arrival. The one bar of signal I was sure would be the last for the next 3 days. After briefly worrying about leaving my car, I submerged myself into the sprawling woods. An hour later, I emerged from the bramble and leaf-coated forest to an open passing. Buildings speckled the grass with what seemed to be a little forethought. Huts would be a generous term for such structures. Stacked logs platted together by dried clay formed the exterior walls. Each one uniquely assembled but collectively shared in their state of decay. The only buildings large enough to fit more than 3 people in them were a structure in the middle of a 1-acre fenced-in field, and a church nestled in the village center. The top of the spire was a vacant seat for a cross. I considered getting a shot of the village to prove this wasn't just a film set I stumbled onto when a figure approached. The man wore a crisp white alb ordained with a Jerusalem cross stitched with golden fabric. A wine-red sash draped around his neck embroidered with the same golden stitching. He appeared to glide across the dirt path. Each of his steps were careful and deliberate. The man kept pure black hair tied to his scalp. No evidence of hair remained below his eyebrows. Gray didn't dare show regardless of the wrinkles appearing at the corners of his eyes. His irises cloaked his pupils perfectly. Pastor Madison, I assume, I said, extending my hand.
We appreciate your time, Mr. Dowie.
His voice was smooth, as if the world's troubles were just set at ease. His hand was soft and light as it shook mine. His presence was strangely inoffensive, like it was constructed to never be disliked by any stranger.
Please take this.
He extended an envelope. Upon opening it, I found a check for $4,000. The other half I was sure would come after the festival. It seemed rude in that moment to confirm. He had a nature that was difficult to question, so I thanked him for the early payment and put it into my wallet. The picture of me and my wife met my eyes from the billfold. Our smiles are carved onto our faces. I remember the intense labor it took to wear a smile that day. We peeked over the vast white nothing, introduced to the image by a crease of my own making nearly a year prior. I felt a stab in my gut each time I saw the image. The crease did not prevent the stab, but the crease remained.
Allow me to show you around our town before your first service.
I felt as though there wasn't much I couldn't see from our current position, but I obliged. As we walked toward the heart of the village, he directed my attention to each of the structures, giving a story of each of the families who lived there. He spoke glowingly of each family and named each member. He pointed my attention to the creek where they washed their garments, the open field where the children all played, and the rickety well that dried into nothing more than a safety hazard, to be avoided at all times. But I could barely hear his hypnotically mundane voice as my attention was drawn to the fenced-in field. A group of women knelt by one of the standing cattle. They rubbed and kissed the animal's belly as they sang. I thought to ask the pastor about the strange display, but decided it would be best to hold my tongue. His nature is still difficult to question. He spoke instead.
The sun is almost down. It is time for our service.
A smorgasbord of color, fueled by the full moon painted window frame shapes around the room. Candles shifted the shadows in
X2.
mesmerizing sway. Pastor Madison prepared to deliver his sermon to the village residents, filling the 30 pew seats. Audio levels were as perfect as could be hoped in the open nave. The rustles and mumbles of the congregation ceased when Pastor Madison stepped forward to begin.
Let there be a time for each of us. A time beyond the trials of today that we may find all
X2Wiz has changed their skin.
Upon checking the viewfinder, there was a little
Bro
too
is
much headroom above
always
the
changing
pasture.
his skin.
I made the proper adjustment to satisfaction.
We can rip away the flaws and failures manifest in our current form through faith in the truth revealed to us.
The lighting in the church was causing the temperature to run a little too warm for my liking. I quickly dove into the camera settings and adjusted the white balance using Pastor Madison's robe as a reference. I winced at the mistake. A failure due to lack of practice, I assured myself.
Give him your faith so that we may yet again purge the world of its wrongdoings.
The
Wild.
door behind the pastor
X2Wiz joined the realm.
The congregation stands in a roaring applause, blocking both the camera and my own view of the pulpit. I could only find slim sightlines between the shoulders of the congregation and their flurry of clapping hands. I slammed the tripod together and moved to the aisle for a clear view of the pulpit once more. What stood there was incomprehensible. It appeared to be the shape of a human. I could only see the outline of arms, legs, and folded in on itself. Its The camera could not see it. Where the thing should be in the frame. The aisle door creaked open just a foot behind me.
Behold! The manifestation of death!
A woman entered with dirt staining the lower portion of her dress. She held something in her arms. A small creature shielded by her shoulder. An all too familiar hic and gasp and choking wafted from the creature. It was a calf with a bend in the spine, a slumpy torso, and the eyes. The eyes clung to their sockets with the same desperation as the baby's. The woman ushered the calf to the altar and got on a knee before presenting it to the being. Pastor Madison and the congregation muttered in a language unfamiliar to me. Their words were rapid and grew louder as the being took the calf in what could only be perceived as its hands. A woman started to howl and convulse where she stood, and the chants overwhelmed her. The being raised the calf into the air, unhinged what could only be interpreted as its jaw, and consumed the deformed calf. The chanting ended in a breath. Silent anticipation washed over every person in the room. My ribs could hardly contain my heart. After months of research and doctor visits, I finally found another creature with the same affliction as my son, and it's gone. I wanted to scream, wanted to attack the thing that just ate my only chance at understanding what my baby has. I withheld this instinct. Pastor Madison bent behind the being and shouted,
It is born anew by pure faith!
The crowd erupted into cheers and prayers in the unknown language. Tears filled the eyes of the congregation as Pastor Madison lifted the calf above his head, now perfectly healthy.
Wild.
The service ended in an instant. The congregation emptied past me, and the being slipped into the back room, leaving only Pastor Madison and I in the nave. He recognized my confusion, and with a wave, invited me to the back room. Rationally, I assumed that this was all some sick prank at my expense, that they had to have known about my son's affliction and made some kind of puppet to mimic the deformities. It seemed far too real to be a puppet, but it had to be something. Once Pastor Madison went into the back room, I felt the very real possibility of being in the same room as that thing. All I knew was that on the other side of the door, there were answers. The only answers in the world as far as I knew. So I took a breath and went in. The door squealed in a way I hadn't noticed from the back of the church. The tan stucco walls couldn't have been more than 10 feet in either direction. There was enough room for a polished wooden desk with hand-carved iconography of departed saints. A purple and green love seat that appeared more
The time I come in.
Pastor Madison said. He must have been savvy to my wariness. The ease his statement granted me broke the dam of questions as I spewed every thought I had. What was wrong with the calf? How was it cursed? Was any of this real? What was that thing? He sat in silence with my barrage of questions. His inoffensive face remained stoic as they bounced around his head until he spoke.
That was my son's Bible before he passed. I used to have 3 others like it filled with notes, cover to cover.
I found this alarming, given the myriad of questions I gave him. I took the pocket Bible in my hand without turning the cover.
You're holding the last Bible in this village. Open it.
After a brief wave of confusion, I flipped open the cover. I thumbed through the pages, each one with an X etched into it with pencil. Each page I progressed, the duller the lead, and more rips in the page from the pressure, until there were only rips in each page.
The answers I needed weren't in there.
X2 Wiz says hello.
About a boy's soul and needing a new body. Like your son.
The words stunned.
Reaper's Shadow.
So he did know about my son. But how? We have never posted online about him since his birth. I knew no one from this part of the state, and had no reason to pass through a town an hour from civilization, but ultimately he wasn't wrong. This place offered the only chance my son had at a long, fulfilling life. Without any other possible explanation for such a spectacle, I believed it. I had faith. A long pause followed, broken by his voice.
Let me show you where you'll be staying.
The sun descended
Reaper's
behind the skyline hours ago at this point. I knew my stay would likely not be a comfortable one. In such an impoverished rural community, each
X2 Wiz says NOP.
families within.
Nope.
Honestly, they were probably a few rooms short of suited. I followed the pastor to my living quarters without a word being spoken. I followed him past the rickety fence, the dilapidated well that erupted a musty odor, and into the second largest building in the village, the barn. We entered the hayloft, a spacious room in all dimensions but height, as the ceiling nearly grazed my scalp. Hay bales lining the baseboard and stacking to the low ceiling in areas. An iron-framed bed sat below a broken window, paired with a bucket to its side. The windowsill was splattered in red. Pastor Madison apologized for the state of the room and mentioned the likelihood of hearing some noises in the night.
It'll likely be nice. It's best to ignore them.
He said in a stern voice. I assured him it was
Oh,
no
there's
issue
new
at all.
Bleach coming out.
I wasn't going to be staying long anyways. Then he left in a hurry. The moonlight gave the hayloft a hint of sickly pale white. Hours passed since entering the hayloft before I found an ounce of comfort, and still the springs of the mattress would not relent. I rolled to my opposite side, jab. I stretched out onto my back, jab. I yawned. Thud. I sat up in an instant. The moon's light poorly painted the room, leaving vast corners in pure darkness. I called out to the void with quivering teeth. No response. Peeking just beyond the corner of the shadows was a
X2
trail of
Wiz left the realm.
hay bales. My mind went to the being at the church service. If this place held such mysteries as that being, what else could be lurking here? Anger grew from desperation, and I hurled the bucket into the darkness. The clang of the bucket meeting the floorboards forced a high-pitched shriek out of the darkness. A figure darted for the door and shot down the stairs, stomping on each step as it descended. Without thought, I followed. The field and the village beyond was motionless. I desperately scanned the area for who or what that thing
Unbreaking
was
3
watching
and
me
Mending
sleep.
1. It's not
I
bad.
walked around the barn, ignoring the few cattle that chose to sleep under the stars for the night. They were undisturbed, which gave me relief. That is, until I saw it. A figure no more than 50 yards hunched down in the grass. I could make out the back of the head and shoulders. Even at its imagined full height, it seemed small. I approached it cautiously. Each step I took was mindful of my feet, careful not to catch a twig or dry leaf under my weight. I still was not quiet enough. It jolted up and turned to face me. It was a girl, no older than 10. Her body was frail and her brown hair matted to her head. Her eyes swelled with panic at the sight of me. She was unusual, even beyond her objective neglect. Her upper lip weaved into an M shape up to the outer corner of each of her nostrils. Her hand slapped over her mouth, covering the blemish in embarrassment. She drops the basket woven of hay into the grass. I could hear her breath through her chest as I stepped closer. She retreated, keeping a constant distance between us. Tears formed in her eye and reflected in the moonlight. Not knowing sign language, I crossed my arms over my heart as I asked her to trust me. I approached her slowly, her breath faster with each step. I bent over to her hay basket, 3 wine berries scattered from within it. I gathered them back in and handed it to her. She uncovered her grin and recovered slightly with a sniff and a wipe of her eyes. She looked at me and smiled when I asked if she wanted help picking her berries. I smiled when she nodded yes. We spent the next few hours gathering berries into her basket. When we split up, I would gather a palmful, go to her, and dump them into her basket. She came alive a little more with each berry we collected. When the light of the sun became noticeable on the face of the hills, fear hit her once again. I thought of my son. Should he live long, I told her what I saw the night before, about the sick calf who was cured in the church, about the being that cured it, and that she could have a body that matched the beauty of her soul. I hoped she would be elated to hear the news, that she would be excited to go to the church with me that evening and be cured, but she concealed her mouth with her palm once again and ran for the barn, her eyes once more filled with tears. 2 days until the festival. The sun filled the hayloft with fury. The previous night felt so far away, but after confirming on my phone, it was only 2 hours ago. The bed protested as I staggered to my feet. My mind immediately went to the girl. I hated referring to her as the girl, but it hadn't occurred to me to ask her name. The floorboards cracked and popped as I approached the stairs. My mouth opened to call her, but ultimately, the air was best if left silent. I descended the stairs with my camera equipment alone. The morning light intensified to midday after shooting B-roll of the church, barn, and a couple other residential buildings. As the day aged, I got some shots of the village residents. A wife rinsed the family laundry in the creek and pinned them to the clothesline. Her right leg, just a few inches shy of her left, gave her a distinct limp, assisted by a twisted wooden cane. A husband with a hunch that curled his shoulders inward posted against his doorframe as he popped smoke into the air from his pipe. A group of 5 kids in a backyard playing sword fight with sticks scavenged from the tree line, each with their own blemish. A burn, a scar, a lazy eye, a missing hand, and the last with Down syndrome. Each person I approached seemed to have some abnormality, and each one recoiled from the camera once they were aware of its presence. I returned to the barn in the evening, just before the sky shed its blue. As I climbed the stairs, I heard a scurry of feet from the hayloft. When I entered the room, it seemed unchanged. The bucket still resting at the end of its violent journey across the room. The hay bales remained spilled from the top of the stack, and the girl concealed in her usual hiding place. The only difference from that morning were the berries, a group of berries baked at the ledge of the shattered window. I took a step or two towards the berries and was met with a hiss behind me. I turned and caught a glimpse of the girl before she ducked back behind the hay bales. I assumed it was meant to be a shush, but her lips would not allow. I snuck behind the hay bale with her. She was tucked into a ball with her mouth concealed by her knees. I tried to console her with a touch, but she dodged my hand with a jolt. I whispered my apologies to her, which was met with another hiss. The first time her eyes met mine since the night prior. A pause opened a chasm between us. A faint gust of wind blew into the room from the broken window. The sound whistled past the shards of glass that still held onto the frame and brushed the loose straw against the door. The sound was enough to pique the girl's interest. She darted her head around the bales of hay for a glance at her berries. She remained unchanged. She paused at this realization before retreating behind her knees once more. I offered an apology for offending her, and that my intention was not to hurt her feelings at all. She offered nothing in response. After a moment of consideration, I fished in my pocket and revealed my wallet. Flipping open the fold, I removed my family portrait from its plastic sheath. The crease held firm by the pressure of time. With pins in my lungs, I flipped the white corner to reveal my son. His form was just as haunting as the first day I saw him. I turned it so she could see. I told her of my son's ailment, that he has looked that way since birth, and that I now see that he can be cured here. She tapped my son with her pointer finger. I couldn't gather the meaning by the look in her eyes, but I assured her she wasn't wrong to see that he looked like the calf born here on the first day. She didn't care for that interpretation of her pointing. This time she circled him and gently placed her fingertip on his chest. Oh, his name? His name is Alan. The word entered my ear like a love lost to time. A flame kindled inside of me. My son's name is Alan. The girl's mouth is still covered by her knees, but I can see the corners of a satisfied grin peeking out. I asked her what her name is. She froze in thought for a moment before raising her fist and shaking it up and down at the wrist. I chuckled at the display. Thankfully, she joined in the amusement. Shake? Punch, maybe? Knock? She shrugged, accepting that. Another breeze wandered into the room, this time with much more life. She stopped and quickly peeked around the hay. Sitting on the windowsill with a beak full of berry chunk was a vibrant cardinal. Knock revealed her smile at the sight of it. It was her perfect shot. I looked back down at the family photo before reintroducing the fold and tucking it into the sleeve of my wallet. Our cardinal would soon come. Our perfect shot. The sun dropped from the sky, and with it, my time with Knock briefly expired. I offered her my goodbyes, gathered my filming equipment, and left for the church. The building felt different at night. The shadows exaggerated the cracks and curves of the weathered construction. Candlelight flickered through the glass panes and wove over the grass contained in their squares. Pastor Madison's voice vibrated from the slits in the wood. This building offered me a taste of hope for the first time in over a year, but now a bitter note has seeped into my palate. I couldn't place the reason. Just before entering, I felt a tug at my sleeve. I turned, a bit more startled than I cared to admit, to see Knock, her cleft lip unapologetically visible. A pleasant sight. I asked her what she was doing outside of the church. I told her that she didn't have to follow me inside, that it was okay to remain how she is. Knock raised her forearms and crossed them over her chest, then pointed to me.
I trust you.
She said through a soft but rusty voice. Together, we crack open the door of the church. The bitter flavor was all the more present. It stood at the altar, its features shift in the midnight snow of its skin. Knock wrapped her fingers around my forearm at the sight of it. The congregation was brought to silence at our step.
What is this?
Pastor Madison called out beyond the walls of the church. Each step we took down the aisle brought more detail to the pastor's expression. Concern, fear, then panic were plastered in his eyes. Doubt crept into me. I considered grabbing Knock by the wrist and pulling her from this place, but she was already out of my reach. Her neck craned to look up at the face of the being now directly above her. It was noticeably taller than the night before. The being extended an arm that unnaturally and methodically stretched across the altar to the chalice.
Where is the calf?
Pastor Madison screamed through a trembling throat. The being extended the chalice to Knock. One of its fingers dipped inside. Pastor Madison peered at her. His face pleaded with her to catch his eye, but she didn't. She caught mine. The bitter taste coated my mouth. The sweet hope was lost. Tears formed in my eyes, and still, with her eyes locked on mine, her forearms crossed over her heart, and her head turned to the deity. Her eyes were overcome by a milky white haze, and a smile grew on her face.
I shall.
She answered a question that had never been spoken. Pastor Madison rushed out of the church, colliding shoulders with me on his way. I was choked on the pleads that all wanted to escape my mouth at once. She took a sip, and the crowd cheered. Snapped. The spine compressed, and the eyes bulged from their sockets. All while her hum continued, the congregation began their alien chant. Alan, the calf, and now Knock shared in living death. The being grabbed her new form. Its fingers became spears of speckled shadow, piercing her abdomen and lifting her into the air effortlessly. The chanting now more rabid and ear-splitting. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. I couldn't even breathe as the being's jaws unhinged with the cracking of falling trees. Nock's unrecognizable form slid into the being until the hum was no more. The crowd's chant again turned silent as they waited for the rebirth. A girl with two perfectly normal eyes and lips standing upon the altar. A girl born anew by pure faith. A girl that never came. The being glided off the altar and into the back room.
Josis Ligai 4231 says anyone have two name tags.
By the faint cry of the little girl. Candle flames chewed at the remainder of their wicks, leaving the wax in a puddle at their feet. The floorboards rested after their deafening squeals under the weight of the congregation. The altar left vacant. Hours passed since I last saw Nock before I found the strength to leave the church building. Clouds suffocated the moon of its light. Only lanterns dangling from the porches of family homes lit the way back to the hayloft. The lonely hayloft. Tears welled at the corners of my eyes. I wiped them away with my thumb and whipped the tears poking at the back of my eyes with a stern phrase. One more day. After scaling the mountain of stairs to the hayloft, I creak open the door to see a all too familiar scene. A dreadful mattress nestled in iron. Hay bales scattered on the floor. The broken window with a pile of fresh berries in the windowsill. A figure rested on a hay bale. Excitement flushed over me in an instant. The room was draped in a flickering light cast from the lantern at the hip of Pastor Madison. No sign of Nock. His hands clasped together beneath his chin. His lips moved as if to speak, but no words came from them. The once pristine white robe draping from his shoulders is now soured and tattered from dirt, leaves, and thorns. Although this was my room for another night, I couldn't help the feeling that I was intruding. I turned to sneak back down the stairs, and he stopped me.
Her name was Belle.
His words quivered from his lips, but still had an accusatory stab. I turned to face him. He pushed against his knees to stand. I could see his swollen eyes. With a sniff into the sleeve of his robe, he continued.
I'm sure you didn't know. She never spoke to anyone. But she listened. She always listened, and I believed with full faith that she would listen again.
He paced around me like a shark, his eyes carefully monitoring his next step as he spoke. What happened to her? Where is she? My words stopped his encircling. A snarl curled his lips inward, repressing a moment of rage. The rage simmered in me as well. He continued as if he didn't hear me.
I told her to stay away from the church, and she listened. I told her she was beautiful just the way she was, and she had all the faith in the world that she was.
He turned and stepped a foot from me. His eyes met mine. The inoffensive facade he has worn since the moment I met him shattered in the lantern light.
Then you come.
He pauses for a moment before continuing.
I told her to stay away from the newcomers, and she did. Until you. Now she wants to go into the church. She wants to be changed. I told her she would.
He looked up at the heavens as if gravity would keep his tear ducts at bay. Defeated, he sits back on the hay bale for a moment.
I told her she would see her brother again.
The words were faint like the wings of a gnat. A pause followed, filled only by odd breath. What happened to her? I insisted with a stern voice. He eased to his feet with the lantern in hand.
She lost her faith.
He admitted. I tracked him as he walked to the top of the stairs.
Keep the faith, Mr. Dowie. That is all.
Oops, my bad.
Faith, Mr. Dowie. That is all I ask.
He whispered with a growl in his throat. Then he and his lantern faded down the stairs, leaving darkness in their wake. The day of the festival. The morning beat my eyelids open with a blinding ray. I begrudgingly stood from the clutch of the rickety mattress. I looked at the camera gear I stacked in the corner, batteries glowing their solid green eyes as they hang on the sockets in their chargers. I knew there was still a job to be done, but how could I find a minuscule amount of care? I started to grow concerned that I wasn't there to film the documentary anyway. I left the hayloft empty-handed, descended the stairs, and walked. I circled around the family huts. Every face I saw wore a smile. Many of the children danced or ran through the open grass. A couple of residents even waved hello. Still, their voices remained a mystery until I heard a woman call out to me.
Would you like some tea?
I turned to see a wife with a shortened right leg and twisted cane gesturing into her home. I debated continuing my assault, but I was beginning to feel a bit harsh by that time, so I entered. The interior was just as dilapidated as the outside. The carpet was dressed in corners of the ceiling tile. Splinters of sunlight glowed between the decayed wood paneling. I sat at the table while the kettle dangled by a chain over an open fireplace. I tried to move on about my vessel. She said, "Is this not your home?"
I've been here for about a month. I guess I'll look at it. I remember when the pastor finally rescued you. He ruined one of his last good hopes at the woods.
My stomach churned. I tried to warn her that we all have to leave this place. That we are not going to make it out of here alive if we do not all leave immediately. That our fate would be the same as Belle's. The sickening snap of her bones echoed in my mind. Her lips turned, not in fear or concern like I hoped, but in pity as she tapped her finger against the handle of her cane.
I was really sorry to see what happened to your girl. But we were all promised a cure. And we have to do things to get it.
Evening rolled in with heavy tread. People gathered outside the barn for the festival. Lanterns hung from broken broomsticks and pitchforks. The dirt in the open field by the barn. The light circled the cluster of people as they danced, laughed, and clapped to the tune of a fiddler with a missing foot. I stood outside the cluster. My camera equipment was still resting in the hayloft. There were no perfect shots here. I watched the tree line. I contemplated making the trek to my car 1,000 times that day to avoid what was sure to be a prison display. But every time I look, it feels more like a wall, like there was truly no space between the trees. We were all ensnared. A figure approached from the dirt path connecting to the center of the village. I dreaded the beginning approach, but this figure was far too pale. It was Pastor Madison.
Pastor.
I made my brows sweaty. He held his two trays like they were trousers on top of each other in his hands. His robe still tattered from the night before.
Now is the time for each of us. The time to shed our flawed reality and be born anew. Please grab your cup, everyone.
Pastor Madison called over the crowd. A facade of blue together behind a pleasant smile. The group did what they were told. Each one grabbing their cup and stepping away from the cluster that formed around Pastor Madison. The cluster dwindled until there was one cup remaining on the tray. Pastor Madison caught me in his gaze in an instant. My spine squirmed within me as he approached. My cup extended, be of good faith.
Beer. Good.
He whispers through his teeth with the cup extended to my chest. I take it and consider his words for a moment. Despite what happened to Belle, could this still be the only chance my boy has? I looked down into the cup. Black liquid reflected my image back at me. I watched as my face distorted to ripples.
Drink, and you shall be made in the true image.
Pastor Madison called over his followers. One by one, each of them sucked down the black liquor with hearts full of faith. A portrait of myself on a dust canvas stared back at me again from within the shadows. I turned and walked to the well, dumping the cup into the chasm. However, the sound that arose was not that of liquid meeting its likeness, or ichor splashing against concrete. It was a peculiar sound. I peeked over the cobble wall to investigate. A pit of despair awaited me. At the bottom of the fire, a man with distorted bones and fur amassing dozens of corpses. At the peak of the atrocious pile lay a body with twisted spine, bulging eyes, and cleft lip. Skin stuck to bone, leaving only the shell. I ran for the tree line, rushing past the collection of doomed followers sucking the last of their poison. A warm melody trailed from the lips of the most eager. I gave myself no time to pity them. The tree line was just meters away and coming fast. I suppressed the seeking feeling of being
Should I use
Trees caved as
queso
easily as the rest of the evening breeze I
or
sprinted through.
nacho?
Realizing that the wall was not constructed by the deity, but by my own fear, gave me a slight ease. The true peace was much farther from this place. I used to break stride. Bramble and thorns tore crimson twine into my flesh. Their sting went unrecognized as I fixated on the birds they felt the cold of air.
Oh, dude, I'm
My
doing,
legs ached as they shoved the earth behind me.
What kind of
After
cheese
what
are
felt
you?
like miles, my skin decided to alert what a thorn bush can do. I collapsed. It had to have been 15 minutes. There had to be a break in the trees, just a few more steps.
Damn it. Doing the queso.
The sight of water was a blessing. I take handfuls of water and splash it into my face. A reinvigorating coolness eased my body and steadied my mind. A drink was tempting, but the murky dirt swaying in the current of my creation muted this temptation. When the dirt settled and the water stilled, my life seemed special on that day. I fished in my void. Carefully, I unfolded the picture, banishing the void to the unseen and introducing Alan to the picture. The one of the few times he could be seen in the photo since it had been taken. I could see his ears slightly spread from the sides of my head in the puddle, his nose thin and pointed, just like the one looking back at me from the water. My sorrow leapt from them and into the puddle one by one. I took the wallet back out and holstered the photo, leaving our family intact. The scar on the crease remained, but the sight of all three of us cooled the burning in my lungs, eased the The thought of returning to them brought me a The forest released me. My car remained unchanged from the moment I left it. Home felt like a short way. I fished for the keys in my Their claws and spears tore crimson threads in my skin, leaking into ropes. The puddles captured a shoe from my foot, me to stumble but not fall. I pushed forward with no thought of retrieving it. It rose on my brow. I had to be almost of their festival was scattered in the field by the well. Kept dry. A pair of pants no longer suited for the contorted figure that came to inhabit them. A twisted wooden cane from the woman whose ailment now surpassed its use. The church emitted the flicker of candlelight. That had to be where everyone was. I rushed to it as quickly as my exhausted muscles could take me. The candle flames clung to the last flicker of life as they gnawed at the remaining whole and lifeless.
Bastards.
The remaining nub of wick emitted the flicker of suited for the contorted figure that came to inhabit them. A twisted wooden before him was a line of followers filled with reaching the threshold of strength needed to stand. Seemed mad. I studied her face during an insufferably long pause. Her eyes were wide with astonishment.
Everyone here looks like Alan.
She whispered with confused amazement. Yes, and we have to leave, I said as I turned her to the exit. Her eyes were stuck to the crowd of disfigured people. I could feel her stare beginning to break when I could hear a creak come from the altar. The back door was open. Its presentation of the darkness swallowing the room beyond was a call for Pastor Madison to begin his speech. His eyes and spirit remained low.
Tonight is a night of promise, a night of rebirth. As you approach, please do not allow fear to overcome you.
As the pastor spoke, the deity unfolded from the darkness of the back room. Its impersonation of the human form twisted its arms into their sockets, shoulders rolled into their presentable positions, spine stiffening into posture with care for each joint, sending its head to the ceiling. The being slid into position in front of the line.
Respawn point set.
The newly deformed
Respawn point set.
congregation marveled at the figure as if it were God returning to ail their troubles. I pleaded with Elaine to take our son and leave with me. She was in awe of the sight before her.
May you have faith.
Pastor Madison muttered. With that statement, the being lifted the first victim in line with the ease of a father lifting his infant. The woman in the being's clutches hummed a melody through grinning teeth, a smile of comfort and anticipation. Despite her newly acquired form, her original affliction was still apparent. Her right leg was noticeably shorter than the other, the deity's jaw unhinged to accommodate the unsightly collection of skin and bones. I turned to practically shove Elaine out of the church door when I felt it. A flame kindled from within me. The warmth cleansed the fear and horror from my bones. Every ounce of displeasure knotted within my soul vanished in an instant. I could feel the world correcting deep within myself. Then I heard from behind me the shrill glee of a promise kept. I turned to face the altar. The candle flames were rejuvenated. Their swaying light filled the once overpowering darkness. The kind woman that was just moments ago a broken collection of limbs stood at the side of the deity and danced, her feet playing a song on the drums of the floorboards. Her joy was uncontainable. Such a palpable and infectious joy that I had only seen in children before. Tears slid down her face, lining the edges of her grin. She was reborn with 2 legs of equal length. The sight was unbelievable. Moments ago, I was ready to leave this place, convinced that it spewed only lies and deceit, but in that moment, the truth bestowed itself onto me. One by one, each person was taken into the embrace of the deity and consumed, and each one walked out from behind its static form anew. Warped limbs were straightened, amputations were undone, disorders were made orderly. The church was buzzing with laughter and song. My eyes never wandered from the festivities. My cheeks were sore with smiling. The powers beyond this realm offered themselves to us as correctors, a divine eraser taking away the unjust and unfair afflictions of our world. I was honored to be one of the first to witness such a great cleanse. The last member to be reborn walked out from behind the deity and to the celebration. He was a boy no older than Belle. The scar that once carved through his hair and down his neck was no longer. The evidence of its existence sat in our memory. They were all cured. Each one believed in the promise they were told, and each one was born with a new life. The manifestation of death was conquered in minutes by this angel. An angel stood at the altar. An angel promised a better life for all of us. An angel now stared right at me. The unification of our gaze brought a deep feeling of honor to me. I knew what it wanted, and I wanted the same. I turned to Elaine for arms. He was sleeping, unaware of the miracles being performed around him. His eyelids bent to conceal the entire pale quality of his eyes. His neck bent backwards with his extended out into me with grace. The broken cocoon that housed our son was ready to be shed. The candlelight felt even brighter when we took out into my arms. I took precautions not starting as I transitioned between steps. The aisle stretched for miles. The festivity ceased. The newborn congregation watched my son with warm smiles, ready to accept him in his new form. They began their chant in a soft whisper. The fourth language had a gentle touch to the ear. Listening to their chants, I knew it must have been the language of heaven. The facts hit me like the warmth of a summer sun. The deity stood just feet away from me. His eyes remained steady into the weaves of his features. They stayed focused on us as we approached. The closer we came, the more his human form huddled at the border, like the container was cracking to the pressure. It may have been a trick of the eye from the candlelight, but the constant folding of his features appeared to mold his mind. I tripped the hold, feeling unworthy of his presence. The smell of sweet fruit enveloped my nostrils. My neck strained to meet his crater eyes. The jostling board on his head molded to the bare minimum to be considered a human-looking face. The bare minimum was the most beautiful face I'd ever seen. My cheeks went from a sore pain to a numb acceptance of the smile I'd been wearing. It was as if love and joy manifested in front of me in the form of pure beauty. A song came to me in my bliss. Humming to the tune was as natural as breathing. I knew I had never heard such a melancholy melody before, except maybe once. Belle. It felt comforting to hear song come to me. That in some way she would be redeemed by my faith. The deity looking down at me with the loving eyes of a father reached towards Pastor Madison. Its arms was as long as the task required. I watched it elongate to bridge the divide between it and the chalice in the pastor's hands. With the ease of wind, it brought the chalice to my chest. One of its spear fingers pierced the surface of the water within. The black of the finger dissipated into the water, transforming it into the image of the angel, a serving to the impure, an offering to the unworthy. In its dim reflection, I watched the face of the being, unaltered as for the first time it graced me with its words. Shall you drink of me, and I of you? Its voice was otherworldly. It was all of creation offering their gratitude and the Creator giving their blessing. It was all things. It was nothing ever heard before. The fire of happiness lit
Son
just beneath my
of
skin,
a
blackening
bitch,
my
dude.
insides. The world beyond that chalice vanished. Nothing had any matter or consequence once I heard its words. All I wanted to do was obey its every command. I wanted to devote everything I was to it. I took the chalice. It was ice to the touch, as if it was pulled from the depths of the Arctic before being placed in my hand. The candle flames were white in color. The gold cup glistened against their glow. The chants from the congregation boiled into a synchronous shout. Their passion warmed me further. It fueled my desire to worship and obey. I shall, I whispered. My acceptance invited my God's hand. Palm to the heavens and pointed fingertips rested delicately in a row. My son was still resting on my hips. His poor body crumpled at my side, resting the beautiful soul buried within. The hand of God beckoned for him, offered to mold the body in the image of the soul. I handed him my son. The hand grew to accommodate his small frame. My son now in its possession. My destiny lied within a cup. God's fingers wrapped around Alan. A cup filled with ichor of his blessing, filled with a life void of imperfections. My hand raised my son to the ceiling, my lips pursed around the rim of the cup,
Simba.
warming the frozen rim. I opened my eyes to watch the ichor roll to my lips. The divine chants boomed from the crowd. God's jaws opened to the size of my son. I met myself at the rim of the chalice. The ichor was still in that moment. Plastered on its surface was a shot as imperfect as a shot could be. Tears had been leaking from my eyes without my knowledge, eyes that saw the truth once and allowed it to muddy before them, muddied in a milky haze, the eyes of Belle. In an instant, the burning white candles became their dying selves once more. The sweet smell of fruit turned to a suffocating, damp rot, and the God I had just offered my son to turned to the monster I knew it to be. Without hesitation, I splashed the being with the ichor of my cup. The liquid kicked steam into the air at contact with the being's flesh. A screech that pierced my eardrums cut from the depths of the creature before its black form receded to the shadows on the floor and darted into the back room. My son plummeted from the ceiling. I dashed to him in a panic, stretching my arms out to save him from the harsh wood below. The sound silenced the room. Even flames of the candle ceased their flickering. Only my breath could be heard. I could feel a heavy weight in my arms. His weight. Alan was safe. I held him close to my chest, thankful for his safety. Elaine ran to us and wrapped us both in an embrace, truly together for the first time. A scream only born of pure anguish broke through the air. Pastor Madison rushed to a figure sprawled onto the floor where the being once stood. He fell to his knees and scooped the figure into his grasp. It was a boy. At one point it was a boy. A boy no older than 2, judging by the tiny, severely decayed body. Patches of bone poked through the rotted flesh at its chin, brow, and forehead. An arm was snapped from its body on collision. The clothes tattered over the boy were stained the color of liquefied death, yet the pastor mourned him as though his death was fresh. Stroking the remaining hairs that clung to its scalp, watching them fall onto his palm. A father in need of a son, holding the body in need of a soul. I took Elaine by the hand and carried Alan down the aisle to the exit.
You took my daughter! Now you bring my son to me! That's my boy in that disgusting body! His soul belongs to my boy!
The pastor shouted through the sorrow in his throat, his final plea to an empty church. His congregation undoubtedly shriveled at the bottom of the well. His faith finally lost. 2 weeks after the festival, the moon ushered in another day. I gave Elaine a kiss and offered to take Alan to bed so she could rest after her first shift back at the hospital. I took Alan up the stairs, listening to their joyous creaks. He was as beautiful as he'd always been. I was grateful every night that I could see it. He was a little fussy still, so I decided to calm him with a story. However, before I could rifle through the books on his shelf, I no longer heard him. The fussing required more energy than he had in his little body, and he rested. His chest delicately pulsed. I could hear the slight hiss of air passing through his nose. I placed my hand on the crown of his head and rubbed his forehead with my thumb. As I eased him into a comfortable sleep, I heard a tune, a familiar tune sung in the chirps of birds. Standing on the windowsill was a vocalist singing its haunting song, a vibrant cardinal pecking at the berries that were never there.
And that was The Dark Somnium. Now, next we're going on to Lighthouse Horror. That is Lighthouse Space Horror. It was about 17 hours ago.
If you've been getting scam texts like these,
You suck.
it means your data was probably leaked.
17
online
hours
somewhere.
ago.
Most of you can probably spot.
From right now. But by the time you read it, it's going to be out for a bit. It'll have already been seen by a good amount of people. And hopefully more people will go and check out his shit if they see this. So, just saying.
I've always had a thing for bringing old stuff back to life. It's kind of my superpower, you know? Give me a crusty old painting or a busted up sculpture, and I'll make it shine like new. That's my job as a conservator. Breathing new life into antiques that most people would write off as junk. So when I got a call from this fancy gallery owner downtown, I was stoked. Big opportunity, he said. Something special that needed my magic touch. I could almost see my wallet all fat and happy. I headed over to the gallery that afternoon, eager to check out what they had for me. The owner, a guy named Mike, with a suit probably worth more than my car,
Damn.
led me to a back room. And there it was, this massive mirror that looked like it'd seen better days.
Josis
Holy
Ligai
crap.
4231 joined the realm.
The thing was huge, easily 7 feet tall, and a bit over 5 feet across. The frame was all intricate carvings, but years of neglect had left it looking sad and faded. Mike cleared his throat. This piece is quite the history, Jack. It's believed to be from the late 17th century.
Josis Ligai 4231 is sleeping in a bed. To skip to dawn, one more users need to sleep in beds at the same time.
Many times over the centuries, he said. I nodded, already mapping out the restoration in my head. Huh. Any idea how it ended up here?
Respawn point set.
I asked.
Respawn point set.
It was part of a private collection in New Orleans, Mike began. The owner passed away, and we acquired it at an auction. We're planning a special exhibit, but... He gestured at the mirror's sorry state. Say no more, I said, grinning. I'll have this baby looking brand new in no time. We hammered out the details, and I promised to return first thing in the morning to get started.
I just threw fish at him.
As I left the gallery, I couldn't shake this weird feeling. It felt way too good to be true. I had some skin in the game, sure, but I had never gotten an opportunity this big before. But hey, that was tomorrow's problem. For now, I was just psyched about landing such a sweet gig. I rolled up to the gallery bright and early the next morning. I was ready to work some magic on that monster mirror. Mike let me in, showed me to the workroom they had set up for me, and then left me to it. And I got to work, carefully cleaning the frame and assessing the damage. It was tedious stuff, but I was in the zone. That is, until I caught a glimpse of something weird in the mirror's reflection.
Aww.
At first, I thought it was just seeing things. Maybe it was just a trick of the light or my eyes playing tricks on me after staring at intricate details for hours. But no, something was definitely off. The room reflected in a mirror. It wasn't the same as the one I was standing in. Sure, the basic layout was there, but everything looked off. I rubbed my eyes and looked again. Yep, still there. But that wasn't the part that bothered me. When I moved, my reflection moved too. But it looked different. My clothes were all in tatters. And my face, it was me, but not me. Older, thinner. My eyes were just plain black pools. No eye whites, no nothing. I backed away from the mirror. What the hell? I muttered. Just then, I saw movement in the reflection. A large figure stalked past while walking on 4 legs. It sure as hell didn't look like an animal. But when I spun around to look at the real doorway, there was nobody there. I turned back to the mirror, and that thing was gone. But now the room in the reflection looked different again. Darker, dirtier, with flickering candlelight instead of the bright lights overhead. My hands were shaking as I set down my tools. This was way beyond my pay grade. I mean, restoring antiques? No problem. Dealing with some kind of freaky mirror, that wasn't in my job description. I needed a break. I needed to clear my head and figure out what the hell was going on. But things just got worse from that point on. I tried
I
to
make some
forget
macaroni and
whenever I'd
cheese with
seen
ramen
and
noodles. It's
focus on
delicious.
my work. I even felt proud of myself when I made it
Can
I
you
downed
summon
a
it
few
too?
beers when I got home, and I tried to convince myself that it was all in my head. But I knew this gig was far from over. The next morning, I dragged myself back to the gallery. Mike was there, all smiles and coffee breath. So, Jack, how's our star attraction coming along? He asked. It took a few seconds for me to answer. I wasn't sure if I should tell him about the freaky stuff I saw. How do you even start that conversation without sounding completely crazy? Actually, Mike, you ever noticed anything weird about this mirror? I asked. He raised an eyebrow. Weird? What do you mean? He said. I swept a hand through my hair. You know, like, reflections that don't match up. Or, yeah, the things that shouldn't be there. I said. Mike chuckled. Looks like someone's been working too hard. What? You think we're turning into the Smithsonian here? Are the exhibits coming to life? He said. Of course he wouldn't buy it. I forced a laugh, but it sounded hollow even to me. Yeah, right. I don't know, I guess it's just the stress talking. I replied. He clapped me on the shoulder. Take it easy, champ. We need that mirror ready, not you losing your marbles, he said, as he laughed once more. As Mike left, I turned back to the mirror. Everything looked normal. My reflection was just me this time. No creepy eyes, no weird rooms. You could not imagine how relieved that made me feel. Yeah, maybe it was my nerves. I should really cut down on the drinking. I got to work, feeling the tension slowly leave my body. The hours passed, and as the afternoon light started to fade, I decided to call it a day. I was just about to throw the drop cloth over the mirror when I heard it. Whispers. At first, I thought it was just the AC kicking in, or maybe someone in the hallway. But no, there couldn't have been anyone else at closing time, and visitors weren't allowed into the workrooms. No, the whispers, they were coming from the mirror. It sounded like an awful lot of people, too. I froze, the cloth still in my hands. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. I couldn't make out words, but the tone, it was urgent, pleading, enough to make my skin crawl. My hands shook as I lowered the cloth. I couldn't help but look in the mirror before I did. Bad idea. The mirror's surface rippled, and I saw the reflections move. They were fuzzy at first, but they became clearer as they got closer. More than a dozen faces stared back at me, all with those same black, empty eyes I'd seen in my own reflection yesterday. They pressed against the glass. Their mouths opened and moved in sync with the whispers. I stumbled backward. My heart was pounding so fast, I thought it might burst out of my chest. Was this actually happening? As my back hit the wall, the whispers started to merge. I could clearly hear them now. Help us, Jack. Set us free. The voices sounded like they were asking for help, but they sounded so empty, like a record playing on repeat. I bolted from the room, not stopping until I was out on the street and gasping for air. At this point, I was more than convinced that I wasn't just imagining things. I knew that if I brought this up with Mike again, He'd think I'd gone too mental to finish the job, and bills don't pay for themselves. Mike wasn't around to greet me with his usual smile. His assistant was the one who opened the gallery and workroom for me. They were already starting to set up the exhibit. I could see the paintings and statues being set up in the showroom. The banner was hung up on the wall. I needed to pick up the pace. I wasn't the only worker around that day either. I passed by a smaller room, and I saw a couple of others working on a few artifacts. A man and a woman. We introduced ourselves. I learned they were from another studio across town. Mike hired them to deal with the smaller pieces. We made small talk, then went back to minding our own business. I gotta admit, for once I was feeling jealous that they were doing less important jobs. I mean, they weren't the ones looking at a huge and cursed object. I took a deep breath before slowly opening the workroom door, my eyes never leaving that mirror. I couldn't hear the whispers from yesterday. Good, that was good. I walked up to it and slowly peeled away the cloth, making sure it was an arm's length away from me. I looked and sighed with relief. It was just my own face staring back at me. A normal reflection. Oh, thank God, I thought. It looked like I didn't have anything to worry about. For now. One of the workers came in to say hello during lunch. He whistled, looking at the huge mirror, and wished me luck. He told me he was a fan of really big antiques and would drop by again later to have a closer look. Hey, Jack, mind if I take a quick look at that beauty before you cover it up? The guy asked. I hesitated, glancing at the mirror nervously. But everything seemed normal, and I didn't want to seem paranoid. Besides, it was just a quick look, right? Yeah, go ahead. I just gotta toss some trash out, I replied. They nodded eagerly and stepped into the room. I grabbed the bag of trash I'd filled and headed for the dumpster outside. And the whole time, I couldn't help but feel that something was about to go wrong. When I got back inside, I bumped into the female worker. She was already on her way out, hauling the tool bag over her shoulder. She must have had one look at the mirror and called it a day. The guy wasn't with her. I thought he'd already finished by now. Hey, where's your partner? I asked. She pointed towards my workroom. I checked my watch. It was way past 5 p.m. I hurried back to the room, and as I approached, I could hear the whispers. Hell, they were even louder this time. It was happening again. I burst through the door and froze. The man was standing in front of a mirror, his hand pressed against the glass. But his reflection, it wasn't him. It was one of those faces I'd seen yesterday, with those black, empty eyes, and it was smiling. Hey man, you okay? I called out. He didn't respond. He just stood there, staring into that god-awful mirror. The whispering got louder. I took a step closer. Dude, seriously, get away from that mirror, I said. And that's when I saw it. His hand wasn't just I tried to pull him back. He turned to look at me, and his head twisted unnaturally. He smiled. "Join us, Jack," he said, in a voice that sounded like 1,000 whispers. "Set us free." The worker, or whatever was possessing him, took a step towards me. Behind him, I saw hands pressed against the mirror's glass, like they were trying to escape. I backed away. "Okay, come on, man, you're seriously freaking me out," I said. He was getting way too close now and reaching for me. Then I blanked out. Maybe it was the panic or the adrenaline, but before I knew it, my fist was flying straight for his jaw. He staggered back for a second. He had a look of surprise. It almost looked like he was going to snap out of it. But I was not sticking around to find out. I grabbed my bag and I got the hell out of there. I didn't stop to see if he was okay. I could still hear the whispers behind me. As I ran, I almost bumped into the other worker. She'd been waiting for the other guy. She asked me if her partner was done. I tried to play it cool. Yeah, he's still checking out the mirror. He said you can go on without him. I said. She looked confused for a moment. Then she shrugged it off, muttering that her partner was probably nerding out. He'd always been crazy about really old things. I watched her leave. I made sure she was safe and out of the gallery before I even thought about leaving myself. The whole thing with her partner, it freaked me out. I didn't know what the hell was going on with that mirror, but I sure as hell didn't want to find out the hard way. Before I left, I went back to the mirror to see if I could help the man. But he was gone.
Gone?
The next day came, and I dragged myself back to the gallery. Apparently he was busy. Great. The other two were already hard at work in the smaller rooms, heads down and focused. The guy was back, and it seemed like he was okay. No creepy expressions or weird behavior from yesterday. And thank God, the mirror itself was okay too. Just a regular old mirror, reflecting the room around it like any other one. I spent the day carefully restoring the frame. I didn't bother looking directly at the mirror's surface. The exhibit deadline was approaching, and I had no choice but to stay past 5 p.m. if I hoped to make it on time. As the hours crawled by, my nerves started to nag at me again. It would be dark soon. I forced my hands to work faster, to help with whatever scratches or cuts I got from it. I was so focused on my work that I almost didn't hear the footsteps behind me. I turned, expecting to see Mike or maybe one of the gallery assistants. Instead, it was the pair of workers standing side by side in the doorway. "Hey, Jack," the mail restorer said, his voice oddly flat. I nodded, trying to keep my tone casual. "Oh, hey guys, what's up?" I asked. They didn't answer right away. They simply stared at me, like I was one of the paintings on exhibit. "Just checking in," the woman said. Her voice sounded hollow. "Yeah, well, everything's good," I replied. I'm just finishing up." They hung around the doorway for a moment longer, then turned and walked away without a
Josis
word.
Ligai 4231 left the realm.
What the hell was going on with those two? I glanced at the mirror. expecting to see something strange. But it was just the same old room, the same old me staring back. I shook my head and continued working. I only had a little more to do, and then I was out of here. I must have been too busy to hear the footsteps again. I realized I wasn't alone when I looked at the time. 6 p.m. I glanced over my shoulder, and I saw the 2 workers there again. They looked pretty normal. "Oh, hey, you guys done with your work?" I asked. No answer. I stopped wiping the mirror's frame and looked up. Their mouths opened wide, as if they were trying to talk, but there was no sound coming out. And then their faces started to twist. I finally got a good look at them. They weren't wearing the same frightened looks they had in the mirror, but their eyes, they were pitch black, just like the version of myself I saw days ago. I stumbled back. The whispering started again. "Help us, Jack. Set us free," they said. And
Another
then the
really
guy
bad
lunged
recall.
at me. The woman was coming closer too. They grabbed me and pinned me against the mirror. And I felt the glass start to give, like I was sinking into it. I barely got away and beelined for the exit. The gallery was already dark, except for a few dim lights. My legs ached, but I didn't stop. "Wait, Jack," the whispers again. And then I saw someone walk out from the side gallery. "Mike?" I said, relief washing over me. "Thank God, something is seriously wrong in there," I continued. Mike looked at me with the tilt of his head. "Wrong? What do you mean, Jack?" I glanced back over my shoulder. The workers were getting closer to us. "Those 2, they're not right, man. Something's off about them. They tried to..." Mike interrupted me. "Tried to what, Jack?" he asked. They tried to push me into the damn mirror. Look, okay, I know it sounds crazy, but the mirror is not what it looks like." He just looked at me for a moment, his expression unreadable. "Oh, I see," he said. "What do you mean, you see? We gotta get the hell out of here."
What do you mean you see?
I urged. "But Jack, you haven't finished the job yet, have you?" Mike replied calmly. "The mirror, Jack, it needs to be fully restored. Only then can they come out properly." I was confused. What the hell was he talking about? They. Who's they? I asked. Mike sighed. "They're old friends of mine, Jack. They've been using that mirror for a long, long time. I'm what you call a middleman, you see. I give the mirror the publicity it needs. Clients come and buy them. It gives them the chance to find new homes, to come out, find themselves proper vessels to live in this world. The clients eventually, well, should I say they become a different person?" I realized what he was saying. It sounded crazy, but I realized
You
what
stay
he
the
was trying
fuck
to
over
say.
there.
Those friends of his steal people's bodies. They replace them, and then they walk around wearing their victim's skin, living their lives in our world. I looked behind me. The 2 workers were closer now. "They're already gone, aren't they?" I asked. Yes, Jack. They were drawn in, just like you could have been. Whenever a client dies, you see, the mirror comes back to me. I restore it, and then I sell it off again. It's all part of the natural cycle, he said. My mind reeled. You've been doing this for centuries? I asked. He smiled at that. Oh, no. Much longer than that, Jack. Much longer. I backed away from him. I have to go. I can't. I won't be a part of this, I said. But Mike continued. Oh, but you already are, son. Now you have to finish the job. I paid you well, didn't I? It slowly came out. It was walking on all fours. Mike grinned at me. I turned to run, but teeth dug into my shoulder. Oh, you can't leave until you're done, Jack, Mike said. The creature from the mirror grunted and began to walk back to where the workroom was. I could see a smeared trail of blood as it dragged me back across the floor. Back in the workroom, the creature dropped me in front of the mirror. Mike and the two workers were waiting, and they just stared at me. Mike held out my tools. Finish it, son, he said. I held my shoulder. I could feel the blood seeping through my shirt. My mind raced, desperately thinking of a way out. If I finished the mirror, things would be much worse. Talking would be useless. Running was also pointless. The thing would just drag me back again. Could I fight? I don't know, maybe it would buy me time. Okay, I said. Okay, I'll do it. I took the tools from Mike, my hand shaking. I knelt in front of the mirror, pretending to focus on the restoration. My mind churned, thinking about my options. I could try to stall for time, work slowly, and hope for an opening. Maybe there was something in the room I could use as a weapon. No, bad idea. Not with that thing lurking around. The others watched me. Mike stood behind them, his smile widening as he watched me work. Good boy. Just a little more, he said. I forced myself to work as slowly as possible. The mirror seemed to pulse with this dark energy, almost as if it knew what I was doing. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. Set us free. Finish the job. If I could just find a way to disrupt this ritual or whatever it was, maybe I could break their hold on me. I picked up a small chisel. If I could get close enough to Mike, then maybe. But before I could act, one of the workers stepped forward. You're stalling, Jack, he said. I turned then, and I swung the chisel at his face. I didn't waste a second. I lunged toward Mike with the chisel raised. But he was faster than he looked. He dodged my attack and grabbed my wrist. The other guy took over, and he slammed me into the glass. The mirror rippled under my skin, and I felt myself start to sink again. My hands gripped the mirror's frame, trying to keep myself from sinking completely. I only had one idea. It was a gamble, but it was all I had. I threw my full weight behind me, pushing against the man with everything I had. It must have caught him off guard. His grip loosened. and we both fell backwards. I was already sunk wrist deep into the mirror, so as I fell, I pulled the huge thing along. It slowly tilted forward. I knew what was about to happen, and I knew it would hurt me more. But at that moment, I didn't care. The mirror had to go. The last thing I saw was the mirror falling over us. I heard Mike scream in anger as everything around me exploded in shattered metal and glass. I must have blacked out, because when I opened my eyes again, it was morning. I looked around, and the room was empty. No people, no glass, no old broken mirror. I was not back to normal, though. I was beat to shit. Blood covered my shirt. The back of my head hurt like hell, and it felt like my shoulder was broken. I didn't want to go explore the place for more information. I just wanted to get the hell out of there. I just wanted this to be over.
Over.
Shortly after the incident, I moved far away from that.
Far away.
I moved on.
Greg.
I got a part-time job which was bring and selling antiques.
Cheeks.
But I didn't care anymore. Money didn't have the same allure to me that it used to. I was just happy to be alive and to be far away from whatever the hell that mirror had been. I don't know what happened to the others. To Mike, to the two workers, to the poor souls trapped in the mirror. And part of me doesn't want to. What I do know is that there are evil things out there that cannot be explained. Old things. Maybe the mirror's gone, and whatever ritual or curse it was is broken. Maybe I got lucky, and I defeated something way out of my league. I don't know. All I know is that if you ever find an old mirror and you see something else staring back at you, don't get a closer look. Don't touch the glass. Just run.
Thank you, Mr. Lighthouseor.
Hey, I hope you enjoyed the video. Special thanks to all my patrons. If you'd like to become a supporter and get the audiobook early access version of upcoming stories, there's a link to my Patreon below. Thanks for watching, and have a good night.
Oh, fuck, he does the same thing I do. Wait, not quite, but shut up. Mine's a little different.
Is there actually any animals able to hunt orcas? Orcas are known to be the biggest menace of the seven seas, with good reason, as they have been documented jumping into the mouths of massive whales, only to eat their freaking tongue right in front of their poor little offspring. They are also known to send huge amounts of sharks to the shallow realm, and even great whites, only to eat their yummy, soft livers. Now, this begs the question, is there really any creature out there that is powerful enough to hunt and take down orcas? Well, absolutely not. These monsters do not only have the size to their advantage, but they are almost always in larger groups. In addition to that, their intelligence is unmatched by any other sea creature. Orcas are basically the apex predator of the entire ocean. There is only one creature I think could possibly come out victorious, and that's the colossal squid. The only problem is that these monsters live over 6,500 feet or 2,000 meters below the surface, and the deepest an orca has been recorded is around 900 feet or 274 meters. And there is only one predator known to actually hunt colossal squids, and that's the Giga Chad sperm whale. Is there actually any animals able to hunt orcas?
Fucking Giga Chad sperm whale.
Heart-stopping moment, a swimmer came face to face with a pair of killer whales. Steve Morris was coming to the end of a dip in the Bay of Plenty, New Zealand, when he spotted a pod of 8 orca nearby. Incredible footage shows one of the apex predators suddenly appearing from the water and looking right at the 46-year-old before slipping by within arm's length of him. Orcas are generally not considered a significant threat to humans in the wild. There have been very killer whales may exhibit curiosity towards boats and humans in the water, but generally do not pose a direct threat. Like this pair who only came to say hello.
They're really like, bro, what the fuck are you doing?
Heart-stopping moment a swimmer came
What the
to.
dude doing?
This is where my father is. Froze himself because he was sick and there was no cure. Ah, what the heck you both, Dad? These are your great-grandsons.
Christmas Eve. Where are the kids? I know where mine is. Where's that? He took the boys out. How could he be such a cool grandfather when he's such a lousy father? People learn from their mistakes, and your father made so many mistakes. Wow, this place hasn't changed a bit. Was my dad here?
Yeah, since you don't drink, he just comes here to see Lenny and Carl. If you're looking for your dad, he took the kids to see his dad.
Thanks.
I don't see what's great about him. And Homer, you're still a big disappointment.
Why did you bring us here, Homer?
To prove a point, everyone thinks their dad is here. When you get older, you realize how much you love him. Your dad may be a little immature, but I know he loves you. This is where my...
Damn. Okay, I'm going back to the stories as well. This next one is by Insomnia Stories. I do believe it is an AI, actually.
Last year, I managed to scrape together a 6-week vacation. It started in late June and went all the way through July.
Okay, maybe not.
It took a lot of overtime and saving up, but it was gonna be a magical time. I bought a new car and was gonna drive state by state to visit friends and family. You know, the aunts and uncles you haven't seen for a decade, the cousins, the childhood friends. I had it all planned out. 5 days before the vacation started, those plans changed. I was coming back from lunch and a sedan blasted through a red light as I crossed the road. It clipped my left side, snapping my knee and shin bone. Did some pretty nasty damage to my left elbow as well. So all my packed bags were abandoned in the hall, and my new car was left to collect pollen dust in the driveway. It took me an entire afternoon just to call everyone and cancel on them, one by one by one. Maybe next year, right? So my magical summer was turned into an involuntary staycation. I live in a townhouse. Great location. About a 10-minute walk off Main Street. The house is split into 3 parts, each one a separate space. I lived on the top floor, 3 rooms and a kitchen. Not much, but space.
You know what?
There's an identical setup for the space on the ground floor, but that place hasn't been rented out in 2 years. The townhouse is constructed in a way that the various floors are independent of one another and have their own entrances, making it a sort of apartment complex in a way. There's also a smaller space in the basement. 1 room, 1 kitchen, a bathroom. It was supposed to be used
Fucking
as a
Dickless
temporary
Wonder.
space for the landlord's kid, but they found some serious water damage and had to do some work on it. They figured they might as well do some touch-up on the plumbing as well. All this work, of course, coincided with my staycation. So, not only was I supposed to stay at home for weeks on end, but I also had to do so to the sound of constant machines. Jackhammers, concrete saws, cars going in and out of the driveway all day long. After just 1 day, I could tell exactly what sound came from what machine. We also have this security system. If the door has been closed more than 10 minutes, it locks up, and you have to input a code to get the warning beep to stop. That warning beep went off at least 2 times every hour. I could hear that goddamn beeping in my nightmares. I tried to make it work.
I got some ear protectors and tried to stream some shows with subtitles, but I could still feel the shaking. Temperatures were just south of 100 degrees, but I couldn't open the windows, or the construction sound would just get amplified. So I was stuck inside, in complete and absolute misery, with nothing but this droning machine torture as company for weeks on end. All the while...
Ugh, what? That's crazy. Damn, bro, that's crazy. Tell me more. Maggie! Maggie! We do this every fucking day. Stop it. Stop. Maggie! Maggie? Maggie. Stop. No. Maggie, no. Maggie, no. Maggie! Maggie! I'm gonna fucking throw something at you. Come here. Come. Dingus, get in here. Sit. You're not in trouble. Just stay. Maggie, get in your fucking bed. Get in your bed. Go to bed. No, no. Maggie, go to bed. You stay there and think about what you did. I don't know why the fuck you're so obnoxious. You'd see him every fucking day! No reason for you to be fucking barking at people that I have clearly interacted with. Unless I fucking sit there and go, oh shit, this fucking guy. There's never a single day I can go without getting irritated by something. And right now, it's fucking Maggie over there checking out the door again. Stop it. By the way, good boy, Dingus. Good freaking boy. Eh? Where? What the Sigma? What the fuck? What? Make me a little spot to see it. Bro, what the ligma? Damn, bro, that's crazy. Hmm. Mm, maybe. Then again, maybe not. Nah. Nah. Do stone. Stone bricks. Crazy.
It's Squibby join the realm.
It's Bubby joined the realm. Nice. Damn, bro, that's crazy.
Oh, right, I was doing nothing.
I could see my packed bags waiting for me by the door, with nowhere to go. I could barely move. With some effort, I could make it to the bathroom, kitchen, and then back to bed. I had a friend of mine come by with some groceries about every third day, but most of the time I was on my own. I would count the minutes until the repairman clocked out. That was my only time of day to get some actual rest, and to watch something with the sound on. It was one of those nights when I was up re-watching The Sopranos, when I heard yet another car come up the driveway. It was somewhere around 11 p.m. As soon as I heard that grating motor, I got this Pavlovian response to cover my ears. It was just a car, but after living through nothing but construction noises all day, I couldn't bear the thought of the slightest inconvenience in the after hours. I hobbled over to my window, ready to get into a scream fest. If I heard a single bang of a hammer, I'd be filing a noise complaint. I was on edge, and frankly, exhausted. Just standing up, even with a cast, felt like having glass shuffled around inside my broken leg. And the itching. Gotta ignore the itching. But when I got to the window, I saw something I wasn't prepared for.
Gotta ignore the itching.
One of the repairmen had brought his private pickup. He'd brought his teenage son along. Together, they started unloading what looked to be about 20 pounds of planting soil, a box of candles, and about a dozen of arm-length lead pipes. I was dumbfounded. I'd been readying myself to get into a screaming match, but now I was just confused. They went into the basement in waves, carrying everything inside. Then they just stayed down there for some time, at least 2 hours, maybe more. I watched them as they left. They seemed excited. The son was moving back and forth, making wild gestures, and the dad kept smiling and nodding. When they drove away, they turned up the music and kept the windows rolled down. They were having a little party of their own. The next day, no one showed up. It was a Wednesday, and they should have been there, but no one came. All the tools were left outside. They were far from done. The driveway was a mess, and there was plenty of work to be done. Still, I couldn't complain about having a quiet afternoon for the first time in literal weeks. I spent the day without my ear protectors, rewatching all the Jurassic Park movies. That night, 2 cars pulled into the driveway. The guy with the pickup from the previous night and an old mud-colored sedan. 4 people in total, none of which I recognized. 2 guys, 2 women, all of them somewhere in their 40s and 50s. I couldn't see what they brought, but it was entire bags and boxes full of stuff. The only thing I could recognize was a handful of royal blue plastic tarps and rope. They were down there for hours. I hobbled over to my front door to listen to what they were doing, but all I could hear was speech and a little cheer every now and then. At one point, someone exclaimed something, and the others laughed. It sounded like they were having a good time. I didn't like it, not one bit. They didn't leave until about 3 in the morning. I heard them get into their cars, laughing all the way. I was tired enough to almost fall asleep standing up at that point, but I decided to do something. I wanted to know what was going on. It took a lot of effort just to convince myself to try. I had my phone with me just in case. A wrong step could send me right back to the emergency room. I got out the front door, hobbled my way to the ground floor, and all the way up the side of the house to the basement entrance. It took me about 15 minutes. The basement had been locked up for the night, but my front door keys could open the lock for both the ground floor and the basement. Perks of having a lazy landlord. The lock clicked open. More stairs. The ceiling light didn't work, but there was a large flashlight right by the entrance. I grabbed it and continued downward. The air was damp with smells, mostly soil, but also dust and plastic. The space wasn't supposed to be very large, but they dug out a massive chunk of ground. It didn't take much effort to see that something wasn't right, though. The entire concrete floor had been ripped open. This was probably part of fixing the water damage. They'd covered the raw dirt with blue plastic tarps, and then started to fill it with planting soil. Along the edges of the dugout hole were lead pipes. They'd been driven into the ground and had a candle placed atop, like standing torches. 12 of them in total, in a perfect circle. And in the middle of that circle was a safe. It was this massive iron box, like some turn-of-the-century level thing, as tall as a small child. It was balancing in the middle of the room, on top of a flat rock, the only space that hadn't been dug out. The safe seemed brand new, like it had been polished and cleaned. It looked like the crew had started to just dig out the floor, but as soon as they encountered this, they'd excavated it completely. There was a ladder leading down into the hole, but I couldn't use it. Not in my condition. I remember just standing there with flashlight in hand, not knowing what would pop up in front of me next.
I'm gonna actually kill this guy if he doesn't stop.
There were little details all over the place. An empty wine bottle in the corner, little holes in the dirt where seeds had been planted, a watering can by the edge of the stairs. There were blankets covering the edge of the hole, making it easier to sit by. Not that I would. I also noticed cigarettes, a radio, and batteries. Candles everywhere. In the exposed pipes, on the floor, on boxes lined against the walls. Everywhere. I tried to make sense of it. Whatever they were doing down there wasn't part of the job. Still, I had a hard time figuring out what exactly they were up to. Hello? The voice was distant, yet clear. I got the mental image of a flower bursting through concrete, something making its way through a barrier, but there was no question about it. It was coming from the safe. I think it was a woman. I'm sorry, are you new here? I leaned against one of the beams for support and fixed the flashlight on the safe. It was large, but not large enough to fit in an adult woman, unless she was crammed in there. I was having a hard time seeing how a voice could come out of it, so I brought out my phone to record it. Hello, hi, can you hear me? I caught it on tape and played it back to myself to make sure I wasn't imagining things. I saved the recording. It's a bit quiet, so I enhanced it. You can check it out for yourself if you want, but there's a lot of static. Finally, I decided to speak up. Yeah, I'm here, I said. I hear you. Oh, hi, it said. I'm sure this must all be a bit confusing. Concerning, yes, I said, not sure what to make of it. I pulled out a wicker chair from the corner of the room and sat down. I placed the flashlight on a box, keeping it fixed on the safe. I'm sure it looks quite strange, but you're free to leave at any time. I would certainly hope so. Let's try this again, it said. I'm Angela. No need to tell me your name. I already know it. I've seen a lot of people come down here for the past few days, I said. It's strange. It's mostly harmless fun, Angela said. But yes, I can see how that might be alarming. Yeah, I nodded. Not a lot of people come by construction sites to hang out. Depends. If your favorite band were playing here, you might want to go. Sure, but they're not. They could be. I leaned forward, giving the strange safe another look. I couldn't see any markings. The numbered wheel on the front looked blank. I could show you if you want, Angela said, but I need your consent. Your consent to what exactly? To show you why people come to stay with me, but I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. Will it hurt? Not at all. All right then. In the blink of an eye, I felt the wind rush towards me. The brightness of the flashlight extended to a wide-open, sunlit afternoon. I heard a roaring engine, and I could feel the smooth texture of leather against the back of my naked legs. As I opened my eyes, I was somewhere else. It was an open highway, a sunny day, with wind rustling my hair. I was in a car, an open convertible. An old friend of mine was driving. I was in the back seat with my high school sweetheart. I could feel the condensation from an ice-cold bottle in my hand and the warm wetness of a kiss on my cheek. A whiff of her intoxicating shampoo. This wasn't
Axel 3981
happening right now. Mind if I turn up the bass? My friend called out. Don't want to listen to you make out all day. I immediately lost all reservations. I forgot about everything. I spent hours, maybe an entire day, just hanging out with my old friends. I was younger, stronger, happier, not a care in the world. Money in my pocket, a pep in my step, not a single cloud on an open sky. It wasn't just pleasant, it was beautiful, heavenly. We had drinks and dinner at a great barbecue place, found a neat motel just as we thought about calling it quits for the night. Every sensation filled me with joy, warm kisses, cold drinks, a hug from an old friend. It bolstered me, strengthened me. Then it faded away, sand running through the fingers of my mind. And there I was, with a broken leg in a dusty, broken-up basement. I'd been gone no more than 30 minutes, even though it felt like an entire day. "Are you okay?" Angela asked. I didn't know how to feel. It was strange being back, but all the sensations I had experienced still burned in me. I could feel it in my skin, in my mind. It was amazing. "I think I'm good," I said. "I don't know what to say." "I suppose you want an explanation." "Yeah, that'd be great." For the next hour or so, Angela told me a story. Back in the day, that safe was just a peculiar thing. It was made back in the times of the Old West, and they'd cast it from a strange metal they'd found in a drained lake. It was supposed to be used as part of a bank vault, but they noticed the money inside would be slightly changed. At first, it had just changed the value printed on the bills, but over time the changes would become more drastic. Some money would be turned into flowers, silver would turn to glass. There were seemingly no rules, except that things would change. So, in one of many grueling cruelties of the Old West, someone decided to stick a child in there, hence Angela. Ever since, the safe has been closed. Not even Angela can open it. She grew up in a space where there was no need for nourishment, sleep, or breathing. All she knew was the darkness of that alien box, keeping her in some kind of suspended animation. "I've dreamt about the outside," she said. "I've dreamt about it for so long. Can't we just let you out?" "It won't open. It can't. And even if it did, I'm pretty sure that'd kill me." "So you're just stuck in there forever?" "It's not all bad," she said. "I can go wherever, be whoever I want. The only world I've ever known is the one where you close your eyes and just live. And I can share that experience with you, my friends on the outside." I mean, I've never experienced something like that, I admitted. But this seems incredible. Shouldn't we call someone? Do something? "I suppose you could," she said. "Maybe the police, or your landlord, maybe a great scientist. But who's to say they won't put me somewhere bad, or use me for something sinister?" "How do you know I won't do that?" I said. "I'm not better than anyone else." "I'm a pretty good judge of character," said Angela, "and I think the two of us will get along just fine." We chatted for another 30 minutes, just small talk about everyday life, my job, my relationships, my dreams and hopes. She was very curious and supportive. When I finally had to leave to get some sleep, I couldn't help but long to be back. But before I left, Angela stopped me. "Next time, won't you bring me something?" she said. "It feels good when things change. That's why they bring things here. A poster, maybe some crayons to draw on the walls." "Why?" I asked. "It's the safe. It needs things to change. If they don't, it sort of lulls itself to sleep, bringing me along." "So you need an offering?" "No, nothing like that. Nothing dramatic. Just something that changes the space, makes it look different or feel different." "I'll think about it." The following day, the construction noises were back with a vengeance. Louder, seemingly random, and non-stop. They'd brought in not only concrete saws and jackhammers, but also a small wood chipper. I was exhausted from the previous night, and spent most of the day just trying to keep my eyes shut. But there was something else as well. I didn't want to get up. I wanted to stay in bed and dream myself back to that impossible day. The wind in my hair, the open road, all worries so far behind we couldn't see them in the rearview mirror. The real world felt cold to me. Awkward, like a cocoon wrapped around a struggling insect, yearning to fly free. That night, I skipped dinner and went straight for the basement. I was halfway out the door when I stopped to consider Angela's wish, that I bring something. I considered skipping it, but there was that tiny part of me that feared that if I did, she might not show me that magical space again. But if I did, I was subjecting myself to her wish. Then again, it was up to me. I could make my own choices. I decided to bring her an empty flower pot. The plant in it had long since died, and I didn't have a use for it anyway. She seemed to like flowers and dirt, so why the hell not? But the basement door was already open. This time, I wasn't alone. There were 2 repairmen down there, along with 3 random strangers. All the candles were lit, casting a warm light across the room, making the shadows dance on the walls. They were all lying on the floor, some inside the pit with the safe, others on the concrete floor. They looked like they were sleeping, twitching, grunting a word every now and then, little chuckles, sighs of relaxation, like the strangest slumber party I'd ever seen. The wicker chair I sat in the previous night was waiting for me. "I'm glad you came back," said Angela. "Thank you for the gift. I figured you'd like it, seeing as you have potting soil and all that." I looked around.
Axel 3981 is sleeping in a bed. To skip to dawn, 2 more users need to sleep in beds at the same time.
Only sober guy at a party. "Why do you do this?" I asked. "What's in it for you?" "I get to live it with you," Angela said, "and I can't do it alone." "But what's the point?" I asked. "It's all fake." "What's the point of any experience in the end?" she asked. "It all goes away with us." "Sure, but with that point of view, nothing matters. So let's make the best of it while we can." "Wait!" The blink of an eye. A sunset beach on a tropical island. Palm trees swaying in a warm breeze. Children playing in the water. Distant strumming on a guitar, and the thumping bass of a party. Freshly cut honeydew melon on a platter to my right, and an entire night of possibilities ahead of me. "Angela," I said out loud, we should talk about this. I knew I wasn't really there. That strange sensation in my stomach was still bothering me, telling me that this was all wrong, unnatural. But being there, in that moment, I couldn't discern it from reality. This was Angela's dream for me, and she wanted me to be happy. I was already there. Why shouldn't I? Part of the construction crew, others were their friends and family. Some went down to spend time with people that passed. Others were living out dreams of long-lost love or missed opportunities. This one guy was obsessed with a TV show, and Angela helped him live out his dream of being part of the cast. There were about 12 people overall, and I got to know some of them pretty well. The amount of time we spent with Angela changed from day to day. Some experiences could last for days on end, while only spending hours in the real world. My longest time was about 3 days, while only taking about 2 hours of real time. I was the VIP on a Caribbean cruise, being pinballed between an open bar, smiling faces, and never-ending comfort. And once I stepped out, the others were there for the come-down. We shared our experiences, had a few cups of coffee, and went on with our day.
Reaper's Shadow 88.
Some wouldn't leave, though. Some would stay there. I lost track of time overall. I missed doctor's appointments, checkups, follow-ups, all of it. I stopped taking calls, and I forgot to give my friend money for groceries. I started having trouble discerning my real needs from the comfort of dreaming. I only ate and slept.
Reaper's Shadow 8.
Downs would get worse if I didn't. That moment where you come back to your body can be devastating. Wine. It was easier to come back if you were a bit buzzed. I was involved with this group for about 4 weeks in total. It felt like a lot longer, since every time we went along with Angela would feel like a day, or several, in and of itself. I went on countless adventures, to the point where I started to dissociate with my body. I'd forget about all my needs and wants. Like, what's the point of changing your shirt if you're only going to be awake in this body for another 6 hours or so? It kind of felt like putting on a three-piece suit before heading to bed. Now, my leg was still broken. I had people come by to help me downstairs, and a lot of us had fixed up that space pretty well. We'd hung lights along the walls, colored the concrete floor with crayons, and watered the sprouting flowers growing from the pots and soil. I don't quite know what they were supposed to be, but it was called Helianthus cerulean. Apparently, it was Angela's favorite. We made that space our own. Then there was that one night. There were 26 of us in total, all gathered in that basement. I sat in my wicker chair. Others were spread out all across the room. There was this sense of anticipation in the air, like charged static. We could feel tonight was going to be special. And finally, her voice came through. Oh, isn't this something? Laughed Angela. So many friends, thank you for this. This confidence. I don't deserve you. Some laughed, some just smiled. There was a young couple leaning against one another in the corner, raising a drink towards the safe. Good vibes all around. Tonight, I want to meet you all, there on the other side. Is that okay with you? A cheer rose from the crowd. Of course it was okay. We loved Angela. We were dying to see her. You're all too kind. Sweet dreams, my loves. As I exhaled and closed my eyes, something unfamiliar blanketed my mind. And when I opened my eyes, I was somewhere I'd never been before. I was looking down at my naked feet, buried into black sand. My legs were glazed, with the light from a red sun setting over a white horizon. A dark, endless ocean spread out in front of me. The others were there as well. Some looked younger or healthier, but we were all there, our best selves, relieved of worry and pain. It's different, someone said. We're really here. We're all really here. Some cheered. A couple of girls were dancing by the water. The young couple was making out, rolling around in the sand. I just stood there, taking in the magnificent view. Closing my eyes, my real life felt like the dream. This was the actual me, dreaming that I was a miserable office drone with a broken leg, a hand brushed against my shoulder. I'm glad you're here, Angela whispered. I looked up at her. Angela was 7 feet tall. It's hard to describe her. She was sort of devoid of color. Not white, not black, just uncolored. No hair, no scars. Neither man nor woman. She looked like a quasi-person who hadn't yet decided on what to be. She had no facial expression. Her eyes had no color. And the strangest detail was her hands. She had no fingernails. I could imagine her looking down on me with benevolence, but at that moment, there was nothing. No matter what I imagined, I could tell there was nothing there. She gave me a pat on the back
It's
and
Swibby
turned to
says
the
go in
others.
AFK.
Tonight, you don't have to leave, she said. You can stay as long as you want. You can go wherever you want. You can go together, alone, or as a group. And your confidence
Reaper's
in
Shadow
me to
88 says
realize
K.
my full potential. Ahead of me, eager to follow her into the deep. I lagged behind. Distant shores and untold lands beyond. My leg hurt. There was this uncomfortable nerve pinch shooting up the side of my body. I looked down. I could feel the water pooling around my feet. I was perfectly fine, but I could still feel the pain. The real pain. Looking back up, some people were gone. I tried to find the young couple, the girls who'd been playing by the water. Counting heads, I only saw 19 of us. Had some of them gone ahead? As I scanned the surface, I saw a head dip under the water. They didn't come back up. One by one, people started to doubt. Some looked at one another, unsure of what to do. Angela, who was the furthest out, urged us to hurry. Come then, she laughed. It's not that far. I saw a man ahead of me have a change of heart. He turned to head back to shore. He met my gaze for a second, and in the blink of an eye, he was pulled under. Panic. We fled back to shore. I saw something moving in the waves. Some who dipped down came back up, screaming for help. Others just screeched like wounded animals. A cacophony of horrible realizations came at me all at once. Let go of me! Let go! One screamed. It's got me! It's got me! Please,
Wow.
please, no! As soon as something cold touched my toe, I flinched, and for a moment, the spell was broken. I was back in the real world, standing at the edge of the concrete hole. Everyone else had jumped in. Some were having seizures in the dirt. Others had stopped breathing. I saw a young man with a broken neck. I had been putting weight on my wounded leg, which had distracted me from jumping in myself. I'd been compelled, but that tiny bit of pain had kept me grounded. The safe was slightly ajar, and something was emerging from within. Then I was back on that beach. White algae were spreading across the black sand like sickly veins. I saw one man being dragged into the deep. No matter how hard he dug his hands into the sand, there were only a few of us left. Just a little further, said Angela. You're almost there. Her voice boomed across the horizon. I tried to run, but I couldn't. My leg hurt too much, but I clung to that pain. I let it radiate through me. I listened to it, and I let it pull me back to what was actually happening. Reality. That spiking ache enveloped me, and I opened my tired eyes. Something let go of my arm as I pulled my way back from the edge of the hole. There were only a handful of bodies left. A colorless arm emerged from the safe, then Shabdur, grabbing a middle-aged man by the leg. It started pulling him back. "It's not too late," said Angela, her voice much clearer now. "You can still come with us." "What the fuck are you doing to these people?" I asked. "What is this?" "They're coming with me," she said. "We're going away." "You're killing them. You're killing us. With your consent." The body of the middle-aged man snapped and twitched as it was forced into the safe. It reminded me of a snake with an unhinged jaw, devouring its prey whole. Something grabbed my healthy leg and pulled me forward. I tumbled into the pit, right next to the safe. From there, in that angle, it looked enormous. My heart pounded, trying to leap out of my chest. This wasn't a well-meaning dream fairy. This was a goddamn predator. I don't want this. You said you did. You don't have my consent. I say no. No! You don't want this? No, I want to go, right now. There was a moment of consideration. The safe was left slightly ajar. Angela took a deep breath. "I'll make you want this." The next part is hard to talk about. In the blink of an eye, I was in a scorching desert. I was chased by rabid beasts, longing to rip me apart. They seemed to get closer and closer the faster I ran, and the sand dunes went higher and higher. Sweat stung my eyes, and my lungs were aching from exhaustion. In a way, I knew I could give up. I could give in. I could take Angela's hand and walk peacefully into the unknown. But the beasts caught up to me, and mouthful by bloody mouthful, they started tearing me apart, leaving my body broken and exposed in the sand. My throat struggling to breathe. I could feel myself slipping in and out of consciousness. "Tell me when you're ready to go," Angela whispered, brushing my hair. "Just take my hand." I wanted to, but I could still feel my
Axel
broken leg.
3981 is sleeping in a bed. To skip to dawn, 2 more users need to sleep in beds at the same time.
Drowned, eaten, burned, dismembered. All of it. The worst was when she put me someplace where I knew it had happened eventually, but not immediately. Or when it could happen at any time, but I didn't know when. I had everything I loved destroyed in front of me. Every dream turned nightmare. I was back in that car with the wind rushing through my hair, and my high school sweetheart punctured my eyes with her teeth. I was eaten alive by family and friends. I was buried alive, hearing people dance on my grave through rotting ears. All my screams
Would be
went
left the
unheard,
realm.
and all my tears meant nothing. This would never end. This would never stop. A never-ending parade of misery, and no matter how much I screamed,
Respawn
cried,
point
or
set.
begged, it didn't
Respawn point
I
set.
had to submit. I had to give her my consent. I had to, or this would keep going. But I held on to my pain, the real pain. I knew that somewhere out there was the actual world, with real horrors and real experiences, where dreams were just dreams. At some point, I woke up in an ambulance, an oxygen mask chafing against my nose. I could smell blood. I couldn't move my arms, and there was a strange tingle in my fingertips. A deafening siren pounding my ears. "He's coming to," someone called out. "Sir, sir!" I remember looking into the eyes of a young man standing next to me. He was trying to check my pulse. "My leg," I said. "It hurts. It really, really hurts." And it did. It really did hurt for real. One of the other contractors had been wondering what was going on. People had stopped answering his calls. He'd come around to check on the place.
Oh, wow.
only to find me
Nice.
alone, unconscious, in the basement. He'd called an ambulance.
Wait.
Apparently, he didn't stay long enough to listen to Angela. Or maybe she was
Oh, you already
busy
got a
talking
saddle.
to me.
Okay.
They pulled me out and took me to the hospital. I fell in and out of consciousness all the way through. Meanwhile, repairs resumed. The first thing they did was fill in the floor. No one told me what happened to the safe. As it turns out, I was in Angela's world for 3 actual days. There were some inquiries about people going missing, but apparently it isn't as uncommon as one would think. My episode was attributed to an overdose on painkillers. The others, well, there wasn't one single explanation.
Painkillers.
I tried talking to people about it, but it was hard to make them listen. I'm writing this to remind myself that what I experienced was real. I can't talk to anyone about it, since anyone involved is, well, gone. I've since moved to an apartment instead, and my leg is all better. And the further I get from that day, that summer, the more it feels like an impossibility. But I know it happened. I know it did. I think what saved me in the end was getting away from that place. But still, in my heart of hearts, I have to admit, I want to go back. Maybe if I'd followed her, everything would have been okay. And maybe it wouldn't be.
Alright, that was Insomnia Stories. Now we're going to go over to Jordan Group Horror, about 38 minutes ago.
I don't know how long I've been on this bus. That sounds dramatic, I know. Let me back up. My name is Alex, and I boarded the 11:45 p.m. Greyhound from Pittsburgh to Chicago last night. Or at least, I think it was last night. It was supposed to be a straightforward 8-hour trip. I pop a sleeping pill, catch some sleep. Here beneath the wheels of the bus. I'm starting to think I've made a terrible mistake. The clock on my phone hasn't changed in hours. It's stuck at 3:17 a.m. But that can't be right. We should have arrived by now. I remember the day leading up to this trip vividly. The weight of my recent layoff still heavy on my shoulders. The bitter taste of the relationship ended too soon still on my tongue. This job in Chicago was supposed to be a fresh start. My chance to leave behind the wreckage of my life in Pittsburgh. Now, as I watched the unfamiliar landscape rush by, I wonder if I've made a grave error in my judgment. The bus station was nearly empty when I arrived. Just a few weary travelers scattered about. I remember the flickering fluorescent lights, the squeaky wheel of my suitcase echoing in the cavernous space, the ticket counter attendant's bored expression as she handed me my pass. All so mundane, so normal. How did I end up here? The vending machine in the corner caught my eye. Its gentle hum seemed to call out to me, promising the last taste of normalcy before my journey. I bought a candy bar, the wrapper crinkling loudly in the quiet station.
Crank the wrapper.
The chocolate was stale, but I savored it anyway. Little did I know it would be my last meal in, well, I don't know how long. The driver, a tall man with a gaunt face and sunken eyes, barely glanced at my ticket before waving me on. His long, bony fingers sent a shiver down my spine as they brushed against mine. The acrid smell of diesel fumes mingled with the musty odor of old upholstery as I boarded the bus. The floor creaked ominously under my feet, and I could feel every imperfection in the warm rubber matting through the soles of my shoes. As I made my way to my seat, the cold metal of the handrail sent a chill through my fingers. I found a seat near the back, away from the handful of other passengers. There was an old woman knitting something that looked less like a scarf and more like a tangled mass of yarn. Her needles clicked rhythmically, a soothing counterpoint to my racing thoughts. A businessman in his ruffled suit, his tie askew, muttering into his phone. His voice was low, urgent, filled with barely contained panic. A young couple, practically attached at the hip, giggling and whispering to each other. Their happiness seemed out of place in the somber atmosphere of the late-night bus. And in the very front, a hooded figure that hadn't moved since we left Pittsburgh. I popped my sleeping pill, put in my earbuds, and leaned against the window. The last thing I remember before drifting off was the city lights fading away, giving way to the pitch black of the countryside. The gentle rumble of the bus engine lulled me into a fitful sleep, filled with strange dreams of endlessly winding roads and shadowy figures. I jolted awake, my mouth dry and tasting of stale sleep. The rhythmic rumble of the bus engine had changed, now thrumming with an unsettling, almost organic quality. The air felt thick and oppressive, carrying a faint metallic tang that made my tongue curl. outside seemed to press against the windows like a living thing, its inky tendrils leaving smears on the glass. Everything was wrong. The sky outside, an inky black void. No stars, no moon, just darkness. And the landscape. Not the Midwest I expected. Sometimes I saw dense forests with trees that seemed to bend in impossible ways. Other times, a barren wasteland stretching as far as the eye could see. But the weirdest part? We hadn't stopped. Not once. No rest areas, no other vehicles on the road. Just us. This bus. And the ever-changing, yet somehow always the same, landscape rushing by outside. I tried to ask the other passengers if they'd noticed anything strange, but they just stared at me blankly. The old woman's knitting had grown to cover her entire seat. As I passed by, I swore I saw one of the yarn tendrils reach out toward me, recoiling just as I noticed it. The click-clack of her knitting needle seemed to echo in my skull, each impact sending a jolt of unease down my spine. As I approached, the acrid scent of mothballs assaulted my nostrils, undercut by something sickeningly sweet and rotting. The yarn writhed in her lap, and I swear I felt something brush against my ankle, soft and sinuous. The clicking of her needles had taken on an almost hypnotic rhythm, like some alien Morse code. "Excuse me," I said, my voice sounding strange in the unnatural quiet of the bus. "Have you noticed anything odd about our trip?" She looked up at me, her eyes cloudy and unfocused. For a moment, I thought I saw something move behind them, like shadows swimming in murky water. Then she smiled, her teeth too white, too perfect. "Odd? No, dear.
What do you mean,
Everything is just as it should be. We're all where we need to be."
We got another
The
fucking
businessman's
saddle.
muttering had devolved into an incomprehensible garble. But as I walked past the seat, for a moment, just a split second, his words became crystal clear. "The geometry's wrong," he said, his eyes reflecting impossible colors. "Not where we should be." I stopped, my heart pounding. "What do you mean?"
What do you mean? It means
Back to his nonsensical
I'm
muttering.
gonna pause it. Move the sound bar closer so that it's not in the fucking bathroom. There we go. Jordan Group Horror.
Changing landscape. I noticed the suit seemed to be moving, rippling like water. Were those tentacles writhing beneath the fabric? The couple was still giggling, but their laughter sounded hollow, almost mechanical. Their faces seemed to be shifting, melting like wax under an unseen flame. As I watched, horrified, their features began to blend together, two becoming one in a grotesque dance of flesh. And the hooded figure still hadn't moved, but it seemed larger now somehow, taking up more space than before. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching me, even though I couldn't see any eyes beneath that hood. I stumbled back to my seat, my mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. This had to be a dream, right? A hallucination from that sleeping pill? I pinched myself hard. The pain was sharp, real. This was no dream. I'm writing this all down because I'm afraid I may forget. Or worse, that I might start to think this is normal.
Bro, you have Ligma.
Box keeps moving, and Chicago feels further away with each passing mile. If anyone finds this, please send help. I want to go home. I want this ride to end. But a small voice in my mind whispers a terrifying thought. What if it never does? Edit. I don't know how long it's been since I last wrote.
Axel3981 is sleeping in a bed.
The concept of time
To skip to
slipping away
dawn,
from me.
one more users
Like
need to
water
sleep
from
in beds at the
cans.
same time.
I tried talking to the driver. I walked up to the front of the bus,
You
my
pansy.
legs wobbly from disuse, and called out to him. He didn't respond. I reached out to tap on his shoulder, but something made me hesitate. A chill ran down my spine, and I quickly retreated to my seat. As I passed the old woman
Respawn
again,
point
her
set.
knitting had become even more
Respawn
grotesque.
point set.
The yarn writhed and pulsed, forming patterns that hurt my eyes if I looked at them too long. Spirals within spirals. Fractals that seemed to go on forever. She didn't seem bothered by it, her needles clicking away ceaselessly. "Ma'am?" I said, my voice shaking. "You're knitting. It's moving." She looked up at me, her eyes now completely black. "Of course it is, dear. It's alive, you see. Just like everything else on this bus." I stumbled backward, nearly falling into the lap of the businessman. He caught me with hands that felt too cold, too rigid to be human. His eyes, when they met mine, were reflecting impossible colors that shouldn't exist. "The angles are all wrong," he whispered, his voice a rasp. "You see it? Bus, road, bus. Not conforming to the geometry of your world anymore." I wrenched away from him, my heart pounding. The young couple, God, the young couple. They were still in the same position, still giggling, but their faces had fully melted together now. The two bodies, one horrifically fused head, 4 eyes blinking in unsynchronized patterns. And the hooded figure at the front? It's grown. Its form now takes up 2 seats instead of 1. And sometimes I catch a glimpse of something moving under the hood. Something that's definitely not human. The landscape outside had become even more bizarre. We passed through a forest where the trees were made of glass, their crystalline branches tinkling in a wind I couldn't feel. And then suddenly we were driving through an ocean. Yes, an ocean. Water surrounded us on all sides. Strange, bioluminescent creatures drifted past the windows. But the bus kept moving as if we were still on a road. I tried to use the bathroom earlier, needing a moment alone to collect my thoughts. But when I opened the door, I found myself staring into an abyss. An actual, endless void where the tiny bus bathroom should have been. I slammed the door shut and haven't dared to open it since. The worst part? I'm starting to forget why I got on this bus in the first place. Was I really going to Chicago? Did I have a job waiting for me? The memories feel hazy, like a dream slipping away upon waking. All I can remember clearly is the bus, the endless night, the impossible landscapes rushing by outside. Sometimes, when I look out the window, I see other buses. They're driving alongside us, filled with passengers who look just as lost and terrified as I feel. But in the blink of an eye, they're gone, swallowed up by the ever-changing landscape. I'm writing this down because I'm afraid. Afraid that if I stop, if I accept this as my new reality, I'll become like the others. Oblivious. Changed. No longer human. The bus keeps moving. The night stretches on. And with every passing moment, I feel like the world is slipping further and further away. If anyone is reading this, please understand. This isn't just a bus ride anymore. It's something else. Something terrifying. And I don't know how to make it stop. I don't know what compelled me to do it. Maybe it was desperation, maybe it was madness. But I stood up, stumbled to the front of the bus, and shouted at the driver, "Stop the bus! For the love of God, just stop!" And to my utter shock, he did. The bus screeched to a halt, the sudden stop nearly throwing me off my feet. For a moment, everything was silent. The endless hum of the engine, the background noise I'd grown so accustomed to, was gone. I could hear my heart pounding in my chest. I turned to look at the other passengers to see if they'd reacted to this sudden change. What I saw will haunt me for the rest of my life. Every single person on the bus had stopped what they were doing. The old woman's needles hung suspended in midair. The businessman's writhing tentacles froze mid-undulation. The melting couple's faces had solidified into grotesque masks. And then, as one, they all turned to look at me. Their eyes were wide, impossibly wide, bulging out of their sockets. Their mouths hung open in perfect O's of surprise. Even the hooded figure at the front had turned, its hood falling back to reveal nothing. Just an empty void where a face should be. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. All I knew was that I had to get out of there. I lunged for the door, my fingers scrabbling at the handle. As it swung open, a chorus of screams erupted from behind me. Not screams of fear or pain, but of awe. As if they were witnessing something both terrible and magnificent. I tumbled out onto... what? It wasn't ground. It wasn't road. The moment my foot touched it, if you could call it that, a jolt of electric wrongness shot through my body. The air vibrated with discordant frequencies that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. Colors I had no names for assaulted my eyes, and my skin crawled with the sensation of a million tiny insects skittering across it. The taste of ozone and something indefinably alien filled my mouth, making me gag. It was a shifting, swirling mass of colors and textures that hurt my eyes to look at directly. Fractals and impossible geometries that sprawled out in every direction, pulsing with an alien life of their own. And then, everything started to move. Fast. Too fast. The world around me began to blur, as if someone had hit fast forward on reality itself. Trees grew and died in seconds. Mountains rose and crumbled. Oceans formed and evaporated. I turned back to look at the bus, and my blood ran cold. The passengers were shaking, vibrating so quickly they became blurs of motion. Their screams had turned into a high-pitched whine that set my teeth on edge. And the driver? Oh God, the driver. He stood up from his seat, his movements jerky and unnatural. He tiptoed to the door, each step covering impossible distances. His eyes were still wide, his mouth still gaping in that
Axel
horrified
3981 is sleeping in a bed.
As he reached the door,
To
he
skip
raised
to
a
dawn,
hand.
one more users
wave.
need to sleep in beds
A
at the
goodbye.
same time.
But there was no warmth in this gesture, no humanity, just a mockery of a familiar action. I stumbled backwards, trying to get away from the bus, from the driver, from everything. But with each step, I felt the world around me
Respawn
changing,
point set.
shifting,
Respawn
becoming
point set.
something else entirely. The last thing I saw before the world dissolved completely was the bus. It began to twist and warp, its metal skin peeling away to reveal something underneath. Something alive. Something hungry. And then, everything went black. I don't know where I am now. I don't know when I am. All I know is that the bus ride is over.
Reaper's Shadow 80.
But I have a terrible feeling that my journey has only just begun. Edit. I'm writing this with shaky hands. I don't know how long it's been since I stepped off that bus. Time has no meaning here, but I've discovered something. Something so horrifying, so mind-shatteringly terrible that I almost wish I was back on that endless ride. After the world went black, I found myself in what I can only describe as a void. No up, no down, just empty, oppressive darkness. I floated there for what felt like an eternity, my mind teetering on the brink of madness. Then, suddenly, I saw a light. Dim at first, but growing brighter. As it approached, I realized it was another bus. Not the same one I'd been on, but similar. It pulled up beside me and the doors hissed open.
Damn, bro, that's crazy. You probably can't hear the story right now. He's like, I'm the driver.
There was never a buzz. Move.
As this realization washed over me, I felt my body begin to change. My skin hardened into metal. My arms and legs elongated, becoming the frame of a bus. My mouth stretched wide, forming the windshield. And my eyes became the headlights, searching endlessly through the void for the next unsuspecting victim. Because that's what we do. We find lost souls, those teetering on the edge of despair, and we offer them a ride. A simple trip from one city to another. But the destination is always the same. This void, this truth, this transformation. And now, as I feel the familiar weight of passengers boarding me, as I see a new Alex take a seat near the back, I understand my role. I am the bus. I am the driver. I am the harbinger of this cyclical nightmare. The doors close. The engine starts. And the journey begins anew. If you're reading this, if you found this message somehow, don't get on the night bus. No matter where you're going, no matter how important it seems, it's not worth it. The trip never ends. The night never ends. And neither does the horror of knowing what you become. I don't know how to explain this. My hands are shaking as I take this on my phone. No, that's not right. Gripping the steering wheel, white as I watch myself type on a phone. But I'm also standing outside the bus, watching both of these scenes unfold. I am one, I am three, I am everywhere and nowhere. This isn't just a story anymore, it's a confession, a warning, and a desperate cry for help. I just realized something terrifying. I can see myself writing this post. No, not just see, I am writing this post from 3 different perspectives all at once. I am the passenger frantically typing on my phone. I'm the driver watching the passenger write with a knowing, hollow dread. And I'm outside observing it all, knowing the horrific cycle we're trapped in. The bus keeps driving. The night stretches on. But it's not just one night, is it? It's every night. It's no night. It's an eternity compressed into a single moment. Wait, something's changing. The bus is slowing down.
What?
No, that's not right. Time is slowing down. I can see. Are you real? Am I real? Was I ever Alex, or was that just a name I thought I had?
It's just
Look around
bus.
you. Really look. Is everything as it should be? Are you sure you're reading this post and not writing it? Think back. When did you start reading this? A few minutes ago? An hour? Yesterday? Or have you always been reading this, caught in an endless loop, just like me, just like us? Can you feel it? The subtle wrongness creeping in at the edges of your vision? The way the words on your screen seem to shift when you're not looking directly at them? You're part of this now. Or maybe you always were. Maybe you're the one who started it. Maybe you're the one who can end it. Try to remember, what was your name before you started reading this? Are you sure it wasn't Alex? Are you sure you're not on a bus right now? A phone or a laptop in your hand? The endless night stretching out before you? Don't look out the window. Or do. I can't decide which is worse. The horror of seeing or the horror of not knowing. The bus is gone now. The night is gone. We are everywhere and nowhere watching as time itself unravels before us. The stars are streaking across the sky, leaving trails of fire in their wake. The sun and moon are spinning around the earth in a dizzying dance, days and nights blurring like a strobe light flicker. Civilizations rise and fall in the blink of an eye. As they flashed before my eyes, my senses were overwhelmed. The air was filled with the thunderous roar of empires crumbling, The acrid smoke of burning cities and the metallic tang of spilled blood. I could taste the dust of forgotten ages on my tongue, feel the weight of eons pressing down on my chest. The dizzying dance of the sun and moon left strobing after images burned into my retinas, and the relentless march of time seemed to vibrate in my very bones. We see humanity crawl out of caves, build mighty empires, reach for the stars. We see them tear themselves apart, rebuild, reach higher. Cities sprawl across the earth like glittering webs, then crumble to dust. Forests grow and die in heartbeats. Oceans rise and fall like the breath of a slumbering giant. Humanity evolves, changes, becomes something other. We see them merge with machines, transcend their physical form. AI awakens, spreads, consumes. But the cycle repeats. Greed, fear, hatred, they persist. Even in silicon and quantum matrices, the AIs war amongst themselves just as their creators did. And through it all, we keep writing. This post, this warning, this cry into the void, it streams from our fingertips in an endless flow. Are we writing it? Are you? Does it matter anymore? The earth changes. Continents drift and collide. Mountains rise and fall like waves on a sea of stone. And still, we write. We see it coming, a point of light in the sky growing larger. An asteroid bearing down on the blue marble of Earth. There's no stopping it. No last-minute salvation. Impact. The world burns. Oceans boil. The sky turns to fire. And then, nothing. The Earth is gone. The sun is gone. The galaxy spins and dies in the span of a thought. We float in the void, formless, timeless, and yet, somehow we're still here, still aware, still writing. Is this how it ends? Or is this how it begins? The nothingness stretches on for an eternity. Or maybe it's just a moment. Time has no meaning here. And then, a spark. A flicker of light in the darkness. Is it the start of a new universe? The birth of new possibilities? Or is it just the headlights of a night bus, emerging from the gloom? We're still writing, or reading, or both. The words flow endlessly. A stream of consciousness pouring into the void. Was any of this real? All of it? None of it? Does it matter? The bus ride never ends. The night goes on forever. And we keep writing, keep experiencing, keep existing in this liminal space between reality and fantasy.
XLAxle3981 is sleeping in a bed. To skip to
Welcome
dawn,
to the night
one
bus.
more users need to sleep
Welcome
in beds
to
at the
eternity.
same time.
Welcome home. The words echoed in the vastness of the void, each syllable stretching into infinity. I felt myself dissolving, becoming one
Reaper's
with the endless
shadow.
night, the cosmic horror, the very fabric of this twisted reality. Just as I was about to lose the last shred of my identity, a familiar sound cut through the chaos,
XLAxle3981
the
says.
hiss of bus doors opening. Suddenly, like a light switch flickering on,
Respawn point set.
the void, the cosmic
Respawn
horrors,
point set.
the endless night. All of it vanished in an instant. I found myself standing at a bus stop. The same one where this nightmare began. But I wasn't alone. The bus was there, right in front of me. Its doors wide open in silent invitation. The night was quiet. Unnaturally so. No
XLAxle.
breeze, no distant traffic, just stillness. My suitcase stood beside me just as I left it. The bus idled, its
XLAxle3981
engine
says
a
here.
low, almost subliminal hum that I felt more than heard. The driver sat motionless, his face obscured by shadow. He didn't speak, didn't move, just waited. I stood frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. Everything looked normal, felt normal. But I knew better now. I understood the price of this journey. Time time seemed to stretch. It could have been minutes, could have been hours. The bus didn't move. The driver didn't speak. It was as if the whole world was holding its breath, waiting for my decision. My mind raced, replaying the horrors I experienced, the cosmic truths I'd glimpsed. The bus promised an escape, a return to normalcy. But I knew that promise was a lie. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I made my choice. No, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. No, I don't think I will. I grabbed my suitcase and turned away, walking back towards the city lights. With each step, I felt a weight lifting from my shoulders. The job in Chicago, the fresh start, none of it mattered anymore. What mattered was I was here, now, in control of my own journey. As I walked, I heard the bus doors close behind me, the engine revving as it prepared to depart. Curiosity got the better of me and I turned to watch it leave. But the bus was gone. The street was empty, as if it had never been there at all. I shook my head, trying to make sense of it all. That's when I noticed something odd about my suitcase. It felt heavier than before. I set it down and unzipped it, my hands trembling. Inside, nestled among my clothes, was a heart-shaped box I'd never seen before. I opened it with shaking fingers. 2 screens flickered to light, one on each side. On one, I saw the old woman, her yarn writhing impossibly. On the other, the businessman, his suit rippling with hidden tentacles. They smiled at me, their eyes reflecting impossible colors. I slammed the box shut, my breath coming in short gasps. This was real. It had all been real. I learned something on that impossible night ride. Sometimes, the journey you think you need isn't the one you should take. Sometimes, the bravest thing you can do is to stop. Turn around and forge your own path. Even if it means walking alone through the dark. If you're reading this, remember, not every opportunity is meant to be taken. Trust your instincts. And if you ever find yourself at a bus stop late at night, faced with a choice that seems too good to be true, maybe consider walking instead. After all, you never know where that night bus might really be headed, or what souvenirs it might leave behind. Become a channel member today for early access, bonus videos, and special emojis only available to members. Check out the description below or click the join button for more info. If you'd like another way to help support the channel, please consider joining my Patreon page at patreon.com/GordonGroupHorror. As a patron, you'll get access to bonus videos and content. You'll be credited at the end of every video going forward. And if you decide to stay for 3 months, I'll name a character after you, which will be featured in a Hollow's End story. Links to join the Patreon are in the description. Thanks everyone for listening. Please like, subscribe, and comment to help the channel continue to grow. And see you again next time at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, that part.
Have a great night.
Fuck! Hold on, wait. Let's see if it comes back. Not that one. Jordan, stop! Chill. Chill. It'll be okay.
I don't know how long.
It'll be okay. Bro, that one's cool as hell, dude. Oh, by the way, this is going to be a, some Conjured Lion is playing Silent Hill 2 on is live on YouTube. Yo. Somebody look up Conjured Lion and just subscribe. Like everybody that sees this should just do that. Alright, we're gonna go over to Creeps McPasta. Because I like hearing this dude's voice. Oh shit.
I got a job right out of college and had to find a new place at short notice. Using my socials, I got in contact with the landlord through a mutual contact. They had a spare apartment that was just made available. The previous tenant had been evicted a couple of weeks prior because of unpaid rent, so the apartment hadn't even been advertised yet. The apartment was nice enough, but all my attention was on my new job. I pretty much just brought a bed and a desktop computer, leaving 2 of my 3 rooms empty for the time being. I wasn't certain if I was going to stay there long term or not, but I figured time would decide. I ended up staying there several years. I settled into my job, furnished the place up, and made it into a proper home. Those first few stressful weeks became nothing but a distant memory. About 3 years after moving in, I had to stash some furniture.
What if the armadillo
I
armor's in
contacted
yet?
my landlord to see if there was some storage space I could use. He reminded me that there was storage on the bottom floor that I hadn't used. I didn't even know it was there. Not that surprising, seeing as I was really stressed out when I first moved in.
Taking the dog with me.
Apparently, the space had been used by the previous tenant, who might have left some items there. I hadn't had any use for such a space before, so I
want
hadn't
a
thought
cat.
about asking. So, imagine my surprise when I get to the storage, only to see a crash test dummy. Using a key I got from the landlord, I unlocked the padlock and got a closer look. It was a white, life-size crash test dummy with a hastily scribbled Mr. Mayhem written on the back of its head with a black Sharpie. The dummy was scuffed and worn, but still had a plastic smile on its face. Its eyes were these little painted black dots. It looked like it had been through hell and a half. I asked the landlord about it. Turns out the previous tenant had used it as a sort of mascot. They brought it out for fun, for parties, pranks, that kind of thing. I saw him use it to cheat the cardboard lane once, my landlord shared. It was just this funny thing he'd gotten from his job when they upgraded to newer dummies. It was probably more than 40 years old. I cleaned out the storage and stashed away my furniture. I thought about what to do with Mr. Mayhem and figured it'd be a fun piece for my upcoming Halloween party. I could dress it up in something and keep it by the entrance. It'd be the talk of the town. Still, there was something unnerving about it. The way its joints creaked and cracked, like frozen, painted on grin. The sloppy joints rattling haphazardly with every little movement. My yearly Halloween party is nothing extravagant. I get a couple of friends together and we dress up. Then we hit one of the local clubs for a costume party. It's like a pre-party, only with about 18 people or so. I dressed up Mr. Mayhem in a cheap pirate costume and had it stand by the door with a tray of snacks. I went as the Penguin, but everyone mistook me for the Monopoly Man. People came around at around 7. Mr. Mayhem was a big hit. There's just something about dummies and dolls that rub people the wrong way. It's the uncanny valley thing of it, I guess. It was the centerpiece for a lot of selfies that night. As the punch bowl got emptier and the night got darker, we all left for the club, leaving Mr. Mayhem by the door. I had a lot of fun. A few drinks too many. There was a bit of drama with 2 friends of mine having an argument, but all in all, it was a good night. An acquaintance of mine won the costume contest with a sort of bioluminescent fish thing. It was insane. If you've got a costume that you've got to charge batteries for, you've taken it to another level. In the moment, I couldn't tell anything was wrong. But if I'd listened a little closer, I would have heard a thing or two. Cracking and creaking heard from the alley out back as something moved. The bouncer mentioned a guy dressed as a crash test dummy.
Sorry,
Dark
Doc, I'm borrowing
silhouette
some of your chicken.
just outside the frosted glass.
God!
By the end of the night, I
Maybe
made
I
my way
won't.
home and slid the
I wanna
keys
see what-
into my door, only to notice that it was already unlocked. I could have sworn I locked it.
It's gotta be
I
open.
figured I must have missed it in all the commotion. I did a drunken half check around the apartment to see that nothing was stolen. There wasn't. I didn't even think about checking for Mr. Mayhem. If I had, I would have noticed there was nothing standing by the door, waiting for me with snacks. I would have noticed the bowl having rolled off to the side, spilling wrapped toffees and butter caramels across the carpet. But no. I face planted into my bed and waited for another day. It wasn't until the next morning that I noticed it was missing. I sent a couple of texts to the others at the party, asking if they did something to it. All I got was a resounding no in response. If anything, they just thought it had been a fun prop. I checked all over the apartment and the storage. I even asked my next door neighbor if they'd seen anything. Nothing. Mr. Mayhem was just gone. It wasn't a big loss or anything, but I didn't like the idea of someone being in my apartment for no good reason. Things just don't disappear for nothing. If someone wanted a crash test dummy, I could have sold it for a quick $100 or so. Instead, I found myself running back and forth, growing increasingly anxious about someone being in my space. I even called the landlord about having the locks changed. The following Monday, Mr. Mayhem was still missing. While it was still on my mind, I had 100 more pressing matters at hand. It had started raining, and absent-mindedly wandered across the parking lot. I was almost at the front door, and something in the back of my mind asked me to stop, with a sudden feeling of unease. It's hard to explain. A challenge to look a little closer. So I did. Turning around and looking up, I could see Mr. Mayhem. He was on the roof of my apartment building, with his head aligned straight forward. Someone must have dragged it up there as a joke. It looked like someone about to jump off a building. I was going to have to bring it down. I didn't want anyone to be accidentally traumatized. I headed straight for the door to the stairwell, covering my head with a
Axel
file
Axel
folder.
3981 is sleeping in a bed.
Was relentless.
To skip to dawn, one more users need to sleep in beds at the same time.
Right in front of me. Loud plastic bang.
Respawn point set.
As Mr. Mayhem
Respawn point
hit the
set.
ground. A couple of feet further, and I'd have been crushed. I just stood there for a moment, feeling the rain tapping against my file folder on my head. Mr. Mayhem was intact, but the body was just mangled. Every single extremity bent at an unnatural angle, but that didn't hamper that eerie painted-on
Reaper's
smile.
Shadow 88 says no.
I was a bit hesitant to touch it. My heart was racing. That thing was heavy, and it had fallen far enough to do some serious damage had it hit me, which it almost did. I dragged it back down into the basement storage. I had to shuffle around some furniture, and ended up tossing it on top of an old sofa. I locked the storage with a padlock, turned off the lights, and closed the door behind me. I'd get rid of that thing soon enough. I went to bed early that night. I was getting shakes and twitches, as my body was still recoiling from having Mr. Mayhem crash into the pavement right in front of me. I felt twitchy, as if I hadn't slowed down yet. I was stuck in high gear, and it carried over into the next morning. I stress cleaned my kitchen and bedroom, before I even got breakfast. As I was cleaning in and around the fridge, I scooped out what looked like an old painted note. A post-it that must have been stuck to the fridge by the previous tenant. Don't let it out. I stood there, staring at the note for a good few minutes, letting my paranoia run rampant. I tried to explain it away, but every thought came circling back around to one point. There must have been a reason for Mr. Mayhem being left behind, and what happened to the previous tenant. Over the next few days, I considered how to get rid of it. I thought about just driving it to the garbage dump and dropping it off somewhere, but I didn't like the idea of it being let out. I could burn it, but I had to get a good space to do it. I could just sell it, of course. That didn't feel responsible either. I was running out of patience and ideas, so I finally decided on swallowing it up and dropping it into the river. I grabbed a backpack with a saw, duct tape, a hammer, and garbage bags. The following night, I got to work. I dragged Mr. Mayhem out to my car and stuffed it into the trunk. I didn't want to do it in the daylight, as the thing still looked like a person, and I didn't want to have to explain myself. I was going to drive down to a clear spot near the river and get to work. It wasn't far, but I had to cross the highway. It was a short drive, but it was tense. It felt like I was doing something wrong, like Mr. Mayhem was a person rather than a dummy. As I closed the trunk and got behind the wheel, I steeled myself. The moment I put the keys in, I got this strange impulse that I should have duct taped its hands and feet. Then again, why should I? It was just a dummy.
Axel 3981 edited the character appearance.
Each time, I just sat there, listening to the hum of the engine, expecting to hear a thumping or smacking, something coming from the trunk. I was expecting the thing to do something. It wasn't a rational thing to listen for, but I couldn't help it.
Axel 3981 says TBH I'm not sure.
Nothing came. I crossed the highway, made my way down the river, and found a spot by a clearing where I wouldn't bother anyone. I parked my car, got out, and held my breath as I opened the trunk. For a split second, I could imagine someone lying there.
Where's my house at
from
here?
A person screaming, pleading for help. I blinked it away as the trunk revealed Mr. Mayhem.
I think it's over
in
that
all
way.
His inanimate splendor. There was nothing
Yeah, there it
here
is,
to
right
fear.
there.
Still, just chalking up something with the shape of a person was gonna be... The thing was made to... I started with the left hand.
What the fuck happened to my dog?
Backed out the joints and brought out the saw. I got this sick feeling in my stomach with every crack. I never heard bone breaking, but I imagined that was it. I felt like a butcher. And those eyes, those plain looking, painted on eyes, just little dots, but I felt them boring into my mind. A cheap human imitation, but human nonetheless. I skipped ahead a few steps and aimed the hammer directly at its face. I brought the hammer down, smack after smack after smack, until the dummy cracked. The nose buckled inwards and the cheeks split into butterfly-shaped shards. I picked out pieces with my nails. I shuddered.
Oh.
There was
Okay, Wiz.
padding on the inside that just made my skin crawl. There was something about the texture. A tooth. I stepped back, looking down at the broken dummy. Just beneath the cracked surface, embedded inside, was a dead man, mummified and dried within the confines of a plastic shell. I couldn't breathe. It had been there all along, hidden in plain sight. There were so many things to do that I couldn't begin to form a coherent thought. Who do I call? What do I do? Could I possibly be liable for some kind of damage? Where was the person inside? Were they missing? I stepped back, dropping the hammer. I covered my mouth and took these little micro breaths, repeating, "Oh my God," to myself over and over, as if the rocking motion would somehow dislodge a good idea from the back of my mind. I decided I'd get back to my car and call the police. I hurried back, got into the driver's seat and closed the door. I took out my cell phone, dialed the emergency services, and then heard a click. I looked to the left. Something fast moved my way, and then the world turned upside down in a sudden shock of pain. I drifted in and out of consciousness. I was somewhere dark and cramped. It must have taken me at least 10 minutes just to realize I was in the trunk of my car, and the car was moving. I could hear the radio, albeit turned down. I had a swelling over my nose and my left eye, and I could feel my sense of balance being shaky at best. I reached for my cell phone, but it was still in the passenger seat. I never managed to call the emergency services. At some point, the car came to a stop. I heard the door on the driver's side open and close, then the sound of someone walking away. There was a slight echo to it, suggesting we were parked somewhere inside, possibly a large space. I didn't waste any time. Instead of trying to open the trunk, I wiggled
I want a
crawled
cat
my
first.
way into the back seat. From there, I contorted myself into the driver's seat, locked the doors, and fumbled around for my cell phone. Looking up intermittently,
Hey, yo.
I could see that I was in some kind of storage facility. It was hard to tell. The lights were off. As soon as I felt the cold metal of the phone, I picked it up, unlocked it, and dialed the emergency services. It didn't. I could have seen it in the rearview mirror, but I was both loud and in a same location. The driver's side window was shattered into 1,000 pieces. Something grabbed me by the neck and shoulder. A second later, I was flung through the window and out onto the cold pavement, about 8 feet or so. The cell phone tumbled to the ground as a white plastic foot crushed it. Looking up, I saw it in full view. Mr. Mayhem, now revealing a death's head grin. I ran. I got to my feet and just took off. I could hear thumping plastic noises behind me as Mr. Mayhem followed. I ran straight through an abandoned workshop and a lunchroom. Finally, I slammed the door open to an unmarked space, hoping against hope it would be something useful. A small room, packed to the brim with crash test dummies. At least 50, standing shoulder to shoulder. All those painted smiles and dot-like eyes, all looking my way. I didn't have time to see if they were like Mr. Mayhem or not, so instead of turning back, which would be a certain end, I pressed forward. I pushed my way past plastic arms, hands, and
Dude, there's
torsos.
gotta be a fucking cat. So.
Most were just empty shells, ready to be filled and used. Others were fully functional.
What the
I could
fuck?
have sworn a couple of heads turned my way.
Hey, yo.
But I didn't stop to check. I could hear the footsteps that followed me slow, and as I turned around, I realized I had no idea where it had went. Just a sea of white, featureless creatures. And one of them was something else. I was afraid to move. I could be brushing up against that thing without even knowing. It was a sharp noise. It was what sounded like broken glass being shuffled around on the floor.
Oh no.
One clear sound of a shard being lifted. I tried to make my way to the back of the room so I could circle
Is this
back.
KFC?
Every now and then, I'd look at the dummies, only to notice more of them with scribbles on the back of their head.
Hey, yo.
Waters, Mr. Callan, all made with hasty scribbles. A stray thought crossed my mind.
Hey, yo. Hold on, I'm checking that out right after this.
But Mr. Mayhew, it had been kind of hard to tell. I had yet to run into it. As I began circling the dark corners of the room, making my way back the way I came. I heard
Damn,
the
bro,
sound
that's
of glass
crazy.
scraping against plastic, as something was coming closer. I had to keep myself from panicking. There was no telling what would happen if I were to stumble in there. Instead, I kept a steady pace, trying to count my breaths. 1, 2, brushing up against another dummy. I stopped. Something was strange. It didn't have a left hand. It slowly turned my way, revealing a dead man's face. Mr. Mayhem. An impromptu glass shank sliced at me, scraping the edge of my jacket and shattering against the wall. A handless left arm reached for me,
No,
but I pushed
no
it
way.
aside. I bowled over the lifeless dummies and headed straight for the
Okay,
door.
so if you found fucking cats,
Leaving the dummies behind,
where did
and
you
slammed the
find
door
said
shut.
cat?
I hastily looked to see if there was a lock, but there wasn't. Before I could make a plan, the door came off its hinges and tumbled to the ground like a cracked bowling pin. Mr. Mayhem twitched forward, every movement sudden and painful. Making my way back to the workshop, I realized that there was no way I could outrun it. Mr. Mayhem was both faster and more resilient. I was grasping at straws. There had to be something, anything.
So it's gonna be somewhere in this direction, I'm guessing.
Going towards the back, only to stop. That chain, I could use it. It was connected to a winch in the middle of the factory floor. Probably used up.
I'll be back in a minute. I'm grabbing food.
Axel 3981 is sleeping in a bed. To skip to dawn, one more users need to sleep in beds at the same time.
back. Ligma. Enigma. Closing my fucking door now.
Hoisting new equipment.
I bet it's dark. Yep, it's dark.
The timing had to be perfect. If I went too soon or too late, I'd be done for. And so I missed the mayhem approaching, step by step. Unblinking, painted eyes replaced with hollow sockets. Then, I pulled for the winch as hard as I could, hoping against hope. The effect was immediate. I hadn't seen the hook at the end. Impaling Mr. Mayhem's lower jaw. I could feel it looking at me, plotting. This wasn't going to be the end of it. But John Callan and the final one was Samson Mayhew. Eventually, the police came. I'd gone outside and collapsed against the wall, crushing a handful of overgrown wildflowers on my way down. I just sat there, picking the petals of a blue sunflower, when the officers came around to ask me questions. I tried to explain that I'd been kidnapped and assaulted, but there was no way for me to tell them that the crash test dummy had done it. Instead, years ago, somewhere in that make a basic statement, but there was no follow-up. I've been imagining those three dummies sitting locked up in some storage, just on my way again. It's because of something. Breaking at the county evidence locker, resulting in one wounded officer, pieces of evidence going missing. These evidence were described as 2 men and a woman. I hadn't gotten out of there. I'm pretty sure there was an empty casing that would, in time, have my name on it. Maybe there still is.
Axel 3981 left the realm.
impossible. An enormous titanium bulkhead, otherwise inoperable to anything. Slided open like a creaking Manchester.
Stop.
You get clearance? I asked as Kim approached smoke.
Good, I got somebody joining.
Laid out on the large workbench before me. They're concerned about more generalized social media leaks. What they have here, well, it's hard to say the least. As Alex an enormous pressure chamber that dominated the sea that was sealed up 100,000 years ago, right?
Yes.
They say the pressure keeps this liquid. That's the official story, but no one knows for sure. What Alex told me is true, and that's just, well, not possible.
I
What did he
love
say?
Creep's fucking
He
voice.
told me the hole appeared on its own. I shrugged. The chamber came out. Yeah, and they want to know first before celebrating it as a scientific discovery of the century. Kim stood on her toes to look through the glass and into the water below. Beyond was a small room with a floor covering in churning black water that never seemed to stay still. The movement reminded me of an ocean in miniature, with waves that never stopped. Sometimes, if I stared too long, I felt a kind of vertigo from the water perspective, like I was looking down on some colossal ancient ocean from hundreds of feet in the air. I couldn't help but wonder what made the water move like that. I figured that it must be driven by forces and currents that originated miles beneath the ice, which was a sobering reminder that I was staring at a direct connection
Reaper's Shed.
to a primordial abyss unlike any other on the planet. Gotta wonder what's down there, Kim muttered. I didn't respond. She might have continued talking, but if she did, it was lost to me. The whole world was reduced to a background hum that barely registered while the water dominated my view.
Rose Tempest
Mesmerizing force.
9124 says find a
Currents had
village.
changed. I couldn't say for sure, but for the briefest of moments, it had looked as if the water had been disturbed by something below. I could have sworn
Well, shit.
I saw something slithering just beneath the waves. I shook my head and dismissed the thought.
Bro, don't look at
Come
me
on,
like that. That
I
was
told
you.
her. We've got work to do. What's that? Alex reached out to the seemingly featureless video feed on the 100-inch monitor. For the last 20 minutes, it had shown us nothing but black fuzzy noise as the drone descended into what had been dubbed Lake Saturn. The room stayed silent with anticipation, despite the dozen or so people crowded around me as I clutched the joystick with white knuckles. I didn't see anything, I answered. Probably just noise. If anything gets close, we'll know for sure. through the glass and snatch one of us. For a few seconds, we were all dumbfounded until the tension eased and people let out astonished gasps and nervous chuckles. A few scientists even cried out in celebration before scurrying away to a smaller desk to agonize over the recorded footage. Well, now we know, I said, utterly astonished. Multicellular life. Another tentacle whipped past, and the accelerometers on the drone registered a kinetic shock, not that we saw or heard anything of it. The drone's camera showed only pixelated darkness. It's just scoping us out, I said, looking intently at the profile of the acceleration on the drone's instruments. The submersible was being nudged a little from side to side, but it was hardly under attack. It might even be described as a light cuddle, considering the size of the drone and the monster doing it. The encounter lasted a few seconds at most before the squid retreated back into the deep as quickly as it emerged. Jesus, Kim cried. The ventral camera and LiDAR instruments measured at 30 feet long. The world record for a verified specimen was 22 feet, I said. So, that's the first record broken on this mission. Kim and I began to laugh like excited children, and after a few seconds, the others joined in. I've never been so happy to be so wrong, she grinned. Life, honest to God, multicellular life. There must be an ecosystem down here. Predators, prey, some kind of base to it. Bacteria, fungi, maybe even some kind of plant. The sub-descent continued. Occasionally the sonar would pick up passing shapes in the void, but nothing else came close enough to register visually. It was unnerving, if I'm honest. Even though I was perfectly safe, I couldn't help but imagine myself down there in that impossibly black water, while unseen shapes glided silently around me, just a few dozen meters away. It took another hour before we were within 30 feet of the bottom, at which point I slowed the sub's descent and, using downward-facing ventral cameras, looked for some sign of the lake bed. What finally resolved on the smaller screen was a complicated array of strange and irregular-looking rocks. There were spiraling ammonites and lifeless shells everywhere, strange bones jutting out of what looked like an endless carpet of bone-white death. What? I muttered. Animals must have been trapped in the water when it froze over, Alex said. Animal graveyards are common in excavated, dried-up lake beds. Is this normal? I asked. No, he shook his head. Not like this. Not so many. Talk about an understatement, I said, as I began to pilot the drone in an outward spiral. Every camera showed the same thing, an endless plain of jumbled ivory that stretched out in every direction. If there was a fall beneath those bones, we couldn't see it in that location. So, what does the squid eat? Kim asked. If everything in the lake died. As if in answer, our portside camera picked up the sluggish movement of a pale white starfish. Slowly, it crawled out of the nasal bone of an ancient whale and probed its surroundings. It's 30 feet wide, I said, as I squinted at the readings on one of the dozen screens. Do starfish come that big normally? Most of the biologists were too busy taking notes to answer, which I took to be a no. But Alex was polite enough to tear his eyes from the screen and answer. Absolutely not, he said. It must grow so big from a lack of... A fish larger than the drone swept past the screen and the starfish was gone. I had the fleeting impression of glassy transparent teeth and an eyeless face worse than anything found in the Challenger deep. Wrinkled and frowning, it was an aquatic nightmare that left me shaking in my seat. What the hell? Kim groaned. Jesus, that was... Not that, she said, tapping me on my shoulder and gesturing to another screen. There's something odd about 100 yards east. We need to take a look. She reached for the controls and I stopped her. Despite the intense desire to get up and leave, I felt compelled to see this through. I grabbed the joystick and began to navigate on the heading she gave. My eyes so fixed on numerical readouts that I let my eyes drift from the main screen. Oh my God. I looked up, worried I made a grievous error and damaged the drone, and what I saw made my body go limp. We were looking at a building, a temple, in fact. I couldn't say for sure it was a place of worship, of course, but there was no other way to describe the grey-looking structure with its ancient pillars and decorative flourishes reminiscent of ancient Greece. I tilted like a confused dog. In the end, I settled for what seemed like the only logical explanation. Is this a prank? Some of the other scientists with me actually agreed. Kim and several biologists all nodding while turning to look at Alex, the head of the facility. But the look on his face made it clear that if this was a hoax, he wasn't in on it. He was pale, eyes wide, every bit as shocked as we were. Why would we do that? He asked us. How would we even manage it? Those steps are 30 feet tall, someone cried before I could push the point any further. I looked away from the screen to see a geologist stood by one of the dozens of smaller screens filled with complex readings. Can you get closer? He asked me. I took a look at the drone camera and approached the first of 20 steps descending from the lake bed towards the temple. Pretty quickly, I was able to confirm that each step was a gargantuan slab of stone that towered above the drone. Is this real? I asked Alex as he stepped closer to me, my voice an urgent whisper. He nodded. I looked back at the screen and saw that I was still piloting the drone up and over the steps. At the top, it was apparent just how out of proportion the rest of the temple was. The doorway, a great big yawning black portal, must have been several hundred feet tall, and it loomed over the submersible like a man over an ant. Our lights barely penetrated the dark from where we hovered at the threshold, but they did show a stony floor retreating into the void, its surface covered in snow-decked dust. In the distance, another tentacle slipped briefly into the light before slithering away. Something about its pallid white features in the sunken dark made my skin crawl, and when I looked up at the crowd, I saw I wasn't the only one whose nerves were frayed. Sweaty, pale faces stared at the screen, unable to look away, but utterly distraught at the implications of what they were seeing. Here was a building at the bottom of the world, standing impossibly tall and impossibly large, its doorway beckoning us to explore further. I keep going, I asked, hoping someone would find a good reason to stop. It didn't matter that it wasn't me down there. I didn't want to push this journey deeper into madness. I was afraid, and no matter how much I reminded myself of the vast differences between me and the source of the images on screen, I could not escape the terrifying fact that the things I was seeing were real. Somewhere beneath my feet lay that abyss, and within it lay a temple beyond all human proportions, and the thought made me feel like my mind was on fire. Keep going, Kim
Coolish
said,
Steve 14 joined the realm.
It was the only choice. We need to know. Nervously, I pushed the drone onwards, watching with anxiety as the side camera showed the edge of the portal sliding by our sides. As impossible as it was,
Reaper's
I felt as though I was personally stepping into the temple and could feel a cold draft wash over my skin. I shivered and did my best to push the ridiculous idea aside. The room beyond was massive, too large for our meager little lights to see.
Coolish Steve 14 says.
After a few seconds of nerve-wracking silence, I finally
Coolish
found my
Steve
courage
14
to ask,
says no.
do the instruments pick anything out? I feel like I need directions here. We're getting something a little south of your position. It's stationary.
Reaper's
so
Shadow 8.
It should be. The entire room cried out as the drone's camera was violently shaken, the view reeling as if the whole drone was being thrown around. Alarms flared from a dozen monitors as every system registered a dozen violations of expected norms. My hands froze up. I was unsure how to proceed. There was a momentary spike of adrenaline as my body reacted as though I'd personally been attacked. And then training took over as I let go of the controls and waited for a few seconds as a flurry of bubbles and strange shapes flitted past the lens. The drone can't be damaged easily, I told everyone. Not by an animal. We just need to be patient. Eventually, the alarms quieted down as different team members
Josis
worked
Ligai
to shut them off.
4231 joined the realm.
Intensely. I could tell that whatever was attacking the drone was slowing down, probably because it realized its prey wasn't edible. What looks like another squid, someone called, pointing to a dorsal camera that showed a slimy feeler clamped around the hull. Just wait, I said. It's out of our hands now, but if we're patient, it should just leave us alone. For a few minutes, the drone continued to move of its own accord, being pulled to and fro by some unseen shape. Occasionally, we would catch a glimpse of an overhead ceiling covered in detailed mosaics of a fleshy-looking mountain, or of a beautiful stone pillar cradling an ancient brazier. But there was no opportunity to study these things in detail. They appeared as fleeting blurs of colour and shape. Whatever was down there was wrestling with a submersible, like it expected a meal out of it. But I knew that eventually it would have to give up. Look. Whoever cried out didn't need to bother. Whatever had attacked the drone slid around its sleek hull until it faced the forward camera, allowing itself to be seen in full light for the first time. It towered over us from the main display, like it was somehow aware that we were on the other side of the camera. But whether it was angry, hostile, or just plain curious, I couldn't say. It merely stared at us with an eyeless comb for a head. Slowly, the strange creature retreated from the light. That didn't mean it was finished with us, though. One of its longest tendrils remained stuck to the drone, which it used to tow us carefully back towards the entrance to the temple. Well, this is exciting, I said after a few minutes passed. It's thrown us out of its house. You're not seriously
Rose Tempest 9124 tried to swim in lava.
I said. Why build steps if you don't have feet? I think it's just moved in. Probably makes for great shelter. The creature stopped just as it reached the doorway. All of a sudden, it changed colour, flashing from spectral white to a blood orange, pulsating over and over, while we all stared at the baffling
Rose
change
Tempest
of behaviour.
9120.
A threat display, perhaps? Kim asked. As quickly as it appeared, the squid shrank away, letting go of the drone.
Reaper's Shadow 88.
A quick glance at the rear camera showed it fleeing back into the darkness. I was about to ask what had happened.
Reaper's Shadow.
A strange cerulean light flooded the doorway. An eye blocked the doorway. A pupilless, pale blue sphere that glowed with malice in the dark. Slowly, its owner retreated until a monstrous shape glowered down at us. A faint bioluminescence hung around it like an aura, a silhouette faintly visible in the abyss. Its shape was utterly alien. If it hadn't moved,
Rose Tempest 9124 says skinless but alive.
Formation. It reminded me of tumors in wasp nests. I couldn't tell all of its eyes apart from the complicated pattern of dots and frills that covered a bubbling asymmetrical head the size of an apartment block. It was with ever-rising horror that I realized I'd glimpsed simple portrayals of this very creature in the temple mosaics, the implications of which burned at my mind like a hot coal. This thing dwarfed all
Reaper's
reason.
Shadow 88 says okay, I'll get you a new skin suit.
In the darkness, just at the limits of the light. Of the rest of its body, there was no sign. But I hated it. I hated it instinctively and without reason, even as I told myself it was a scientific find of the century. It made my skin crawl and my stomach drop, and all I wanted to do was lash out and get the hell away from it. Slowly, it raised a branching, writhing appendage towards the drone. That was when we lost the feed. The wind outside was fierce. The facility we were staying in was situated on a continental plain, not far from a cluster of inland mountains where the wind swept down the slopes and sped up, unimpeded, to hundreds of miles per hour. It never snowed in Antarctica, but that didn't stop hurricane winds from snatching up tiny particles of ice and whipping them at you with terrifying speed. The effect was a whiteout, a grey, sombre void on the other side of every window that left nothing visible. No sky, no sun, not even the icy floor beneath the main building's elevated foundations. It's almost too much, Kim said after a while. If we just found a jellyfish, it wouldn't be a lot, but people would believe
Foolish
us.
Steve 14 left the realm.
It's like something out of a bad movie. How am I supposed to get up at a conference and show people this footage? Kim, Alex and I were sat in the canteen. All the other scientists had wandered off to their own rooms to begin the lifetime's task of going through every reading we had. Every pulse of sonar, every bit of infrared, every minute fluctuation in temperature and pressure. It had to be understood, catalogued, made sense of. In a way, it was probably a comfort to them to hide from the madness by fixating on the minutiae. You know what I think, Kim said. Forget any results. I want to leave. Let someone else get the glory. Even if we wanted to, Alex said. The storm prohibits flying for at least another week. Just so long as I can be the first one out, she replied. Maybe when the storm's clear we can discuss people leaving, I said. But for now, we've got enough data to last us a lifetime and enough equipment to analyze. Sir, a young man burst into the room. I immediately recognized him as belonging to the security attachment that had flown in with me. So far, the 5 or 6 armed men had kept separate from the scientists. I could have easily forgotten that there was anyone staying in the facility who wasn't a researcher. It must have been an incredibly boring job, at least under normal circumstances. The man who stood before me didn't look bored though. He looked worried, out of his depth. Alex was clearly the sir he'd been referring to, and the older man immediately stood up and addressed him. What's going on? He asked. There's been a breach, sir, he said. Something has entered the chamber. How do you possibly know that? Alex cried. We can hear it, sir. We entered the ground building to find that we had 2 immediate problems. The first was that the pressurized chamber was under intense stress. Internal readings showed force against the reinforced walls. So far they were holding, but the pressure was steadily increasing, and we knew that, sooner or later, something would give. The second problem.
Josis Ligai 4231 left the realm.
Dunk, dunk, dunk. I flinched each time it rang out, physically recoiling from the bulkhead with fear. I tried to hide it from the others, but looking around.
Josis Ligai 4231 joined the realm.
Alex. I'm here, and I want to meet you. We need to release the pressure, Alex said. We need to... I'm not opening that door. All the more reason not to open it, Kim cried. Think about what you just said. It's not giving us a choice. Do you want to play that game? We don't know what it wants, Alex replied. We don't know what it is. Maybe what? She said. Maybe it's here to play chess, to be our friend. Is that seriously what we're proposing? If that chamber blows, I said, we get answers to those questions whether we like it or not. We can retreat to safety, sure, but it doesn't make any of our problems go away. Besides, it doesn't have to be the door we open. There are specialized valves to release pressure that we can use to keep it from blowing. Dunk, dunk, dunk. If Kim had any counter-arguments, they were forgotten. The walls of the chamber had shaken, and something, some screw or bolt, had flung out and struck the ceiling and punched a hole right through. Alex, I said, help me get the pressure valves open. This is insane, Kim cried as I walked over to the nearest valve. Dunk, dunk. The knocking stopped just as my hand...
It's Swibby joined the realm.
A look at Alex showed he was sweating despite the cold. He hesitated to come any closer, lurking a few feet away from me and the chamber. I need help, I told him. Okay, he said, nodding so absent-mindedly I wondered if he was in some kind of shock. Come on, I cried while pointing to the opposite sides of the wheel. Alex was startled by my shouting, but he finally started to walk across the vent and towards me. Alex, we don't need to do... Kim started to say, before she was suddenly cut off. Thunk. The final hammer blow was louder than any other we'd heard. It was like a peal of thunder went off right next to my ear. An explosive punch delivered with perfect timing, and I soon realized, in a very precise location. The valve broke open just as Alex had passed the opening. Water gushed out with tremendous force, enough to knock him back. Internal mechanisms were designed to control the flow, and they stopped the blow from being lethal. But it was still a brutal strike, and he was sent skittering across the floor while the water spewed out in a furious torrent. I could see him under the black brine, struggling desperately, and I thanked God he was alive. I immediately ran over to drag Alex away from bubbling water, even as my mind raced with the terrifying realization that whatever had attacked the chamber had done so with impossible insight. On some level, I knew it must be scrutinizing us, and it took every ounce of courage just to stay in the room. Alex struggled as I took hold of one of his legs and tried to pull him out from under the water. I paid it little attention and dragged him clear of the flow, intent on helping him. But the insight of a glistening black tentacle wrapped around his head made me recoil and cry out. But the sight of a glistening black tentacle wrapped around his head made me recoil and cry out. I fell on my ass and heard a chorus of disgusted and horrified cries as Kim and some new arrivals took register of the strange growth that had grown to the man's head. It was a repulsive cluster of alien musculature attached to a glistening black tendril trailing back through the open valve. Get it off, I shouted at the room in general, hoping to God that someone would have an idea of what to do. Alex's struggles were already growing faint. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Before any of us could take another breath, there was the briefest sound of tightening pipes before the tendril whipped back into the chamber. It passed effortlessly through the 6-inch wide opening. It did not slow or even show any sign of a struggle. The sound of silk tearing, it took most of Alex with it. I had made the decision to withdraw from the study and the site at large. Kim was clearly relieved, and so was I. Whatever excitement we felt over the find was diminished by the memory of having to clean up Alex's remains. I knew I would never forget having to lift the body bag, only to realize it barely weighed more than 20 kilos. We found something nightmarish down in that lake, and the small encounter we'd already survived were more than enough to keep me sleepless for years to come. Unfortunately, the storm was still raging outside, and we had no hope of evacuation by air for at least another 3 days. Kim and I were kept busy packing up our equipment, but Kim's speciality was data analysis, not engineering, so there were times where the work fell entirely on me. It was on the second night that I told her to head to bed early while I finished up the last 30 minutes or so of work. But only a few minutes after she left, I found myself staring at the chamber that dominated the room like a strange obelisk. The image of that thing glaring at us through the screen returned to me, and with a shiver, I decided I would finish packing the rest in the morning. Staying alone in that place for even a moment or two was a stupid thing to do. Stephen? The sound of an electric whisper made my limbs weak and my hands falter. Equipment hit the ground with a clatter I barely heard. All my attention was on one of the speakers by a station at the back wall. It belonged to one of the geologists who had loaded microphones down in the original dive and was using them to record an audio profile of the lake below. With everything going on, it had escaped all of our notice. But as I stared at the glowing green monitor, it dawned on me that the microphone was probably the last remaining piece of equipment still in the water. So why had I just heard Alex speak my name into it? I told myself I had been mistaken, even as I decided I would sprint the whole way back to my room. Stephen, the voice said, before I could take a single step. cold down here. This isn't real, I muttered. I know what the temple was built for. Alex's voice was the wet gurgle of a pneumonia patient in their last days. It made me think of someone drowning in mucus, of a desperate soul consumed by pain and despair. Stephen, he wailed. It won't let me die. His words hit me like a sledgehammer. For a second, I thought there was nothing in the entire world that could frighten me more. It was then that the door to the pressure chamber swung open. I found myself rooted to the spot with mounting terror as my mind processed the impossible. An enormous titanium bulkhead, otherwise inoperable to anything except powerful hydraulics, had glided open like a creaking mansion door. Black water immediately bubbled forth and filled the air with rolling steam and a cloying stench unlike anything else I'd ever smelled. It was awful. A foul mixture of rotten flesh, ammonia, and a musty scent that really was unrivaled. Some kind of flotsam came with pale stripes of strange-looking plants and unrecognizable biological matter. The room I was in was large, but by the time I managed to look down, I realized that my shoes were already wet and time was running out. I turned and ran, desperate to outrace the water that was already surging past
I don't see
my
any
feet
cats.
and flowing towards the door, threatening to trip me. All around me, equipment started to topple. Desks dragged along the floor with an ear-cringing squeal, while computers short-circuited and fell over. Under other circumstances, I would have been in tears from the loss of data and expensive one-of-a-kind technology. But I was ready to sacrifice anything if it meant getting out of there sooner. I pushed ahead, increasingly aware that the water was fast on its way to flooding the entire place and showed no signs of slowing. Pretty soon, I'd be wading through the stuff at knee height. The thought had me picking up my pace, but I managed to only get halfway to the door before the lights cut out. Immediately, my foot hit something unseen, something that moved. I was then sprawling forwards, completely blind and fumbling in the dark. Despite the water, I hit the concrete hard, and my wrist rolled, plunging me face first in the ever-rising torrent. The feel of it enclosing my head made my heart pound with hysterical panic. For a brief second, I wondered if I might already be dead and trapped in my worst nightmare. Eventually, the panic passed, and, using my good hand, I got some purchase on the floor and pushed myself up with a desperate gasp. With perfect timing, the emergency lights finally kicked in, and the room was suffused in a dim pale glow of rarely used fluorescence. I'd been thrown halfway across the room, and was further from the door than ever. The water had stopped flowing, and was eerily still. All the different workstations had been shifted to new locations by the current, but were now at rest. Bits of equipment strewn helplessly across the surfaces, or missing somewhere in water below. Once I was standing, the only sound was the occasional slosh of water, and the all-pervading drip, drip, drip.
One more?
Quietly, terrified that the movement would attract attention, I lifted one leg and took a step backward. Nothing changed above the surface, but for all I knew, a dozen unseen shapes were converging on my position, and I had no way to stop them, or even know how long I had to live. The only thing I could do was stick to the plan and keep moving one foot at a time. I managed another 3 steps when one of the desks slid a few inches across the floor. It was a gut-wrenching reminder that something was active beneath the water. It didn't help that all manner of things floated around, ranging from office furniture to unrecognizable clumps of rotting albino plants. Sometimes something would slither past my leg, touching my bare ankles, and I had no way of knowing if it was a living thing or just some dead piece of flotsam drifting aimlessly beneath the surface. When the door opened behind me, it was a sudden reminder that a world existed beyond that room. It had been barely 10 minutes since I heard Alex speak. I'd spent that time so terrified that my perception had narrowed until I could only think of things that mattered to my direct survival. I had completely forgotten power outage would have alerted others. I was so fixed on whatever shared that was with me that I didn't even turn to greet my rescuers or respond to their cries. Nothing but survival could find purchase in my adrenaline-addled mind. It wasn't until I heard feet splashing past me and saw several men stomping past, guns raised, that I looked up and saw Kim reaching out to touch my shoulder. "What happened?" she asked. "Did you open the bulkhead?" Well, I must have been pale as a ghost, because when I looked at her, she froze up a little, like my fear was contagious. "Shut it down," I hissed between clenched teeth, even as I lifted one leg to continue my painstaking backwards walk. "Explosives, grenades, anything. Shut it down." "It'll freeze on its own anyway," she replied. "The heating rods have turned off. That's probably why it hasn't flooded this whole room up to the ceiling." "Why did you open the door?" she repeated. "I didn't open anything," I whispered. "Kim, we aren't alone in here." "What?" he said. "You aren't alone up there." Kim's eyes went wide as dinner plates at the sound of Alex's voice coming from the speaker. "Screw this," I cried while grabbing her hand and turning to run the last few meters back to the door. As I turned away, one of the men inside the room cried out and went down, but I didn't turn to look back, not even when gunfire rang out and ricochets pinged the wall nearest my head. Instead, I forced leaden feet through the grimy water, Kim in tow, and did my best to ignore the screams. When we reached the door, I threw us both out onto the metal walkway beyond. I went to slam the door shut, but was left struggling against the water that continuously poured out. "Help!" I cried, reaching out to help Kim from where she had fallen. "What about the men inside?" She looked inside at the same time she asked the question. By now the gunfire had stopped, but there was still the sound of struggling feet and crying men, along with crashing furniture. With a whip-crack sound, one of the men let out a terrible scream, and Kim jerked back from the doorway, her face covered in blood. "Shut the damn door!" she screamed suddenly. Whatever she had seen had clearly changed her mind, and I was glad I'd missed it. I was only grateful that she joined me in pushing it in. "Are you sure it's all done in there?" I asked. "The water's all frozen." Kim nodded as we stood by the door to the ground facility. It had been 2 days, and we had stayed in the base a few hundred meters away, refusing to answer any of the other scientists' questions and threatening hell on anyone who dared to go look for themselves. It certainly hadn't earned us any friends, but we didn't care. Our evac was just an hour out, and we were all too ready to leave that godforsaken continent. But there was still one last job to do. Using a crowbar, I wrenched the door out of its frame. Kim made a passing comment that whatever lived down there could have easily gotten out if it wanted to, but I just ignored it. I had no way of knowing what the thing could or couldn't do, and for once, ignorance was enough for me. Whatever its motivations or choices, it had been content with taking the men it left behind, and no one else. To my shame, I only felt relief about this. "Stephen, I'm so cold. My mind is falling apart. I can feel bits of myself sloughing away. What are you? I can't see you. Where am I? What was that? Something's coming. Jesus Christ, why won't I die?" Kim faltered at the sound of their voices. She looked at me with terror, and I knew she'd seen the same thing written on my face. "You're alright," she said. "They're still." I nodded. I could hear them when I came out to check the door on the first night. How are they? Are they down there?" she cried. "I don't know," I shook my head. "But there'll be a team here soon. They'll find the tunnel frozen over, the facility destroyed, our data centers ruined. But this..." I gestured to the room with the voices within. "This will demand further investigation," she said. "How can we get them to stop? Do you have a plan to help them?" To get inside the room, I had to step up onto a solid foot of ice that had frozen. Emergency lighting had failed entirely by now, but there was enough daylight to make the gloomy place beyond visible. The heads, Kim stuttered as she looked at the array of corpses. They're all gone. How are they? I don't understand either, I said as I carefully shuffled over to the farthest workstation. It was there that the voices cried out from an overturned speaker. But
I swear to God.
I helped them. I hesitated for a moment as I took out the wire cutters and found the cord leading to the room pressure chamber. Even now, the men hadn't stopped baying like a discordant mob of hellbound souls. They were pleas for help and desperate insults born of desperation. I wondered for a split second if there really was something we could do. But that would involve drilling down to the lake and beginning this nightmare anew. This wasn't some errant animal we were dealing with. It was intelligent and cruel and older than we could possibly imagine. Even worse, it could toy with dead men and keep them alive to prolong their suffering. There was a forgotten god down there. It needed to stay forgotten. I cut the wire and the voices stopped immediately. But they're still down there, Kim said, her voice an injured whisper. With
What the fuck? I lost my connection. It's on that. Nani the fork. The heckin' and hecky. Ah. I was like, okay.
deliberate slowness, the wire was pulled from my hand and back into the chamber, before disappearing through a pinprick hole in the ice. And so it's something else, I said. Let's keep it that way.
Oh no.
Chime. Mobile banking.
Mr. Creeps
This is a bad
noises.
idea. My best friend, Alfie, was yelling in my ear above the pounding music. This is beyond a bad idea.
Is
This
it?
is such a bad idea that the horror movie protagonist creeping around the haunted mansion in her underwear with nothing but a flickery flashlight would stop, look you dead in the eye, and tell you that this is a stupid, terrible, horrible, bad idea. I felt some of Alfie's beer slosh down the front of my shirt. As usual, he couldn't hold his drink. We were crammed like sardines into the sticky basement of the least rundown bar in my hometown, and I'd just finished telling Alfie that I was going to a remote town in the Pyrenees Mountains to look for my father. I remember his response verbatim, because, as it turned out, I should have heeded his advice. But that came later. For the moment, I was trying to make Alfie understand that while my father hadn't disappeared, not quite, I still felt like I was owed an explanation. My father, Jamie, had been a professor of sociology, a hard-working man who always came home smelling like orange peels, chalk, dust, and desk polish.
Orange
It was my
peels.
childhood. I remember him being quiet, kind, and fair.
Fair.
What he did to our family when I was a teenager, though, was anything but. My father's area of study was medieval witchcraft, and his views on the topic were controversial. The scholarly consensus about the thousands of witch trials that plagued Europe was that they were a result of small-town feuds, mass hysteria, hallucinogenic fungi in the food supply, or some combination of the three. My father, however, had a different opinion. He was convinced that, despite the exaggerations and persecutions, there had to be a grain of truth at the bottom of it all. His career was spent proving that a cult of witches, or at least people who believed there were witches, had really existed and persisted up to the present day. The hunt for evidence to back up such an extraordinary claim led him to obscure locales around the world. But he always came back with a lot of stories, local sweets, and a sunburn on his beaky nose, until his last trip. A few days before my father was due back from Spain, almost 20 years ago now, we received a letter postmarked Madrid. In it, my father described how he'd fallen in love with his research assistant. He was moving to the mountains for a simpler life, and that, although he was very sorry, he was sure we'd understand, and that it was all for the best.
Damn.
The handwriting was my father's, but the message wasn't like him at all. We were all sure that something terrible had happened. The authorities involved dragged their feet, not wanting any part of a messy, international domestic dispute. They responded to my mother's hysterical pleas with pity and concern. When the local Basque authorities confirmed that my father was indeed alive and well in a small Pyrenees town, the case was closed. It might not seem fair, they told my mother, but people have a right to start over and be forgotten. After that, my hatred of my father knew no bounds. I destroyed the gifts he'd given me, changed my last name, majored in history, and dedicated my doctoral thesis to disproving any historical basis for the evidence of witchcraft.
Lol.
So my father had destroyed my family, I would destroy his life's work. My presentation had been a resounding success, and I was back in my hometown, hence Alfie in the bar to celebrate. My mother took advantage of my visit for some help with chores around the house, one of which was disposing of the few cardboard boxes of my father's things that we still had stuffed away in the back of the closet. I could take anything I wanted, my mother shrugged, and ditch the rest. There wasn't much left, but it brought back memories. The tackle box from our first fishing trip, ticket stubs from movies we'd seen together, lovingly preserved in a folder. It's hard to imagine that a man who would keep such things could have just abandoned us. I also found his final postcard, a sun-bleached hilltop town with a crumbling bell
Sons of
tower in
bitches.
its center, surrounded by pine trees and snowy mountains.
Stop moving, idiot!
What if I went? I told
Thank
myself.
you.
What if I finally got some closure? What if this was what I needed to open a new chapter in my life? I checked the faded print beside the stamp. Lapixuri, Navarra, España. I had a location. All that I needed was a plane ticket. Once that was bought, I headed out for a blurry night with my high school friends, the only part of which I really remember was Alfie's drunken prophecy. 4 weeks later, Madrid. Then it was a train, a bus, another bus, and a 2-mile slog of the unmarked stop where the river dropped me off. As the dusty door closed, he shot me a strange look, halfway between fear and pity. Then I was left alone in a steep, zigzagging road that led up to Lapixuri. My dad's postcard was from the 90s, but it was eerie how little the town had changed. Weathered, bone-white houses, narrow stone streets, the crumbling bell tower. The room I rented was one of only 3 options in the whole region, and the only one where English was spoken. The owner, Erskine, was a big, energetic woman in her 50s who spent her youth in London and had decorated her rural Basque home with images of double-decker buses, police booths, and everything British. It was surreal to sit beside the hearth of a sunken medieval antechamber and sip tea in front of a giant painting of Winston Churchill with a bulldog. With a few hours of daylight left to kill, I decided to take a walk around town. Old men in slouch hats and unbuttoned shirts, playing cards or putting along in rusty tractors. Shawl-wrapped grandmothers carrying baskets of vegetables. Bored teenagers in fake leather jackets, huddled on street corners, smoking.
Oh, fuck. Ah.
I received
No,
a lot
my
of
excitement.
hand-waved
No.
and short, curious conversations on my stroll. People in the big street
Bastard.
seemed welcoming, even if we didn't share a language, but also watchful. Like they expected something terrible to happen to me at any moment and didn't want to miss it when it did. The language barrier was actually a blessing in disguise. I hoped to avoid any questions about what I was doing in Lapixuri. If people knew my true purpose, it might affect what I could learn from them. Even worse, someone might tip off my father before I could confront him. Besides, I wanted to see for myself what made this sleepy town worth abandoning a family for. When the sun set, the temperature plummeted, and a howling night wind blew down from the mountains. The stone walls were thick, however, and the wood-fired hearth heated my room marvelously. I expected to sleep deeply after so many days of travel, but I saw something just before I closed my eyes that disturbed my rest all night. As I took my last glance out my room's high, medieval window, I saw something darker than the starless sky scamper away from the ledge. Whatever it was, it had been watching me. Who knew for how long? Maybe it was just a black cat. But what was it doing on a window ledge 2 stories up from the street? I set out early the next morning. I'd written down the local spots that my father had deemed especially important, and my plan was to use them as a rough guidebook, walking from spot to spot and asking the locals, as incoherently as possible, about the other weird foreigner who seemed so interested in these forgotten places.
I can only imagine what Rose is thinking right now. Like, holy fucking shit, dude.
Figure with familiar round glasses and a sunburned nose, leaning on his hoe, content with a morning's work. Would he recognize me? I was so lost in thought that I nearly fell into the first sight my father had mentioned, Sylvian Alaska, the witch's well. The road twisted, and I found myself in a shady hollow, about to step into a fissure so deep I couldn't see the bottom. Spring water dampened the dark stone and filled the gulch.
Yes!
Belladonna, Mandrake, and Bane, and others that, according to my father, were rituals used in their rites. Some had been harvested just a few days ago. I shivered, and not just because of the cool air of the valley. There was no good reason to be collecting those plants in those quantities. he wanted to poison quite a lot of people, or at the very least, make them hallucinate for weeks on end. Even later, eating lunch beside a golden field with white-capped mountains all around me and the warm sun on my face, my thoughts went back to the neatly snipped walls of that gloomy grotto. I felt a presence behind me while I ate. I spun around to see a tired, hungry donkey just a few feet away, standing there, staring at me. But there was something unsettling about his big, pitiful brown eyes. The sadness in them seemed almost human. The farmer came by to shoot the poor beast off, and I was finally able to ask a couple indirect questions about my father. Yes, he confirmed. A guy like that had come to town a while back. He lived nearby with a young lady, but they had since moved on. He wasn't sure where. My heart sank. If my father had moved without leaving a forwarding address, how would I ever find him? I reminded myself that this was just one farmer's opinion. It might be wrong. Maybe they just moved to the next village over, and so on. Even so, my heart was heavy as I set out for my next objective, Eremu Belzak, the Black Plains. Local legend held that it was the meeting place of the witch cult, and my father considered that the disuse of such prime grazing and planting land was proof enough that something very disturbing happened there. As I passed the last of the old stone farmhouses, the road narrowed to a trail that zigzagged through the pine forest before the last opening to the plains. The view was probably spectacular, but it was already dusk and low clouds were quickly covering the fields with fog. I planned to circle a route back to town.
I'm concerned, what was
so
that?
It was either cross the plains or retrace my steps in the dark. I swallowed my fears, adjusted my headlamp, and set out into the cloud-covered field. The trail disappeared almost immediately. To make matters worse, the reflection of my headlamp of the fog made it impossible to see more than a few feet in any direction. Not only could I no longer find my way forward, but I could no longer find my way back.
You did not just light yourself on fire.
In the dark, my tiny headlamp would appear brighter than a lighthouse beam. No matter where I looked, it was the same hip-high grass and opaque mist. I tried to keep from panicking, telling myself that as long as I walked in a straight line, I'd come to the end of it eventually. But in practice, it wasn't so easy. I had to scramble around ditches and boulders as I went, and it soon became impossible to tell which direction I was going. From down in town, the plains hadn't looked this big. Between the damp and the wind, my teeth began to chatter. I took refuge
Where'd my
behind
cat go?
a boulder
Oh, there you are.
and consulted my GPS, but the signal was dead. Finally, I got it together enough to proceed. I was nearly knocked off my feet by a black shape that went flying past. Even now, I tell myself it was probably just a cow fleeing the rain clouds. But between the fog and my frayed nerves, it was hard to see the black-shrouded form of an old crone. Her 8-foot-tall frame bloated with gluttony and wrinkled like a rotten apple. I felt sure she looked at me with a single black pupil and left behind a reek of rotten meat. Other dark shapes whipped through the fog. I couldn't be sure how many. By then, I was running for all I was worth, paying no heed to twisted ankles and slips in the mud. I didn't stop until I found a tree line, and then, somehow, the dirt road that led to Lapixuri.
The fuck is that?
My landlady, Erskine, panicked when she saw the state I was in. Limping, shivering, soaked in mud. She insisted I take a hot bath. It wasn't until I sank in the tub that I realized how sore I was. I had a narrow escape of getting lost in the mountains, and perhaps from something else as well. I didn't mention what I seen to her, more from embarrassment than anything else. Sitting here, neck-deep in hot water, surrounded by thick stone walls, it was easy to imagine that what I'd seen had been a huge product of some lost cattle and my overactive imagination. And so I thought. I climbed into bed with a groan, wondering what my next day in Napizuri would bring. The wind still howled outside, but no dark shapes haunted my window that night. I did, however, have the most frightening, realistic dream of my life. If indeed it was a dream. It started with the rattling of Erskine's keyring and a heavy wooden door creeping open. As it did, several figures in hooded black robes scurried into the room. I say scurried because they crawled on all fours, although I could tell by the moonlight, aged skin of their hands and bare feet that were definitely human, at least in form. They disappeared from view, huddling at the foot of the bed, or maybe under it. I felt the rustling of the sheets being lifted, my socks were pulled off, and I felt the strange sensation of some kind of ointment being rubbed into my soles. And one of the hands doing the rubbing had at least 6 fingers. I didn't run. I was too sore to move, half sure that I was dreaming. And if that weren't enough, I was also scared stiff. Yet, as the hooded, crawling figures finished their disquieting work, a feeling of relaxation flooded me. I was being carried with them, up into the air, out the tiny window, toward the night sky. Beneath twinkling stars, the winds carried us to enemy Belzak, and even with the lights of Lavixuri and the toy-sized pine trees far below, I was not afraid. Not until the Witch's Sabbath started in earnest. Glowing, fiery orbs circling the field provided light. A blind orchestra, wrapped head to toe in black cloth, provided music. We descended from the sky to a set of tables set with food that ranged from 5-star luxury fare to rotting trash. I was lowered to one of the latter tables. At the furthest point from the field from me, an enormous black he-goat sat atop an enormous throne of twisted black wood, and when its glowing red eyes landed on me, I felt compelled to eat. It didn't matter that the dead rats in front of me were swarming with still living maggots.
Ew.
The potatoes were green with mold. I ate. I ate like it was the best meal I'd ever tasted. I ate with a mad grin, like there never was, never would be any purpose to life except to gorge myself on the filth in front of me. Any exploring. It was hard enough to hobble downstairs and eat breakfast.
You idiot, it was down here.
If Erskine knew anything about what had happened during the night, she gave no sign. After some strong coffee, I recovered enough strength to try my plan of last resort. I go down to the town hall and ask directly about my father. Walking into the quiet marble hall, I expected to run into the same stubborn bureaucrats who my mom had struggled with all those years ago. Instead, I saw a girl about my age in a smart grey suit, hanging toys and posters beside an enormous desk. She was so focused on her work that I felt bad for interrupting her. "Can I help you?" she asked in perfect English. I began. How had she known I was there, much less what language I spoke? News seemed to travel fast in Lavixuri. "I'm looking for my father, Dr. Richard Shearer," she finished for me, turning around with a smile. "The man who put us on the map." This was too much. How had she known my father's name? His books and the photos in them breathed a little life into this sleepy old town. Hardly a tourist comes by who doesn't mention wanting to hike the mountains from Dr. Shearer's posters, or search for the, witches. She laughed. My name is Carmen Fairview, and I'm a great admirer of your father's. I'm Julian Chenault. Well, formerly Shearer. Did you ever meet him? My father, I mean. I wasn't at all prepared for the direction this conversation was taking. No, I was just a girl when your father came to visit us. Carmen's face clouded. He didn't stay for long. Do you have an address? I gushed. Let's see. Carmen returned to the huge desk and searched through some filing cabinets. Here it is. 28C, Zeretta. But it's been vacant for almost 8 years now, and... She scrunched up her brow, frowning. There's no forwarding address or any further information. Just a note that the owner moved and donated their home to the municipality. All paperwork in order. I was hoping to meet him here. I trailed off. It had all been a waste. I'd be going home sore, uneasy, and with even more questions than I left with. It made me want to hit something. Preferably my father. If only I could find him. I'm sorry, she sympathized. It's been a while since you've spoken to Richard, hasn't it? 10 years, I grunted. Not a word. Well, Carmen put a finger to her lips thoughtfully. I have access to a government vehicle. Children playing some kind of detective game. Only if you want, of course. 5 minutes later, we were bouncing up a dirt track toward the mountains. The wind blew through the open jeep, making Carmen's raven hair swirl around her face. She noticed me looking and smiled. I blushed and turned away toward the icy peaks. I finally understood how someone might fall in love in a place like this. My father's former home was far above the village, even above Eremu Belzak and the pine forests. It must have been the summer home of some prosperous shepherd, nestled as it was among the boulders beyond the tree line. We rolled through the fast-flowing mountain stream and parked just in front of the 2-story stone structure. The wood shutters were closed, and the place had started to show signs of abandonment, at least on the outside. The views were majestic, but after a few walks around the property, I didn't learn anything I hadn't known before. Carmen stood beside the jeep, hands stuffed into the pockets of her jacket against the chill wind until I returned. Any luck? She asked. I shook my head. She added slyly, the house belongs to the city government. I have a key. In the dark and dusk, we found some furniture covered by bed sheets, unimportant papers scattered on the floor, some fruit preserves that had long spoiled, and some wine that hadn't.
What
There's
the
a whole
fuck?
separate wing of the house, but even with 2 of us pushing, the old wooden door wouldn't budge. I looked around helplessly. Carmen held up the bottle of wine. We shouldn't let any of this go to waste, at least, right? I got a fire going in the hearth while Carmen washed out 2 cobwebby glasses in the stream and brought us some bread and cheese from the jeep. We curled up in the blankets we'd found in clinked glasses. Out the front door, the late afternoon valley opened up before us. Maybe it was the adventure of it all, or the intimacy of the fire, or the strength of the wine, but I told more than I meant to. About why I'd come, about my relationship with my father, about how I didn't know who I'd be without his great and terrible shadow hovering over me. There was something else that had been bothering me. Something about the house, about what we'd found. It was there in the back of my head, like an itch I couldn't scratch. I looked into Carmen's eyes, as dark as the Sorghum Husker. She'd been so patient with me, so kind. Whatever it was, we could wait. I leaned in for a kiss. Carmen pulled back. Aren't you going to finish your wine first? She whispered. My shop was left without a second glance. Carmen stood up. I wondered woozily where she was going, but when I tried to follow, my legs wouldn't move. I looked at them stupidly. They felt like two useless logs disconnected from my body. I tried again. Nothing. As my vision started to blur, I remembered what had seemed strange to me before. There wasn't any dust on the wine bottle. It had been brought to the house recently. And why did my tongue feel numb? I tried to ask Carmen about it, but my mouth wouldn't work either. Carmen knelt down in front of me. She lifted one of my arms, let it drop. Apparently satisfied, she strolled me to the door that led to the remainder of the house and opened it with a single twist of a hidden latch. Hooking me under the armpit, she dragged me like a sack of grain into the other wing, which, I soon discovered, was by no means abandoned. I can't swear by everything that happened next. As before, I was drugged, this time so heavily that I'd been paralyzed. But still, I insist there is a grain of truth to what I saw. Carmen tied me to a chair with black silk ropes and draped me in a red robe with a tall peaked hood. She then proceeded to kindle the hearth, light 5 black candles, and spread a red tablecloth over a long table. At its head was a throne of twisted wood that I thought I recognized. This done, she placed a small black cauldron to boil, adding water, herbs, and fat to make an ointment. At first, I couldn't see where the fat was coming from. As the fire glowed brighter, however, I recognized the source. A preserved human corpse. Only the head, torso, and one arm were left. Yet even after so many years, I recognized my father immediately. You did say you wanted to meet him again, didn't you? Carmen smiled. Well, here he is. Enjoy your family reunion. While you can. She continued to prepare the room for whatever was to come, stopping only to pour some more wine in my feeble, dribbling mouth. The guests didn't begin to arrive until after sunset. They exchanged a set of words I didn't understand, like an incantation, before stepping into the room. A tall, obese grandmother, a middle-aged bald man with 6 fingers on each hand, a boy with lifeless eyes and slicked back black hair. These and many others passed by me, removed their clothes, and anointed themselves with Carmen's brew before taking a seat at the table. Finally, Carmen joined them as well, but not before leading a huge black goat to the place of honor. I was in no condition to take note of their rites or conversation, even if I could have understood it. I felt like I was flying high above the twisted scene, surrounded by half-formed fiends who mocked and twirled me helplessly around the shadows of the ceiling. A few things, however, are clear to me. Firstly, the rite was almost like a reenactment of my visions from the night before. If the witches had dosed themselves in the same ointment that they'd rubbed on my feet overnight, no doubt they were having the same terrifying, euphoric hallucinations that I'd experienced. Secondly, this was some kind of initiation for Carmen. Unlike the others, she was clothed, wearing a simple white robe. She sat at the furthest point in her black he-coat, barely eating bland food, while the rest gorged themselves. A determined look burned in her dark eyes. She wanted to prove herself. Lastly, a phrase, as a Galerian Ume, kept coming up. It was always met with raucous laughter and sideways glances toward where I sat drooling in my ridiculous attire. It occurred to me that I wasn't there as some kind of sacrifice. I was there as a joke. A final prod at the man who they called Arazagale, the troublemaker, I later learned. I was Arazagalerian Umea, the troublemaker's son, and they didn't seem to care if I lived, died, or told the world about them. Who would believe me anyway? Slowly, the feeling of flying faded. With an almighty effort, I realized that I could twitch my toes and fingers. poison was wearing off, and Carmen was too focused on the ceremony to notice. Despite my desperate urge to flee, I forced myself to stay calm and wait for more strength to return. Soon, even my legs responded, and my left ankle was so slick from the heat that I could even slip it free from the black ropes. Around the table, the witch's chanting was rising to a high point. Libby's grandmother and the six-fingered man stood on the table, stomping along with a chant as it rose to a crescendo. I chose my moment carefully. Just when the ecstasy reached its peak, I kicked myself into a standing position, aimed for the door, and promptly fell over. The drug clearly hadn't faded as much as I thought. Carmen shot me a look of irritation before tying me with more black ropes. She snipped off my clothes and hung me from the rafter in front of the hearth, like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. It was so hot that the sweat dripping down my naked back sizzled when it dripped onto the flagstones below. It occurred to me that maybe I'd been wrong about not being a sacrifice. After what felt like forever, Carmen closed in. She reached into the steamed cauldron of ointment and began to spread it all over me, chanting as she went. The rest of the cult repeated after her in a diabolical chorus. As she finished spraying it around the top of my head, I found what Carmen's test had been. It all went back to the herbs collected from the Sylvan Alaska. This was a test of Carmen's ability to make a poison, hallucinogens, and other brews that the witch cult used in its rites. I was horrified to think what the effect of this final, all-white toxin might be. I didn't have to wait. The witches watched me from the other side of the long table, calm as doctors attending an autopsy, when my whole body began to shake and spasm. They nodded to one another approvingly. The slick-haired boy grinned and squeezed Carmen's shoulder, congratulating her. I felt my muscles twitching, stretching and shrinking, like my body was being twisted into some horrible new form. I blacked out. The smell of damp hay and feces. It was that cool blue hour just before dawn, and I was in a stable. I felt a cane lash against my back. I snorted and pushed myself to my feet with all four. Hooves. I tried to scream. I brayed and whinnied instead. My face was stretched. My back.
That's wild.
Back extended. Everything felt wrong. But there was no time to panic. The farmer struck me mercilessly with his cane until I trotted out into the field, where the first load of the day was bound to my back. Firewood, bricks and construction, tractor parts, tools and animal feed, up the hill and back down again, with the cane never far behind. I tried to catch a glimpse of myself in a roadside creek, but I looked away immediately. It was too horrible. Even worse were the mocking grins of Carmen and the other witches when I passed them on the streets of Lavixuri. I thought about the other beasts I'd seen in town. How many had once been men like me? Not that there was time to think. Each overburdened step became a struggle not to fall, and when I was finally led to the filthy paddock, I collapsed immediately into slumber. Days blurred into weeks, each the same as the last. I came to know each rut of the road all too perfectly as I hawed loaves for half the village. It felt like it would never end. Until one morning, I felt a prodding in my very human ribs. It was a police nightstick, a flashlight. Joining my eyes, someone was yelling in a foreign language. I was laying naked, half-starved and delirious on a city park bench. I didn't find out that I'd been dumped in Pamplona until I saw the city name above the police station as I was being taken in for booking. Unsurprisingly, the blood test revealed that I'd been heavily drugged. The problem was convincing the police that I hadn't done it to myself. My tale about being used by a cult for the nightmare's initiation rite didn't hold up. I knew how fantastical it sounded, but it was the truth, and I thought that meant something. It came down to my word against that of the local authorities in Lavixuri, who not only denied everything, but also claimed I was wanted for being under the influence of drugs in public there as well. There was never any question about who the police were going to trust. As far as the legal system was concerned, I was just another junkie tourist.
Hold on, I can fix this.
Damn it, Juicy.
There was a horrible waiting period while the authorities debated the merits of
What the
charging
fuck
me
is
with
that?
public nudity and public intoxication versus letting me off with a fine to avoid all the paperwork. In the end, laziness won out, and over a month after I'd left, I was on a plane back home. I don't know why I feel compelled to share this story. After the sneers of the police, my academic co-workers, and even my friends and family, perhaps I just want to be believed. Perhaps rather, my story is a warning. If you go looking for the strange and mysterious, you just might find it. And the world out there is stranger than we ever dared to dream.
Son of a bitch. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Get him.
Ah, I return. Rose? I wonder. A tropical fish. Get him with the yes, sir. I wonder. I have an idea. Can I do a pufferfish in a bucket? Fuck no. Must be napping. Is my fucking notifications going off? The fuck? How do I plant these berries? I am willing to bet that by no means is that fox still out there, but I'm still gonna look. You're a bitch. Literally just gonna be there for no reason. Fuck! Uh-oh. Fuck. Goddamn fucking lag, bro. Oh shit. If it's a problem, I'll look back at the footage later. You've got to be shitting me. You motherfucker, why? Why are you here, huh? I'm gonna find a fox today. Probably. Maybe. Or I'm gonna die. Okay, seriously? Why are my notifications on? You're gonna get me copyrighted, you bastard. As if I won't do it to myself.
I'll never forget it for a few reasons. I think it's the first story he ever told me as a child. It's also the story of how my grandfather died, but honestly, that isn't the reason. You hear stories on TV, or sometimes you overhear something in a public place.
Stupid
People
fuck!
talk about ghosts and aliens, and you think to yourself, that ain't real. They're making it up, or they're mistaken, or they're crazy, or something like that.
Bitch.
You just can't believe it. That is, until something happens. Something that brings it all together, connects the dots in a way you didn't think of before. Maybe it happens to you, or maybe you hear the same story again and again from different people. It doesn't take long for the world to become a lot bigger than you thought it was.
No.
As I said, this is a story my father told me, but I never believed it.
God damn it,
Even
dude.
though he swore up and down it was true. It wasn't until I started clicking around on the internet that I started to believe. I started to hear other stories just like the one my father told me. It didn't take me long to believe after that. That's not what my father called it, of course.
Bastard.
He's never used the internet in his life. You wouldn't know what the online community had taken to calling it. When he chose to call it something other than it or that thing, he called it a skinwalker, after an old Cherokee tale his grandfather told him. But this is the story that he told me.
We were out hunting one night in the woods surrounding the dairy farm in Ohio where we lived at the time. We were tracking coyotes. We'd kill them for $50 a skin. They'd kill calves sometimes. We'd do it every night because we needed the money. And sometimes, while we were out, we'd come on a deer and kill it. Our landlord didn't mind, and it could feed our family for a few nights and save us some money. Anyway, we were done making our rounds and heading home.
Stop.
Walking because we didn't have a car or a four-wheeler back then. We'd cut through the woods. That's when we came upon it. Blood. Everywhere. Splattered on the trees, in the grass, in the creek, everywhere. At first, we figured it was a pack of coyotes. We'd seen how sometimes when they weren't able to scavenge for whatever reason, they'd start hunting deer or cattle out of desperation. The worst was when they bred with feral dogs. This wasn't like that. You see, when a pack of dogs, wolves, or coyotes attack something, they do it right. They'll pick off one that's weak, sick, or old, or just small. They'll hunt it, draw it into a corner, someplace it can't get out of, and they'll run it right to the biggest one, the alpha. And that deer will never see that alpha. It might hear it, but it won't see it. And all of a sudden, its throat will be torn out, and it'll drop dead. It's quick, and it's clean. That wasn't what happened here. Something had come upon a group of deer. Coyotes won't attack a group. Wolves wouldn't either. They'd get too much of a fight. There were 3, I think.
Are you serious?
3 bodies just torn apart. You'd see a head or a torso here, a leg there. Predators don't do that. They don't leave scraps behind. Whatever had done this hadn't done it for food. It had done it for fun. But we didn't know that at the time, of course. We just saw a bunch of carcasses and figured it's something we had to take care of. I remember my dad telling me to go home, that he thought it was the work of a pack of feral dogs. But I wasn't leaving it. And I damn sure wasn't hiking through 2 miles of woods alone.
Are you serious?
With nothing but a .22 and a pocket knife. I was only 13 at the time. So a .22 rifle was the only gun I could reliably use. Dad had a shotgun. I wasn't going anywhere without it or him. It took me a while to convince him. But finally we began tracking whatever did that. It wasn't hard either. We just followed the blood. Either that thing bled a deer before it got away, or it dragged one for a mile. I don't know. What I do know
Fucking
is that
cocksucker.
I've never seen my dad scared. Before that night,
God!
we started hearing the most horrible sounds. Now, I've been in a lot of woods in my life, and I've been all over the world, but I ain't never heard noises like I heard that night. I heard things screaming. I heard deer, fox, rabbits, raccoons, and birds, all of them afraid of something and hightailing it. Keep in mind, this is maybe 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning. Except for the fox and some birds, nothing was supposed to be awake at that hour. But they weren't just awake, mind you. They were on the run. That night, I saw flocks of birds flying straight into trees trying to escape something. We came upon a pack of coyotes and nearly shot a couple thinking they had their eyes on us. Then we saw they were running in from someone. Nothing toward us. They didn't even notice us. Went right past.
Are you fucking serious?
Then some rabbits, squirrels, and foxes. Even a couple of wild hogs. These critters were supposed to be hunting each other, and the only thing they cared about was getting as far away from there as possible. We should have put 2 and 2 together. And maybe whatever we were tracking wasn't something we were supposed to see. It wasn't something we could kill. To this day,
Stop!
I know we didn't just go home.
You bitch.
We were curious. I think that was my dad's nature. To go toward trouble, to fight, and being aware of the things my
You are
father did
literally
during
the
war.
fucking
I figured
worst.
it was best to stay by his side. We finally reached an open valley. It was normally
fucking
a soyfield,
dickless
but
wonder,
it wasn't
bro.
in season, so it was just flat dirt. That's when we saw the tracks. Animals fleeing the forest had leveled everything. But where that deer
Go
blood
fuck away
was,
from me.
nothing had taken a single step. It was like whatever was responsible had left it for us to find. The tracks were shallow. Whatever it was couldn't have weighed more than 100 pounds, but that didn't mean much. A bobcat weighing 40 pounds soaking wet can tear out your throat if you ain't careful. The fact this thing was on the lighter side just meant it was probably quick and was going to be tough to hit. So we followed the tracks. And it didn't take us long to find out where they led. There's didn't think that for long. When we got within this time, I remember thinking that and whispered. He told me I had to stay behind him because we're about to corner our prey. Any animal will fight when it's cornered, especially a predator. But we can tell by the tracks that there's only one. He tells me it's probably a single feral dog. But it sat like a monkey, hunched over, and its hands weren't normal. It had long fingers with claws at the end. So we saw that, and my dad hesitated. He wasn't about to fire at a person. Get it to turn around. I swear to God Almighty, all the noise just ceased in an instant. I ain't ever heard true silence before that, and never again afterward. But for 2 seconds, nothing made any noise. I mean nothing. then it moved up. He tore out his throat, ripped his nose clean off, gouged out his eyes, and then it scalped him. Started digging in. I stood there, helpless, as it ripped off the bottom half of his jaw, the little bones, and that tube in his neck, and then his ribs. I don't exactly remember. This thing's shoulder, and my dad, what was left of him, that is, ended up on my back. I was running. By God, opposite the woods we started in. I was heading towards my landlord's house because it was the closest thing to help nearby. But even that was half a mile away. All the while I could hear the thing screeching and moaning. I heard branches cracking and getting thrown around. It was cracking so loud and often that it sounded like someone was taking an bride, and they came over. I told them to call an ambulance, and my landlord looked at me and said something I'll never forget. "What is that on your back?" he asked me. Just as the words left his mouth, it dawned on him without my saying a word. It was one of those god-awful flannel shirts my dad wore everywhere, he realized. And it was damn near all that was left of my dad, aside from a bit of my father's head and torso. That's all there was. Absolutely nothing below the waist. Suddenly, we heard it. The screeching. My landlord grabbed me, causing me to drop what's left of Dad on the ground. And I was fighting him, crying, because I thought we could still save him, somehow. But the truth is, my dad had been gone well before I ever picked him up. And all I'd done was carry a corpse back home. My landlord had to pick me up and throw me inside before I could go away. He and his buddies, all of us went inside together, and they locked the doors and got their guns. The landlord asked me, what happened, but I didn't know what to tell him. He pieced enough of it together to understand that there was something dangerous out there. All the lights in the house were on, and someone called the cops. They would get there as soon as they could, they said, but that meant in 15 minutes. We looked outside and saw it walk in front of the fire they'd made. No one knew what it was. One of them said it looked like me. Suddenly, something came crashing through the window. We all fired at it, but quickly realized it wasn't the thing. No, it was my landlord's dog. Well, his body, anyway. His head and legs were missing. We just started pushing things in front of doors and windows to form a barricade when we heard something in the garage. I remember one of his friends saying that the doors were open. We heard metal and glass being ripped and smashed. We dragged the couch and the TV in front of the door to the garage for added measure. It banged around some more, but then it got quiet. Not silent, like it was before. We could hear it move around some. And the guys were talking, making sure their guns were ready. Someone handed me a pistol. No sooner had I cocked the hammer back when we heard something shatter upstairs. Then we heard it screech again. Except this time it was louder, and it didn't echo and fade out, because it was inside. We all rushed to the one door that led upstairs, and we got to it just as that thing did. It opened it just a bit, and 4 or 5 men slammed into it. It managed to get its hand through. Someone with a shotgun took care of that, put the barrel right up to its wrist, and pulled the trigger. Blew its hand clean
Stop
off.
running from
That
me!
only pissed it off, though. It started shoving that door, clawing. We were on one side, pushing as best we could, and it was on the other, doing the same. The wood wasn't going to hold, so someone told us to keep our heads down. Suddenly, the top half of that door was gone, and my ears were ringing. There were splinters everywhere. 2 or 3 of them had just unloaded on the top of the door. I don't really know where it went after that. The police got there. I was still glued to what was left of the door. The sun was up before they pried me loose. It put me in a hospital for a while. While I was there, a whole lot of people talked to me, but I didn't respond. Not for a long, long time. When I got back home, I got a job with the landlord, working on the farm. A wild animal, probably a wolf, maybe a bear that had migrated north. I asked him how they could say that when they had the hand. He looked at me, stunned. He told me that the hand never made it back to the station. The cop who had it in his car got into a wreck, drove into a tree, died on impact. The hand was never likely taken by an animal. I never talked to the landlord again.
Came back either. The FBI was called. Before he finally told me that they got a few calls about those woods every year, about someone up and vanishing, but that was all he wanted to tell me. Before he got up and left with the rest of his team, he wrote the name they'd given the creature on a napkin. Of course, I didn't realize that's what it was at first. It wasn't until I looked up the words online that I understood what they meant. Honestly, I would have rather not known. As it turns out, there are hundreds of stories just like my father's, as well as photos and drawings of the thing. And though the details vary, everyone who has encountered it agrees on one thing. It's still out there, and there isn't a man on Earth that can stop it.
I'm borrowing it for like a split second, okay? Okay, hold up. I'll figure this out. Hold up. Oh my gosh, I could have grabbed the boat. Oh shit. Hey yo. Sheesh. Are you serious? Yeah, you can run around in here. That's so fucking cute. Did you just lick my foot? You weirdo. I have pets in Minecraft now. Fear me. Roasted roof. No, get down. Get down. Down. Fucking asshole. Hey, yo. Me dying very slowly. I died. I am dead now. Goodbye. Get out of there. Go. Good boy. Maggie, go lay down.
Nope, we are here together. I have a box room. Fucker, bro. Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay, what the fuck? Like 900% sure I put a bone in here. It's in my inventory. Never mind. Job me. Super duper fucking smart. Oh my god. How does he do it? It's a mystery. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, let's just get this out of my inventory for right this second. It's spam. Fucker. Okay, I found what I needed to find. The fuck? Sorry, Rose. I just wanted to move it over here. Oh, that's wild. Now I need some grass. Uh, I missed, okay. Ow. The bubbles. He's like, yum, 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 yum. Ow. Okay, I show you because I no longer see a point in keeping it a secret. Take some time. I could just push him, but I'm not gonna be a dick. Bro, he's so fast, I don't even see him around the corners anymore. Lagging like a motherfucker.
What the fuck's a sneef, bro? That actually looks very nice. I like it a lot. $432 minutes. Get down. Bro, Sneef be out here sneefing. That's why you not called him Sneef. Oh shit, he's got all my levels now. I wonder if that's copyrighted. Bro's got the musics. Yeah, this is why I like this server so much right here. Because, like, even though it's not been up a crazy, wink wink, amount of time, and, like, even though it's on Xbox, there's shit like this in places, and, like, this is not the only place people are building like this. Let's see. Is Rose in Discord right now? There we go. Alright, now I'm in Discord. I farted. It stinks. That is unfortunate. Oh my god. What the fuck just popped up in my feed? It says oil up, little bro. Oh yeah, by the way, shout out to Scary Juju, who's next. What the fuck? That better not have been what I fucking think it was. Tonight will be the night that I will fall for you. Yeah. Cause tonight will be the night that I will sniff some glue. Boop 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 a doo. Meow. Bro, you need to chill. Change my mind. Ah. Fucking bastard. Cause tonight will be the night that I will sniff some glue. Bro is big chillin', look at him. Z, 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 Z. The what? Yeah, the what? Now all I can think of that fucking picture of like that. Trying to change my mind. Can you go that way? Why can't I plant one? What the hell? Dude's like, the fuck, bro? You want to get me to give you a diamond? Get out of here. What if I just take one off the wall and just fucking put it in there? Hold on. What the fuck? Try to change my mind. Because tonight will be the night that I... Oh no, my narrator turned off. Because tonight will be the night that I take a poo. Hope the smell wafts to you. Oh, yeah, change my mind. Taking that rotten flesh. Wait a minute, give me those. I need more signs. Because tonight will be the night that I take a poo. Boop boop boopy doo. Shoop boop boop boopy doo. Whoopsh. Get down. Maggie? Go. Dingus sit. Maggie, go. mad at you. Thing is, you're lucky I'm not mad at you. Motherfucker. What the f... That actually scared me. Ah. Damn, bro, that's crazy. No, not that one. No, not that one. Lamau? Me when my phone starts going off in class? No, not Juicy. No. It should have been me. Okay. No, wait, no. That one stays. Give me the deep slate. Actually, no, give me that back. Because tonight will be the night that I will you motherfuckers. Why do you hate me? All right. Chill. Actually, you know what? Give me that bag. I got a hoe. Hey, yo. Because tonight will be the night that I will lower you. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Something changed my mind. Is that a fucking bottle? We are back to fishing. Be prepared for another copy strike. Is that a book or a... Okay.
Damn, bro, that's crazy. Little big, little brain. Oh. Shout out to whatever the fuck this is, and also, Scary Juju.
What's up, folks?
Lamau?
Juju here. Big shout out to Dominic Eagle, the author of tonight's story.
Yeah, that
Be sure
part.
to go check out his channel, Black Volumes. Thanks for your support.
Yeah.
He also does creepypastas and horror stories. Link will be in the description below.
Yeah, that part.
Someone wonders how
Son of a
reality came to
bitch. You son of a bitch.
Before embarking on the Victoria 21 voyage, I was drawn to the latter question. If an answer exists, however, I now know that it would be too terrible to bear. Many outside the scientific world believe that the secrets of existence lie beyond it. Some may hope to find the Creator past reality's brain, but they would be horrified to learn the truth. Most in the scientific community, of course, claim there to be no beyond at all. Nothing but our tangible plane. Still, even they have never publicly offered a fixed answer. After all, even if nothing exists beyond the universe, another question remains. Is reality finite or infinite? Cosmology, to chart the bounds of existence. Some say that we simply live in an endless universe, but others claim it to be so colossal that it appears endless. Last month, following a 3-year expedition, the finite argument was proven true.
That may infuriate some scientific minds who stumbles across my tale, but it is the truth. Earth, not wholly observable by the eyes of an ant, is still bounded, and the same is true for our universe. However, unlike our small planet, reality exists on a two-dimensional plane, one with an edge. That was what Dr. Alec Irwin explained on May 1st, 2021. It was something he learned by using a piece of technology known as the A4 radar. Are you truly proposing that we should believe this drivel? Dr. John Macy scoffed. That we should believe in an edge of reality? If the universe were finite, it will likely be an unbounded hypersphere, not a bounded two-dimensional plane. Yet, that is not so, Irwin replied. Macy huffed. Nearly everyone in this room views the universe as infinite. You have made a baseless claim, Dr. Irwin. Given the A4 radar simply failed to detect anything, how do we know what lies beyond this edge? We don't. Irwin admitted. That's why we need to send a team. The lead researcher received no immediate response. The dozens of NASA specialists simply exchanged silent looks. Then, a few seconds later, the laughing started, a cacophony of hearty roars bouncing off the walls of the expensive meeting room. A fantastic idea, Dr. Irwin. Dr. Macy chuckled. It's a shame that team won't reach the edge of reality before, well, the end of time. Not with NASA technology. That's why Dozen Minus will supply the equipment, Dr. Irwin said, folding his arms. You know as well as I do that they have taken enormous strides over the past century. That is why their technology has been kept from public eyes, kept from the world's governments when it comes to their classified projects. Allegedly, Macy sharply replied. Allegedly. Irwin nodded. Listen, this wouldn't be the first collaboration. We've used their spacecraft before. Machines far beyond our capabilities, far beyond the capabilities of man. It is not a question of whether we can achieve this mission, Dr. Macy. It is a question of whether we will. Macy frowned. Fine, I'll amend what I said. If we launch a Dozen Minus craft today, we would reach the edge of the universe in 1,000 centuries or so. Not if we use a splinter, Dr. Irwin muttered. Dr. Macy was immediately silenced. The room's wave of laughter faded, finally lapping against the shore. Faded as the scientists realized, one by one, that Dr. Irwin had not simply entertained a foolish notion. He'd lost his mind. The splinters, which appeared decades ago in distant parts of reality, are anomalies. Anomalies of unknown origin with varying purposes. Most, of course, lead to galaxies beyond our reach. One in particular leads past all known galaxies, past the observable universe. I thought we were here to hold a serious meeting, Dr. Macy eventually said. I'm serious, Dr. Irwin replied. The S-79 splinter has fascinated me since it first emerged in late 2010. I used it in fact to send the A4 radar to the edge of reality to retrieve data trillions of light years away, and the evidence is undeniable. S-79 would propel the latest Dozen Minus craft, Victoria 21, to a point beyond our observable realm. A point near the edge detected by the A4 radar. This voyage would involve a 1-month journey to S-79's entry point, followed by a 1-year journey from its exit point to the detected edge. Macy shook his head slowly. You're not the scientist I remember, Dr. Irwin. Not the one I thought you were, at least. And what kind of scientist am I, Dr. Macy? Irwin responded, narrowing his eyes. One who actively seeks to advance mankind, or one who simply writes theses? I'm a man of principle, Macy growled in response. I would never propose a mission that puts lives at risk. Let's not forget the result of your last expedition. I anticipated that jab, Dr. Irwin said. This isn't the same as the Flores mission. Dr. Macy sighed. Alec, when it comes to Dozen Minus, everything ends the same way. They operate in a way that we do not fully understand. They offer gifts that should be impossible, not only in our lifetimes, but 1,000 lifetimes from now. The man then turned to address the rest of the room.
This is not a company to be trusted, people. Do not let Dr. Irwin sway you. Do not let advanced technology sway you. Why is it that whenever Stefan Blum provides support for projects, things always seems to end disastrously? The interests of Dozen Minus are not the interests of enough. Emmett Kate, NASA's OTR director, interjected. Dr. Macy, you know that these meetings are about more than the interests of any organization. After all, not all who work in this building are aware of this meeting, are they? Macy grimaced. But, listen, in 2 days, Senator Nelson will become our new administrator. Kate continued. There will be changes in NASA over the coming weeks. There will be countless eyes and ears on us. I trust, Dr. Macy, that you won't be running your mouth in front of folk without T-level clearance? Of course not, Mr. Kate, Macy gasped. I take my job seriously. So do I, Irwin said. Do you not want to know, John? What? Dr. Macy asked. Know what lies at the edge of everything? Dr. Irwin whispered. What lies beyond the edge of everything? If something lies beyond the edge of everything, then we haven't found the edge of everything, Dr. Macy said. Don't be obtuse, Irwin huffed. You know what I'm claiming. Not that nothing exists beyond our universe. Quite opposite, in fact. Something lies beyond it. Something that the A4 radar did not know how to process. Whatever exists beyond the edge, it's nothing that abides by the laws of our realm. Nothing that, exactly, nothing. The A4 radar picked up nothing. Dr. Macy interrupted. Even if we were to use the S79 Splinter as a boost, propelling our team to a distant point of the universe, they may find nothing at all, or nothing that humanity has any equipment to record. After all, we only know of things within our reality, and that would mean they'd be wasting over 2 years of their lives. We know of more than our reality, Dr. Macy, Irwin said. Have you forgotten what Dozen Minus showed us in Birmingham? You should watch your tongue too, Dr. Irwin. Emmett Kate barked. Sorry, sir, Dr. Irwin mumbled. And Dr. Macy, the project is continuing, regardless of your disapproval, Emmett Kate said. This meeting wasn't a negotiation. It was an announcement. You know what's coming, Calvin? Celine whispered to me. Don't, I begged. We had long been earmarked for a venture such as this, and I knew that before Emmett Kate locked his eyes onto the pair of us. We were cowering at one side of the room, but we hadn't escaped his stare. Calvin Beckinsale and Celine McGinnis, Emmett announced, waving a hand in our direction. 2 of our finest physicists, and they will be joining Dr. Alec Irwin on the Victoria 21 spacecraft. What? Emmett asked. July 1st, Emmett answered. 2 months? Celine breathlessly asked. How on earth are we supposed to prepare in that length of time? I've been preparing for years. The longer we leave it, the greater the chance that we miss our window, Dr. Irwin explained. And that was the only attempt Celine made at contesting the mission. I was always more passive than her, so I simply nodded. I'd accepted our fate before Emmett Kate had even confirmed it. Accepted it in 2015 when I first received clearance for T-level meetings. Accepted the possibility that, at some point, NASA's shadowy department would demand that I contribute, demand service. Celine was right, of course. 2 months was hardly enough time to prepare. But Eric Irwin had been spending years planning for that very moment. In fact, Celine and I only really achieved one thing over those 8 weeks. We learned just how unwell the man had become. It was clear that, psychologically, Dr. Irwin had already crossed the boundary at the edge of the universe. His mind no longer seemed to entertain any thoughts about our planet, our reality. And only one thing frightened me more than that. Deep down, I shared his perturbing delight, his hunger for what lay beyond all. On July 1st, 2021, Victoria 21 launched with Irwin, McGinnis, and me on board. The initial month of the trip took us past all known galaxies, took us to the intimidating chasm past all that has been observed from Earth, but not the edge of all that exists. And as we approached,
the splinter, that gurgle in my gut only grew, as if something from the other side were pulling us towards it. Splinters are aberrations beyond Earth's observable reality, detected by dozen-minus technology in the late 20th century. Time will tell whether these rips bode well for our universe, but if the unknown has not deterred mankind from using the splinters, even if that risks the end of all we know, and S-79, the splinter in question, was even more terribly alluring than it appeared in photographs. The rip in reality's fabric did not present itself as something akin to a black hole. It was a jagged wound, the result of some cosmic blade tearing into existence itself. Whether from another universe or our own, we still do not know. All we knew at the time, according to Dr. Alec Irwin, was that S-79 would lead to some distant place in reality. Some place near his supposed edge of reality. "Why are you wearing that expression?" Irwin asked me. I gulped, the butt of my jeans squeezing in the pilot's chair. "I'm just thinking that we still have time to turn around." "We've almost entered the eye," Irwin said. "The hard part's nearly over. Leave your fear to this side of the hole, Captain Beckinsale." "I just don't know whether I trust the data," I said. "The A4 radar might have survived the trip to the other side, but it was made of titanium, not skin and bones." "Pull yourself together," Irwin tutted. "You're our captain, and you need to act like it." "I'm acting like it," I firmly retorted, tensing as the edges of S-79 started to engulf our ship. "That's why I'm wondering whether we should stop." "You may be the captain of this vessel, but I'm still the leader of this project, Beckinsale," Irwin snarled. "Don't make me use that card. I will if necessary." I huffed, tightening my grip around the lever and pushing it forwards without another word. Moments after the ship accelerated, the splinter fully encompassed us. I expected a near-endless tunnel, expected to feel the tug of some unimaginably oppressive external force flaying my flesh from its skeleton. But there was only a split second of nothingness, an absence of sight and sound. S-79 had greater depths of colorlessness and silence than space itself. I became horribly aware that we were in a place between 2 points of reality, a rip revealing what truly lay beyond the borders of everything. Not that our eyes could see that revelation. I only sensed for the briefest moment that Irwin had been right all along. There was something beyond our universe, and that did not fill me with awe. It filled me with terror. Then reality rushed back into view. We were faced with the blackness of a distant, starless part of the universe. Black, but not colorless. Silent, but not in the same way as S-79. Though we had passed all galaxies, stars, and planets, it was clear that we had returned to reality. That there was nothing but darkness around us. Yet it was space. It was physical, not as absent as the splinter. "Well done, Captain," Irwin laughed, patting my shoulder. "Now, we pursue the edge as it flees from us. Let us hope the Victoria can warp at the speed that doesn't mind as promised. We have made excellent time, Captain Beckinsale. That's why you're the best. By my estimations, we should find the edge on June 29th, 2022. I sighed, nodding. There's a long stretch of nothing ahead, Dr. Irwin, and then real nothing after that. No, not nothing, Captain, Irwin said. If there exists an edge, then there exists something beyond it. The man laughed, and I suppressed the urge to respond snarkily. I was well aware that nothing as a concept did not exist, and if there was an edge of reality with something beyond it, then that something would not be nothing. But I didn't fancy an argument. Dr. Irwin did not recognize my expertise. He seemed to forget that Celine and I were physicists too. In his eyes, he was the smartest man on Earth, and any dissenting opinions came from lesser mortals. "Nice work today. We made it to the other side," Celine said when I crawled into my bunk later that evening. Did Dr. Doom have much to say? Was he a good co-pilot? "Congrats, Celine. You managed to spend the whole day away from him, running analytics, or whatever nonsense you made up. I said, slipping my hands behind my head and resting on the pillow. You're a jammy dodger, you know that? Oh, I'm sorry, Governor. Celine smirked, poorly imitating my British accent. Whatever, Yankee Doodle, I said, as the woman peered over a top bunk. You really know how to flirt, Calvin, don't you? She replied, slipping down the ladder. I laughed. Of course I do. It's that classic English charm. How about you come over here and Yankee my... Let me stop you there before you ruin this. She softly interjected, clambering into my bunk and silencing me with her lips. I'm not so sure why we were so secretive about our relationship. NASA officials were likely aware of it, and they were also likely not to care. Well, I lie. I do know why we were hiding it. It was a secret that we were keeping from Dr. Irwin. The man's temperament was less predictable than a violent gust. He was sometimes energetic and likable, but other times lethargic and lacking empathy. One thing was constant, however, Irwin's focus on the mission at hand, and I had a horrible feeling that he'd react badly to knowing about Celine and me. Months rushed by. Only the passage of time reassured me that we were moving ahead, rather than being stuck in some perpetual purgatory. Blackness gushed past the viewports of the ship, so it was difficult to measure distance with eyes alone. Surprisingly, however, the journey did not make us as irritable as I had imagined it would. Irwin was giddy about finding the edge. Celine and I were giddy about each other. On occasion, we even shared joyous moments with Alec himself. He was not a monster. Back at NASA, I hadn't ever had a reason to dislike the man. Since passing through the splinter, however, he had begun to change. Purpose can be a wondrous thing, but it can also be the death of a person. One night, as we neared Irwin's purported edge, I was woken by a voice. Celine was sleeping soundly, so I delicately scooped her arm off my chest and slipped out of bed. As I tiptoed along the ship's main walkway, the voice loudened, and I found Dr. Irwin near a side viewport, staring into the abyss of the cosmos. Just let us see, the man mumbled. Dr. Irwin? I said. It's there, he muttered. I looked at the man's face and realized he wasn't staring at all. His eyes were closed. He was sleepwalking. Of course, that didn't make his ramblings any less disquieting. As I looked into the blackness, I was sure I could see it too. Beyond all, the thing I'd seen in the splinter, if it were anything we could call a thing. Again, I didn't see it with my eyes, but my flesh. Goosebumps coated me, and I knew that we were approaching the edge. I didn't tell Celine what I saw. I crawled silently back into bed, closed my eyes, and stayed awake for the rest of the morning. Or rather, failed to sleep. When her alarm sounded at 6, I pretended to wake alongside her. You okay? She asked. I nodded, trying to shake off the stodginess of my body. Yeah, tired. Well, wake yourself up. It's another day in paradise, sweetie, Celine sarcastically said. She was wrong. That morning was different. It wasn't just Irwin's sleepwalking which made me feel unwell. It was a throbbing sensation in my chest, one that had accompanied me since we passed through the splinter a year earlier. And when I found Irwin on the flight deck, sitting in my chair, I already knew what he was going to say. We found it, he whispered. I called Celine, and the three of us gathered in the cramped cabin to eye the darkness ahead. What's the latest analysis? Celine asked. Irwin tapped the monitor beside him. We've reached it, McGinnis. The edge that the A4 radar detected. The last point in our reality at which matter is detected. 1 mile ahead of us. It all ends there. Why aren't we moving? She asked. Captain Beckinsale brought us to a halt. He wanted you in the room before we did anything. Irwin gruffly responded. I sighed. We need to think about this, Irwin. What do we see ahead of us? Nothing but more blackness. Nothing? Irwin scoffed. What have I told you about that word? If we see blackness, then something exists out there, beyond the edge. I don't know what I see, Celine said. Not an edge,
Just more. Just... What did you expect? Dr. Owen asked, struggling to face her. A line in the sand? A border between our reality and whatever lies beyond? We are stepping into the unknown, McGinnis. We have no idea what we might find, what we might see or not see. Which is exactly why I think we should send a transmission home. I said, we need to discuss our findings with ground control, collect data, and then twiddle our thumbs? Irwin interrupted. I've been doing that for years, Captain Beckinsale, collecting endless readings, conducting analyses. And what did I find? Nothing that could be read by the A4. Nothing that anyone at NASA understood. We've exhausted all other options. There is only one way to find any sort of answer. Pushing onwards. I paused, keeping my eyes on the viewport to avoid the gazes of Celine and Alec. They were waiting for me to make a decision. I knew Dr. Irwin hungered to explore the beyond. So had I, before the splinter worked its way into my mind. Before it made me realize that horror awaited. I looked at Celine, and a thought crossed my mind. I hadn't asked her. Over the past year, I hadn't asked her whether she felt it too. The something that lay beyond all. The thing that had seemed so close during the second that we spent within the splinter between 2 points of reality. Perhaps I'd been too afraid to know. Captain, Dr. Irwin said, gently. It might crush us into oblivion, I whispered. You know that McGinnis and I didn't volunteer for this mission, don't you? We didn't volunteer to die. You could have walked away, Dr. Irwin said, but you didn't. Nobody walks away from T-level, I replied. The doctor shook his head. Don't make it sound like a prison. You chose to be involved with the T-level department. You chose to learn of the things that NASA doesn't want anyone to know. You and McGinnis, you joined because you wanted more. You wanted to see something that hadn't been seen. He's right, Captain, Celine said timidly, no longer meeting my gaze. This is our legacy. I'm starting to think that a legacy doesn't matter, I said, begrudgingly scooting Irwin out of my chair. After we die, nothing matters. I don't think death exists in the beyond, Irwin whispered, clutching my shoulder, as I sat down and placed a hand on the lever. And I think you know that too. I eyed the monitor as I propelled the Victoria 21 forwards, and I watched as we approached the edge of all that our craft's radar could detect. The edge of matter. As for what existed in the beyond, we were about to find out. I was certain we were about to be obliterated. My fingers curled firmly around the lever, trembling as the ship's radar displayed less and less of existence. And then, without a bang, we experienced it again. Something not dissimilar to the nothingness of the splinter, yet far worse, far more terrifying.
Oh, yeah?
A blackness that did not devour us, but swallowed us nonetheless. We passed the edge. My word, Irwin whispered. We're alive. My knuckles whitened atop the lever. I knew it. I knew you weren't as certain as you claimed to be. To be certain of anything, Irwin said. I am never certain, Captain, and no matter what we experience from here onwards, we must be discerning. We must not trust our senses. For a man so seemingly uncertain, Dr. Irwin sounded confident to me, strangely so, as if he were privy to some knowledge beyond me. I thought back to his unnerving sleep-talking, and I started to think that when we entered S-79, he might have experienced more than me, might have seen, heard, or felt something that gave him the reason to say such things. My thoughts returned to reality when the lever retracted, snapping backwards with such force that it sprained my wrist. Fuck! I yelled, removing my hand and nursing it. Celine ran forwards as the ship lurched, then halted. Are you okay, Cal? Captain? Yeah, I panted heavily, noting that some unseen force in the darkness had obstructed the Victoria 21. We had not landed, not crashed. It was as if we were encased in some black gelatin, dark and dense muck that stalled the ship in its tracks. And no matter how much I tried to tinker with various controls,
I saw no way of fixing the problem. After all, there was nothing to be fixed. No way of moving the Victoria. The engines and all other systems were in working order. We had simply been compressed by a black blanket. We have to exit the craft, Irwin said. On running tests, I replied. We'll see what's outside, and it won't detect anything, Captain. Irwin promised, shaking his head. You haven't accepted it, have you? We are beyond reality. We must step outside and see what we find. It wants us to step outside. It doesn't, Celine whispered. Shocked, I twisted my head to face her, and she offered me a sheepish expression. What do you mean? I asked. You're not going to question him? Celine said, raising an eyebrow as she nodded at Irwin. He talked about it too. Yes, but I didn't think you'd seen it, or felt it, I said. Well, I knew that the two of you had, she responded. You talk in your sleep, Kelvin. Captain, Irwin corrected. There is a proper procedure, McInnes. We need just stop for a moment, Alec, Celine softly urged. We need to talk about what happened. We all saw something in the splinter, didn't we? There was nothing to see, Irwin said. No, Celine agreed. It wasn't a thing that human senses know how to process. Yet, I knew it was there, and I know you two felt it too. I don't know what I felt, I said. I don't even know why I'm here. We're here for the same reason as Dr. Irwin, Celine said. We pretended to be different from him, but we were lying to ourselves, Captain. We could have turned around, should have turned around, absolutely no doubt about that. But it isn't in our nature, is it? It has nothing to do with the splinter, nothing to do with what we did or didn't feel.
Well,
The three of us are broken in some way, and we hope to find something in the beyond. An answer that might fix us. I don't know what you mean, Irwin said, rising to his feet. This is about the progression of mankind. It is about the discovery of all discoveries. It has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with you. It has everything to do with Calvin and me. We've always sought something bigger than us. Something that might make us feel whole. Why else would we reach for the stars? Earth wasn't enough, Celine said. We brought ourselves here. That thing in the splinter didn't call to us. It told us to stay away, and we didn't listen. I turned to face Celine, and my mouth failed. My entire body failed me as I struggled to process my surroundings. I was outside the ship. Victoria 21 sat behind me in the darkness, not on a grounded surface, not on or in anything, and I too did not walk on ground. It was not a place in which ground existed, not a place in which known physics existed. Yet, the ship existed. I existed. Do I exist? I wondered. Is this even real? There was no time in that blackened nothingness, but I believe a lot of it passed before I realized I was alone. Realized that Celine and Alec were gone, and from what I distinguished, squinting through the primary viewport of Victoria 21, they, like me, were no longer on the flight deck. I tried to call for them, but there was no sound in that place, though I certainly tried to produce sound. And then, a door creaked. The first noise in that silent existence. Something in the nothing. I turned rapidly and drowned in a wave of motion sickness as my surroundings entirely changed a second time. I was standing in a room, one with a floor, ceiling, and walls of mahogany planks. A couple of grimy window panes revealed not blackness, but a white void outside. Every surface was decorated with various scribblings and paintings, depictions of humanoid things and creatures I had never seen. Mostly, the sheets displayed barely legible writing. Who is my maker? That question was handwritten across numerous sheets of paper, sometimes scrawled atop whatever other writing had already been on the notes. The sloppily written query seemed to deteriorate as my eyes danced across the walls towards the door. These documents revealed the musings of something mad. I immediately wanted to try the door, but my neck itched. It told me that something awful lurked within the place, but it also told me that something lurked behind me. I rotated sharply, preparing to meet my doom. But I was greeted by something far worse. Something far beyond anything I had ever expected my mortal eyes to behold. Atop a cluttered wooden desk, which was pressed against the wall, there sat a crystal globe. Within its unblemished spherical shell, blackness swirled, harboring pinpricks of vibrant colors, an ever-moving gaseous fog which felt like the only warmth in that place. The universe itself. My mind swam with fearful, nihilistic thoughts as my eyes flitted between the frail, glassy ball and the wide expanse visible through the window pane above it. Reality seemed so terribly small and insignificant. More horrifyingly, I thought about the thing that had carelessly left an item so precious on a wooden desk, resting, unsupported, on a pile of notes. I did not ever want to meet that thing. Whilst my eyes were lost in that miniature representation of reality, a scream sounded from beyond the door. I spun, shoulders shooting upwards in fright. I knew from the pitch of the pained voice that it was Celine, and I called out to her as I barreled through the door. I found myself in a long hallway of mahogany, much like the first room, and standing on weak legs at the end of the corridor was Celine. "Are you okay?" I asked, running forwards. As I neared her, I noticed that she was reading one of the many notes lining the walls, and by the time I reached her, I was horrified to find that I no longer knew whether her sounds were those of fear or laughter. "Celine?" I whispered, before repeating the same question. "Are you okay?" She smiled, without turning to me. "It's horrible, Calvin. It's so horrible." "What does it say?" I asked quietly. Fortunately, Celine didn't answer. She began to shred the piece of paper, startling me with her sudden mania. Though I begged her to calm down, she was hypnotized by the task at hand, focused on ridding herself of whatever maddening thoughts had plagued her. Whilst she read, I still struggled to imagine a combination of words that could possibly instill such terror and joy. I don't know what she read on that piece of paper, and I never asked. I'm just glad she destroyed it before she finished reading. "Don't let me look at the others," Celine sniffled, finally stilling herself as she stumbled into my arms. "Don't read any of it, unless you want to lose a piece of yourself." I did read something. I admit it. "Who is my maker?" she whispered. I nodded. Do you think whatever lives in this place could be..." Celine trailed off, but I knew what she was going to ask. "I think we need to find Dr. Irwin and get out of here," I said. "I'm sorry, Calvin," she whimpered as I led her to the hallway's far door. "We should have turned around. I just had to know. And now I do. I know the tiniest slice. And it's too much." I'd never seen Celine like this. We'd been together for years, known each other for a decade. At the very least, she had always been sturdy, yet bouncy, always full of color and strength. But after reading whatever she read on that slip of paper, she became a gray, feeble shell. When we opened the door at the end of the hallway, it led to the final room. One with a mahogany floor and but walls of glass, towering peaks that revealed the white void beyond the house. The claustrophobic nature of the dwelling, or what had once been a dwelling, existed in stark contrast to the external expanse beyond the universe. In stark contrast to the humongous nature of reality itself, which had been reduced to nothing more than a meager ball of glass. The house was a construct that felt too human for my liking. It felt false. "Alec?" Celine whispered.
That's perfect.
I'd been so lost in thought that I barely noticed the project leader standing in front of the glass wall end, gazing at the whiteness of the beyond. He didn't turn to face us when we entered the room, though the sound of the creaking door loudly reverberated off the glass. Celine and I approached Dr. Irwin cautiously, and I half expected him to be muttering incoherently once more. It was worse than that, however. He wasn't making a sound, wasn't making a move. The man was motionless, eyeballing the blinding abyss outside. I tried to avert my gaze from the ceaseless whiteness, Last, it drives me insane too. Strewn stacks of paper littered the floorboards beneath the men, and every inch of my body begged me to leave, begged me to not put my hand on his shoulder. I did it almost unwillingly. Dr. Irwin, I said, you need to leave. He eyed me, not slowly, not even with his usual vigor or passion. That had entirely fled his eyes. The men looked more hollow than Celine. She was positively vibrant in comparison, but my eyes only lingered on his face for a second. I quickly fixated on what he held in his hands. A skull. I trembled. Is that... No, Irwin interrupted, eyes and voice penetrating my body, then boring to the other side. It is not the skull of our maker. He isn't here. Not anymore. Who is it? Celine shakily asked. Dr. Irwin moved with such frightening precision, and his possessed eyes locked onto the woman. Don't you know McGinnis? He asked gleefully. You've read his word? Celine shivered. I only read a small segment. It was beautiful. Irwin finished, brandishing bloody teeth. Celine and I took steps backwards, casting petrified looks at one another. I was grateful, at that moment, for her sharp thinking, grateful that she had summoned the strength to shred the note before passing the point of no return, before entirely losing herself. As I stared at the paper pile beneath Irwin's feet, I wondered just how much of the Maker's writings he had consumed. Above all else, I cursed myself for my curiosity. In spite of Celine's warning, I wanted so desperately to know what was written on the countless notes in the house. But I valued my sense of self, valued it enough to resist that inky, silent song. What did you do, Alec? Celine cried. You really don't know, the man whispered, eyes still not seeing us. He had ascended to another plane of existence. Whatever he had seen or felt was all that mattered to him anymore. Dr. Irwin was lost to the wide abyss. Celine and I had to leave. We're going, Alec, I said. I'm not, he replied, laughing awfully. No, I don't think you should, I said. Don't you want to know? He said, raising the red-stained skull above his head. Don't you want to hear a secret about my trophy? Come on, Celine urged, tugging my sleeve. Let's go. This is me, Captain Beckinsale, Irwin cackled, thrusting his trophy into my arms as tears streamed from his bloodshot eyes. A remnant of my physical form. Clattering sounded, and we coughed in horror as the demented men lunged towards us. Following him in a trail on the wooden floor was a pile of bones that had leaked from his body. Detached sections of his skeleton fell to his flesh as he walked.
Bro!
The bones did not fall through gaping wounds, but immaterial skin. The man's body was an ethereal, spectral form. Irwin's blood-covered bones and red grin were the only drops of color in that white place. His broken skeleton formed a revolting line from the pile of paper to his ghostly body. And as I thought back to moments earlier, when I put my hand on the man's shoulder, I realized I hadn't felt anything at all. Consume oneself, he whispered, presumably reciting what he had read. That is how I grew. I had no idea how a person would devour their own body, no idea how they would transcend their physical form by doing so, and I didn't want to know. Celine sobbed as I snatched her hand and then pulled her towards the exit. Perhaps she had an inkling. Perhaps she had seen something which would explain how Dr. Irwin feasted upon himself. I took one look over my shoulder and winced in terror at the abomination who charged towards us with one hand outstretched. Don't leave, the man roared. I must reach the next plane, must feast again, so I may reshape all. I pushed Celine through the doorway, preventing her from turning her head. I tried to ignore the gliding entity that had once been our determined, but still human leader. And when we reached the final room, I fixed my eyes onto the globe of reality, considered our next move, whilst Celine peered over my shoulder with a horrified look. She choked. We need to touch it, I said bluntly. We need to touch the globe. With my hands still holding hers, I guided both of us towards the crystal sphere. It was the only way. I didn't know how I knew that, but I did. I hadn't read a single word of the letters other than the maker's existential question. But I knew the bellowing roar of Erwin, who I could feel reaching towards us, disappeared. As Selena and I faded from white to black, back into that stuck realm of reality we had first found beyond the edge. A door which led to the house stood several hundred yards from our frozen spacecraft. Celine and I stood in the middle. How do we escape? She asked as we ran towards the Victoria, which was still cemented in the black void. We activate the E-warp with reverse thrusters, I said. Her eyes widened, given that the E-warp hadn't been cleared for use. But she didn't call me mad, didn't protest as we entered the vehicle and I beeline towards the flight deck. She knew as well as I did that nothing was mad in that place. I fired up ±6 experimental feature, one that might have ended in catastrophic failure. It was the only idea I had, as the main thruster hadn't managed to budge the vehicle an inch. I set the craft into reverse thrust, activated the E-warp, and screamed alongside Celine as our bodies were nearly wrenched from existence. Reality stretched into eternity around us, and I thought we might be torn into nothing. However, it wasn't the pain that frightened me. It was the face which filled the blackness ahead. Something that had followed us from the white into the black. Dr. Erwin, the man no more than a disembodied head of biblical proportions, brandished his threatening maw, a toothless mouth no longer grinning that rushed forwards in a bid to consume us, as I frantically thrust the lever away from me, begging the ship to perform as I asked. There was a nightmarish moment, staring down the gullet of our potential bloody ends. Then, the ship moved. Reality contorted us excruciatingly. We propelled backwards. And then, the ship's radar burst into action as we returned to something that could be measured. We returned to the universe, to whatever lies within the crystal globe. It was a quiet journey home. 1 year of trying my best to help Celine heal. She berated herself for making only slight progress, but it was gargantuan in my eyes. We returned to Earth in late October 2023 and told NASA only a fraction of what happened beyond reality. Told them that Dr. Erwin perished, which was more of a white lie than an outright fib. We still had a skull to prove our story. The woman I loved is only a husk of her former self, but she's come a long way. Celine has been fighting to recover, and I do see glimmers of joy in her quite often. I hope those glimmers become longer and longer as time passes. But there are, of course, dark days, and there always will be. Days on which she blankly eyes something in the distance, something I don't see, perhaps can't see. And I know it is linked to the terrible truths that she learned in the beyond. Regardless, she is still Celine. Dr. Erwin, on the other hand, died the second we crossed the edge. What terrifies me more than anything is knowing humans are not the only fragile things in reality. Reality itself is fragile. A glassy globe that, right this very moment, is eyed by a ghoul in a house beyond reality. Its crystal structure could be shattered in an instant, and all would cease to be.
And now we're going over to Insomnia Stories. By the way, I'm not going to tell you which story it is. That way, if you are interested in this person, odds are you'll end up clicking on the fucking video, and they'll get that view.
Last summer, my friends Ashley, Brandon, Chelsea, and I decided to go on a camping trip together in the woods of northern Minnesota. We had been friends since high school and wanted to reconnect out in nature before going our separate ways for college. We packed up Ashley's SUV with our tents, sleeping bags, and other camping gear. We stopped at the grocery store to pick up food and drinks for the weekend. Then we hit the road, driving several hours north to reach the remote forests of Minnesota's wilderness. Around dusk, we turned off the main highway onto a narrow, winding back road. The paved road soon turned to gravel as we ventured deeper into the woods. After almost an hour bumping down the dirt road, it opened up to a small clearing, our campsite for the weekend. We eagerly set up our 2 tents side by side. Brandon and I would share one tent, while Ashley and Chelsea shared the other. A circle of stones marked the campfire pit. With night falling fast, we skipped dinner and decided to start a fire right away. The crackling fire and glowing embers lit up the pitch-black woods around us. We laughed and joked, roasting hot dogs and making s'mores over the flames. Sitting around the fire, we caught up on everything new in our lives. Summer jobs, college plans, new relationships. The conversation flowed easily between us longtime friends. Now, the busy life of waiting back home felt far away. As the fire died down to glowing coals, one by one, my friends grew tired. We said our goodnights and zipped ourselves into our sleeping bags. The last 2 of us doused the fire with water until smoke no longer rose from the ashes. Soon, the clearing was silent and dark, except for the bright moon overhead. I woke up the next morning to sunlight streaming in through the nylon tent walls. Brandon was still softly snoring in his sleeping bag next to me. I quietly grabbed my watch off the makeshift nightstand we had created from a stump. It was nearly 9 a.m. I unzipped the tent flap and stepped out into the brisk morning air. Surrounding our camp. Soon, I heard stirrings from the girls' tent as Ashley and Chelsea began waking up. Before long, we were all up and making a quick breakfast of oatmeal and coffee over the campfire coals. Once fed, we decided to go on a hike to explore the area. We packed light day packs with some water and snacks. Ashley had a trail map that showed the twisting network of trails crisscrossing the landscape. "Let's check out Blue Lake," she suggested, pointing to a blue dot on the map about 5 miles north. We all agreed and headed out, led by Ashley and her map. The trail started out wide, but soon narrowed as we hiked deeper into the woods. Towering pine and spruce trees shaded us from the morning sun. The scent of pine needles and moss hung in the crisp air. After a couple of miles, we stopped in a sunny clearing to catch our breath and take a water break. Chelsea spotted some ripe wild blueberries, so we snacked on the tiny sweet berries as we rested. Refreshed, we continued on until the trail descended down a road. At the bottom, we emerged onto the pristine shoreline of Blue Lake. Brandon let out an impressed whistle at the beautiful scene. As we emerged from the wooded trail, the sparkling expanse of Blue Lake suddenly came into view. We all stopped short, stunned by the incredible sight. The lake was perfectly ringed by tall pines that jutted into the sky. Their pointed tips were reflected onto the smooth as glass surface of the water. The lake stretched out before us, an unbroken blue that faded into the hazy distance. On the far shore, layers of bluish-purple mountains rose up, framing the pristine scene. Aside from the trees rustling in the breeze, silence hung over the lake. It felt like we had stumbled into a secret corner of wilderness paradise. We slowly made our way down to the rocky shore, not wanting to disturb the serene atmosphere. Sitting on the sun-warmed stones, we took off our hiking boots and dipped our toes into the refreshing water. I trailed my fingers across the surface, sending out ripples across the deep blue. It was so clear I could see small minnows darting around below. We sat down on some large rocks and took off our boots to dip our feet in the crystal clear water. After enjoying the views for a while, we reluctantly decided we should start heading back to make it to camp before dusk. "Hey guys, wait up!" I called after Ashley and Brandon. They were way ahead on the trail, moving fast with their steady speed and their long legs. Chelsea and I tried to keep up, but were both shorter and had to take quicker steps. After hurrying around another bend, I saw Ashley and Brandon come to a sudden stop up ahead. They stood frozen, staring at something. Chelsea and I finally caught up to them, huffing and puffing. "What's up, guys?" I asked, leaning over to catch my breath. Without a word, Brandon simply pointed straight ahead. I followed where he was pointing and felt my eyes go wide. There, nestled between the thick pine trees, was a small, ancient graveyard. It was overgrown with weeds and brush. The dozen or so headstones were cracked and so weather-worn that the names engraved on them were no longer legible. I felt a chill go down my spine as we all stood there, looking at the eerie sight. The graveyard seemed forgotten by time, tucked away in this remote part of the woods. Chelsea moved closer to me, also creeped out. After the initial shock of discovering the hidden graveyard wore off, we slowly walked through it, carefully weaving between the haphazardly placed grave markers. The ground was uneven and rocky, with thorny weeds sprouting up everywhere. The gravestones were in various states of decay. Some were intact, with the engraving still partly visible. Others had cracked down the middle or were so weather-worn that the writing was entirely gone. There seemed to be no order or arrangement to the placement of the stones. I paused by one tilting stone and tried to make out the faded lettering. All I could glean was a last name, ending in Berg, and a birth year from the early 1800s.
Damn, bro, that's crazy.
Shop like a millionaire. Download today and get started.
Can you feel it? The balance of nature has been altered. There is someone out there who may change our fate. And yet I wonder, will she be able to survive?
These people had been forgotten by time, with no one left to tend their final resting places. The pine trees surrounding the graveyard added to the gloomy atmosphere. Their shadowy branches stretched overhead, blocking out the afternoon sunlight. Everything was eerily still and quiet among the gravestones, as if frozen in time. Chelsea knelt by one of the few intact headstones, gently wiping away the moss to reveal the engraved name. Margaret Wilson, 1867 to 1892, she read aloud. She was only 25 years old when she died. I wondered what Margaret's life had been like and how it was cut so tragically short. There must have been at least 20 graves, maybe more hidden under layers of dead pine needles and leaves. As we picked our way carefully among the graves, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling of invading someone's resting place. The graveyard felt hauntingly isolated and untended. I kept glancing around, almost expecting ghostly figures to appear. "This place is weird," Ashley finally said, voicing what we were all thinking. "We should probably get out of here." We all murmured in agreement. Something about the neglected old graveyard gave me the creeps. We turned and hurried back the way we had come, suddenly eager to get back to our campsite before nightfall. Eager to leave the unsettling graveyard behind, we hurried back onto the hiking trail. The surrounding woods suddenly seemed darker and denser after our discovery. We walked closely together, glancing nervously over our shoulders every so often. The hike back felt longer than before. With every bend in the trail, I hoped to see the campsite clearing come into view, but the forest seemed endless. Shadows stretched over the path as the sun sank lower in the sky. We eventually stopped talking and focused intently on navigating the winding trail. The only sounds were our footsteps crunching on the dirt path and branches rustling in the breeze. I strained my ears, irrationally listening for any strange noises behind us. Just as the creeping unease was becoming too much, we finally reached a ridge and saw our campsite down below. Relief washed over me. The sun had almost fully set by the time our feet hit the soft grass of the clearing. Chelsea wasted no time getting a fire going again. We gladly shed our packs and crowded close to the crackling warmth and light. After dinner, we let the fire burn down to glowing embers as darkness fully enveloped our camp. The moon was just a thin crescent, providing little light. Beyond the narrow ring of firelight, the dense woods were a pitch-black void. No one wanted to wander far from the fire, so we passed the time telling stories and roasting marshmallows for s'mores. Brandon tried to lighten the mood by telling funny campfire tales, but our laughter always faded quickly. The surrounding darkness seemed to close in on us. I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see a pale face peering back at me from the trees. The fire crackled and cast flickering shadows across our faces. Every little noise made me jump. The snap of a burning log, an owl hooting in the distance. Even my friends seemed subdued as the night dragged on. "Remember that creepy old graveyard we found?" Ashley said with a nervous laugh, breaking the uneasy silence. We all nodded. "Can you imagine if those ghosts are wandering the woods right now looking for us?" "Not funny, Ash," Chelsea said, her voice quivering slightly. She scooted her lawn chair even closer to the fire. I tried to shrug off Ashley's comment, but I couldn't ignore the shiver running down my spine. The surrounding woods suddenly seemed full of sinister shadows. I thought about all those nameless graves left neglected and forgotten for decades deep in the forest. "Let's talk about something else," Brandon said firmly, but the conversation remained sporadic and stilted. One by one, we started drifting off to our tents as exhaustion overcame the creepy atmosphere. I changed quickly into sweatpants and a sweatshirt, wanting as much coverage as possible while I slept. I left my cap on for good measure. Zipping up my sleeping bag, I felt like a kid at the slumber party after hearing a scary story. Every little sound made me jerk in my sleeping bag. Brandon's soft snores from the neighboring tent were at least a small comfort. Eventually, sheer tiredness outweighed my irrational fear. Just as I finally drifted off, I thought I heard the crunching of footsteps somewhere out in the woods, but sleep pulled me under before I could think to be alarmed. I awoke slowly, blinking against the sunlight, filtering into our tent. For a brief moment, I forgot where I was. Then it came rushing back, the camping trip, telling ghost stories around the fire, finding that creepy hidden graveyard. I sat up quickly, looking around. Some of mine and Brandon's things had been moved in the night. My watch was in a different spot, and our shoes weren't lined up neatly by the door anymore. "Brandon, wake up," I said, shaking his shoulder. "I think someone was messing with our stuff last night." He lifted his head groggily and looked around. "What the hell?" he said, noticing the changes. "Did one of the girls come in here, Psyche?" "I don't think so," I said uneasily. I felt a chill thinking about the eerie graveyard we had found. Could those ghosts be haunting us? We hurriedly put on our shoes and unzipped the tent flap. Ashley and Chelsea were already up, standing around the ashes of last night's fire. They looked freaked out. "Did you guys come into our tent last night?" Brandon asked them. "No way," Ashley said, shaking her head. "But I think something was in ours. All my stuff got moved around and I barely slept because it felt like someone was standing right over me." Chelsea nodded, looking pale. I woke up and thought I saw this dark figure by the tent door, but when I sat up, it disappeared.
Bro, that's crazy.
A heavy silence fell over the four of us as we surveyed the two tents. Objects had clearly been disturbed in both overnight. This didn't seem like a prank. A nervous chill went through me. "Let's just make some breakfast and pack up," I finally said, trying to shake off the creepy feeling. I started gathering kindling for a fire while the others went through their tent. David kept glancing around, swearing he was seeing things move out of the corner of his eye. But every time he turned, there was nothing except trees. We quickly ate some eggs and bacon before taking down our tents. No one wanted to linger at this campsite anymore. As we packed everything into the car, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that we were being watched from the woods. A few hours later, we had left the winding dirt road and creepy campsite far behind. I breathed a deep sigh of relief as Ashley drove her SUV down the smooth highway into a bigger town. The familiar sights of gas stations, shopping centers, and people milling about on sidewalks were comforting after spending 2 days isolated in remote woods. We decided to find a nice public lake to relax at for the afternoon. After stopping for a quick, fast food lunch, we followed signs leading to a large recreational lake just outside of town. Ashley pulled into a packed parking lot full of families unloading coolers and lawn chairs. "This place looks perfect," said David as we stepped out into the hot, sunny day and stretched our legs.
Hello?
Oh, are you talking about the blinding? Oh yeah, he just kind of does that. Really, all I need is just one of these, like, fucking skulk nodes, and then I'll just dip the fuck out. He's definitely... Oh yeah, I'm still on this cliff, by the way, and it still does it. Somebody definitely already fucking went down here. Ooh. I need to borrow a bucket if I'm gonna do an elevator. I need to borrow a bucket if I'm gonna do an elevator. I can handle like the quick up and down shit, but like, just need the bucket. Oh, wait, before you leave, no! I need that yellow thing. That yellow thing. I do. That's fucking, it's something I need for my fucking pit. Here, I'll give this right back. Give me just a second. I won't. I'm literally just going right here. It'll be fine. Wait, it's not this one, is it? Fuck! It's you. It's you! Did it not? Rip. Oh, I got the catalyst. Let's go. And I got the sensor! Ooh! Okay, here, I'll bring this. Honestly, for the most part, I'm just here to build shit too. That's why I'm not really bothering with armor. Yeah. There's somebody has a floating base? Oh wait, teleport me to there too. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Ah! What? That's crazy. I don't know, you sounded pretty convincing. I have like fucking 300 here if you need one. Huh? I'm up the stairs from the cave. What about my Minecraft girlfriend? Oh, yeah. Did you say a mace? There's a mace? The f- Okay, so supposedly, if I can kill something next to a catalyst, I can make that fucking skulk spread slowly. And since I have it on a floating little island thing, then it'll only spread across that unless I connect it. So that'll be cool. My ankles. Damn, bro, that's crazy. Hello? Oh, Jesus. Hello? What the hell you want? Huh? Okay. Hello? Yeah, but I'm also on a fucking phone. You're using my data. Oh. I am on my Xbox. What do you mean? I'm literally about to. Fucking asshole. Come on. Come on. There we go. Oh my god, chill. No. It's more. No. You gotta. So you know how you make a G? Like G? G sound. G sound. G. Just say G. Just go. Oh, my mother is complaining today. I don't know why. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, right, that glitch. My fucking Discord automatically shifts me over to deafened and muted, and I have no idea why. I fucking hate it. I really. Yeah. Literally considering. I'm pretty sure. It happened. You decided to fucking bury me in. My tree. Oh, sure. They've added a lot of shit to Minecraft, by the way. No, they're not. Get up and put it back down to change the books that they have. Well, then what the... Well, whoever told you that is a fucking idiot. Me? I was saying, get your hand off your dick and fucking tell me what we're doing. Use some Windex. Make sure you don't clean it off all the way, though, so that when you put it on your eyes, it'll fucking burn. I mean, make you see better. You know what? Actually, here, this will be the ultimate way to cure near or farsightedness. Just spray Windex directly on your eyes, and then blink a lot. It is crazy. Are you considering it? I'm thinking I might. What exactly are you wanting the tattoo to be of? A battle axe? Like, it's not even fucking difficult in the slightest for me. How much detail do you want on it? Bro, are you stupid? Just send me up, yeah, Discord now, look. And mending one fishing rod that I fucking got from just like, the cycle continues. The second you get a mending fishing rod, you literally don't have to leave that spot ever. Like, you put a campfire or something right next to you, you're fucking golden. And that's a raven, like an actual raven, or like a raven engraved in the fucking axe? Like, do you want, like, the blades, like, down, and then it's just, like, chilling on, like, the tip of the handle, or, like, it embedded in the ground? Or, like, you want it fucking standing, like, handle down, like, straight up and down? Your forearm. So you want the axe straight up and down with the blades up. And it's sitting on top of it, right? So, I will try to draw this for you. At the very least, I can get the axe done. I'm gonna probably, like, start it off in pencil, and then after I get it to where we like it, I will fucking go back over it with pen and send it to you. Like the... Hold on, before I pull it up, like the Skyrim axe? I mean, those are pretty nice. I'd fucking hit somebody with one. Oh! I've noticed. So you want... So you want that... So you want the axe to be a double-headed axe, though, right? But I'm asking, like, what's your preference there? I'm not even joking, I've genuinely drawn one of those before. Yeah? If I fucking still had the fucking book, I'd just send you the picture of it and be like, yeah, you can use it. Something completely different, but along those lines. Okay, but like across the, I'm gonna literally have it in the middle of the fucking, the axe head. I'm just gonna put like Odin from fucking Norse mythology as a carrot. Yeah, you fucking bitch. You want to see the tattoo I drew myself? Alright, here, let me pull it up real quick. Meow.
Yeah, but I want a raven like on top of the head.
Yep.
Stands on.
Yup. Yup.
And then whatever like whole like signs.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have something written in the
What? Bro, I fucking hate that so much. That so many of you fuckers do that. Just, huh? 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 I know you are. Bro, that's crazy. What dragon? Son of a bitch has a dragon. There's Elijah the Spider. There's that tattoo. There's the fucking Synodog. Wendigo. Page full of my old coworkers' fucking drawings. God, I have so many fucking concept arts to do. Yay. There you are, you bastard. I think. Oh, wow. Hey. That's kind of fucking crazy. Where's the one with the actual tattoo? You know what? I'll just send this one. It's rough. But it's pretty much the same fucking thing. Damn, it'll be crazy if I turn on the light. Okay, so the one I'm sending you, right? It's gonna look a little, just a little bit shittier than I wanted it to look, and that's because some fucking idiot decided to go over it like 2 or 3 times with a fucking pen trying to do the trace. Bro, that's crazy. Hold on. Are these my medical papers? Hey, yo? Medication, side effects, overdose, prednisone? The fuck? Bro, I had so many fucking hospital visits, that's crazy. Just last year. Fuck you. There's one on epinephrine. What else is there? Quetiapine. Son of a bitch! Stupid fucking creeper. Penicillin, prednisona, fluoxetine. Oh my god. It's because I fucking spent my whole life doing that shit. Bud. Buddy old pal. It's just a realm, bro. Yeah, I'm on fucking Xbox. Yeah, it's not gonna be modded. Yeah, y'all fucking cheat the game and mod it, you fucking bastards. That's what fucking Microsoft's doing to the game, and y'all are like, oh, they're ruining it. Shut up. Well, if y'all weren't fucking modding the stupid game, then fucking Microsoft could probably add those fucking mods to the game. But no, motherfuckers want to be like, oh, I'm gonna fucking do a mod and then have motherfuckers pay for it, and then they're gonna have to fucking go to court with me over this fucking shit. Shut the That's what I thought. You're not wrong. You're fucking not. I hate that you're not wrong, but you're not wrong. You remember fucking RLCraft? RLCraft's fucking cool. Oh, that's a cool ass dragon. Hey, yo? Okay, yeah. So like I said, this one I'm sending right now, little fucked up, but for the most part, it's got the gist. Though it's supposed to be a perfect circle. Camera's slightly at an angle, but this is supposed to go on my shoulder. That's a good fucking question. At one point I knew, I don't remember anymore. I'm not looking up Norse symbols. Well, yeah, Fenrir. I'm pretty sure it's something about Ragnarok and Fenrir eating the fucking, I think it was the sun. Swallows the sun, that's right. And then the sun is just another giant fucking wolf that chases the moon. And then the moon is just a giant wolf that chases the sun in a perpetual cycle. Then Fenrir's the father, and he's like, you know what? Fuck you, kid. I've brought you in this world. I'm taking you out. So he eats him, becomes stronger. Morgan Bunger. Yeah, that's in there somewhere too. No, I'm saying I'm pretty sure that's fucking included in that circle. One of those circles there, Chief. Do I have a deadline? Then I'll do it. I'll do it at some point. Alright. You know what I'm considering? I'm considering going into, because I've actually done this before. Remember when we played Dark Souls 3? You suck. You should play Elden Ring with me. you'd like it more if I was helping you through the game. Oh my god, bro's actually... Fuck do you do that? There's a chance of you fucking wearing your shit down over time. You can fuck up the... extra piece. Damn, I'd... get you that tattoo, you know what I'm saying? Ah, I gotcha. That's fair. You know what I do? You know what I do to the firearms whenever I'm bored? I take them the fuck apart and clean them, and then I put them back together. Fucker around the handle, but hate myself when I'm doing this. There's a fucking fish over here spinning in circles. I'm supposed to be fishing, but I'm not fishing. You're not really affecting that, though. Nah, that's all me, Chief. But you fucking suck, bro. You suck. I'm just saying, one of the guys in here is literally on PC right now. One of the guys is literally on PC. Just fucking download the right version of the game. Fucking Xbox and you have it. You just... Lamau. Oh, I gotta get a hold of fucking Spooby now. I uninstalled it. I'd rather not. Cause you won't play with me because I'm too low. help it, bro. It happens. I'm gonna do it again. Ah, I'm on fire! Shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch. Bro, you know what's funny as shit? But also probably very frustrating for anybody who is watching. So, like, fucking, like, 3-4 days ago, I actually started playing in this realm, right? And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking record since I'm gonna be in here, right? So I fucking get on, I hop on, right? And my skin isn't loaded. Like, my fucking shit that was, like, preset from, like, the last time I played. So, like, nothing about my skin was trying to work or anything like that. So I just fucking started looking at items through the fucking, the customization shit. And then I was like, hey, yo, wait a minute, I have money. And then I was just looking, I was like, that one looks cool. And then I was like, that one also looks cool. And so I spent about 40 minutes on stream just going through the fucking stupid Minecraft store. And then I played for like fucking 5-6 hours. You can probably play War Thunder for a bit. It's okay, I'm dying inside. Damn. It really do. Yeah. Yeah. Depends on the job. I'd make more than I fucking used to. It used to be like the highest paying job I had like was like $9.25 an hour. And now it's like fucking 13 or 14. Yeah. Definitely more than 10. Definitely more than 10. And there's also possibilities for raises. Flooring, my guy, flooring. Fucking league mode. I'm gonna fucking shoot you back. You might shoot me once, but I'll get that fucking gun from you. It's not instant death when your fucking heart gets shot. It's basically like suffocation. It's just our thing.